ovations, we got them waiting. Took a little minute, was patient, but now we take it. Anytime we want this game, my situation is entertainment intertwined with information. Alchemist soul, how we move the tassel and roll. It's amazing how we can turn something brass to gold. And we steady making hits. Architect with the prop and the scripts. It's logical that the product will flip. My boy Chef did the lineup, I'm fresh in the bitch. Carnivorous podcast and newest showing the list. DQ on the boat, so I'm rocking the ship. So all the music gon' be dope and the artist legit. Hold my beer, concrete cord, then stepped in the door. See, that's my man and he reppin' for show. And true saviors are playing with flavor. Lexicon Taylor, lines on point like a laser. We need that paper, we building the vault. Cause you niggas don't listen, y'all be waiting to talk. Lack accountability and try to make it our fault. But opposing us is trying to arm wrestle the hawk. You coming up short on your re-up, cause nigga we up. Really wouldn't want to be up. I kick my feet up. My beef is wagyu and my trunk is all speakers. Bills is all blue and my blunt is all reefer. Responsible deniability, that boy eater. High quality whack juice by the liter. They like to call us ops, we got Oppenheimer features. That's the bomb out on the island just to teach you.
Trimedia Records.
This is my story. Get the story.
On your ID, you see me calling nigga. Out of his league, a workaholic nigga. Nickname, Big Game, big thing. Handle his business, he never switched lanes. Had some brain surgeries in high school. Still came out that bitch a top dude. Moved to the city of the Mavericks. Came out this bitch dropping classics.
What up, though? Just finally setting up a couple of other things. Waiting on Chef, waiting on my brother Hits, waiting on my brother Logic to get in the building. Haven't been live in a while. I'll keep saying this, and I know y'all probably don't believe it. I don't like going live. Hey DQ, how do you start an intro to a show? I don't like doing it. But I'll do it because it makes sense. Chef tried to have a very good show earlier, but had some technical difficulties with Zoom. So we're gonna see how that goes. I don't know how long we're gonna be live. I'm gonna let the crowd take care of that. But I just want to have a crash out show. Crash out shows. First off, shout out to SOSA World TV. SOSA, we got the inspiration from him. SOSA creates, I tell him all the time, he creates things that are fire and then just be like, I'll do it when I want. I love that attitude. I kind of live through him. But peace to you, DQ. What's going on, Munchie?
Man, I'm blessed, baby. And they're tuning in with the family. Salute to Trimedia. Salute to Carnivorous Podcast. Shout out to everybody listening. Make sure you like and subscribe. Man, we here to have some fun, talk a little talk, and hit the dough. You know how we got to do it, baby. Get back to the money.
Hey, on spot. Somebody send a link to
On the
I
spot,
am.
what
If
up?
he wants to come in, send a link to I am. This gonna be a family show, but it's gonna be crash out. So if you ever wanted to cuss me out, if you ever wanted to, I don't know, be heard on the topic. A lot of things going on. You got Ohio State winning the Ohio State University winning the national championship on Monday. That's my alma mater, so I'm very proud. Alum.
Salute.
Yep. And you got Trump, the 15,000 inaugural balls he did. Pause. The 1,000 it seems like executive orders. Yeah, it's wild. The 1,000 executive orders he signed. The whole world going crazy. Got Chef going crazy, losing his absolute mind. The Discord is a madhouse at this point. Link to the Discord is in the chat. Waiting on my brother Logic, waiting on my brother Hits. The link to this is going to be dropped early and often. Matter of fact, if you could do the invite in here, I don't. This is not going to be the Brass Talks Politics show. We could do that another time. But I want to talk about some of these executive orders. Let y'all know that the sky is not falling. Shouts out to Gayasi Imhotep. I see your name all over the place in these chats, and you've been very respectful. So I really appreciate that. That's love. But I want to have these conversations because I think this whole sky is falling thing needs to be fixed. It needs to be addressed with facts. And earlier, I got called a 7-figure Negro by somebody, and it was disturbing to me. So I might even want to address that. So it's gonna be a good show, a quick show. I just hosted your AI stream on my wall. Okay, shouts to you. I am. Let me see. I just love you, brothers. Y'all make me happy. I've adopted all y'all as my brothers. You guys are the business. Oh, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. But we're gonna attack some of these things. I want to start off. I guess I can start off a little crazy. Hold on one second. And it may be a short stream, it may be a long stream. I don't know. But hold on. Share screen.
She gonna turn into a river, like a long stream.
Exactly. Bars.
Bars.
All right. Can y'all see this? Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the front row of the inaugural ball. That's the front row. So that's Sundar Pichai, Google CEO, Tim Cook, Apple CEO. Let's see. Who else? Mark Zuckerberg, the Meta CEO.
Marky.
Shoot you. TikTok CEO. Good old Suit you. Howard Lutnick, Cantor Fitzgerald CEO, Jeff Bezos, Amazon Executive Chairman, Dana White, UFC CEO, Bernard Arnault, that would be Louis Vuitton, Sergey Brin, Google co-founder, Haley Welch, how she even end up in that group, but the Hawk 2 girl.
The Hatua girl made it.
Yeah, she made the inaugural ball. I see Robert F. Kennedy sitting over there. There goes Elon again. There's a very short, unattractive lady. So one of the things that I will say is there was probably about $1 trillion in the front row of that swearing in, inauguration, whatever. He had a bunch of events on Monday. And one of the things the reason why I bring that to the attention is that the trillionaire companies, there's about $1 trillion in the front row. Now, usually when they do these things, they do these swearing-ins, they do these inaugurations, things like that. It is real protocol where they put the people that are most important right there. Now, you didn't notice they didn't put JD Vance in there. He was there. They didn't put, you saw RFK, he was there. But this is also a money movement too. So when we're having these conversations, let's be clear that this is a money thing also. This isn't just a Republican thing, a Democratic thing. This is cash. This is cash. There's a lot of money on that stage, a lot of tech. All the tech that you guys use. We're using Google right now. You're on iPhones right now. You're all going crazy because you deleted TikTok. So we're gonna do some factual things. We're gonna have some conversations. But I wanted to set the premise of, while you're thinking that this is political and you have this selective outrage and all this anger, I want to be clear, and I want to let people know that this is my brother Hitz is going to do a show called The Billionaire Problem. There's a money issue in the United States. It's a money issue, and this capitalism it is a clear thing. And one of the things, when I got called a 7-figure Negro earlier, don't separate. While the rich, let's say, I don't know, people say it's 5%, they say it's 10%. 10% of the rich and 90%, everybody else is poor. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying it as a fact, I'm just saying it as my opinion. So I would say, whether you're a 6-figure person, 7-figure person, whatever that is to you, we all fall under that other class. And what they're doing in our group is, in our particular class, what they're doing is they are, hold on, I'm getting an echo. Hold on 1 second. What they're doing in our class is, we're sitting there fighting over who's Democrat, who's Republican, who's black, who's white. Is Egypt black? Is this white? All these other things. We're fighting over religion. We're fighting over all of these other things. While at the top, they're just concerned with how to get richer. And while we're doing all of these divisive things, and we're sitting here having these conversations, a lot of times, we get our eyes thrown off the ball. So that's neither here nor there. I mean, I'm going to continue. This is going to be a pretty long show, short show. I don't know. But Logic is in the building. What's going on, Logic? Talk to the people. We're still waiting on Chef. Sosa may come up, and we're waiting on his. Go ahead.
What's going on, man? And shout out to Chef. I know you out there in the world somewhere, probably listening and not pressing the button. It wouldn't surprise me. But man, we always have, and you know what? It's starting to be like egregious at how good the content is behind the scenes. And you know, in that Discord, how many times we've had like literal classics in there and haven't just pressed the button or figured out a way to record it or bring it over to a live stream. But we'll figure that out. But you know, this kind of stems from ongoing conversations that we have behind the scenes about politics. Something that I'm getting a lot more familiar with, especially with Trump being in office. Something Brass is, you know, probably more familiar with than probably anybody I know, and that's just a coincidence, right? Something, you know, it's just something that he's lived through personal experience, you know, for the last couple of years or last umpteen years, right, Brass? But man, I gotta say, the foundation of why we are here is because people do not have a healthy relationship with their concept of Black power. This is what it boils down to every single time. And what I mean by that is we get so enthusiastic that we start eliminating options, right? We start taking possibilities off the table for whatever particular reason. We put our own glass ceiling above our heads because of so on and so forth, and this, that, and the third. And that's a real bad habit that we have. But here in this little bubble, right, that is a lot of people's reality, unfortunately. And a lot of people will amen that until the show goes off, and tomorrow when it comes back on, and that will be their lived experiences. We can't do it. It's impossible. You know, for whatever reason that you might have heard this, that, and the third, you haven't, oddly enough, you come here to promote Black empowerment and you leave with something that couldn't look anything further from Black empowerment. That's why we're here.
Okay. In the background while you were talking, I put up the fact that it's clear that Elon Musk knows the difference of throwing my heart out to you versus the Nazi symbol or Nazi, the Heil Hitler, whatever it is that they said that he did. It's clear. You can see right there, he knew what he was doing. One of the things with Elon Musk, and I have to say this, and I'll get it on. Mainly reason why I'm doing this show is because what's up, Donnie? Peace to you, brother. One of the main reasons why I'm doing this show is because I got cut off earlier. We got an echo. It's an echo.
Is it me?
I don't know. This is an echo. The main reason why I did the show, when I was doing the show with Chef earlier, I was trying to get some points across. And my main point was, if you think that Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, that's what they call him, but we never necessarily know all these things, but the richest man in the world, how do I want to put this? Gave $277 million to Donald Trump's campaign, got upset, wanted to buy MSNBC, bought Twitter, wanted to buy TikTok. If you think that he doesn't have a PR team behind him, if you don't think he has a think tank behind him, if you don't think that he knows exactly what he's doing. Now, I do understand, from what I understand, that he's autistic. Somebody could confirm that. I have seen him do things in interviews that seem kind of problematic. Maybe we don't all remember, but him smoking weed on the Joe Rogan podcast, knowing that it was going to tank the price of the coin. We all know what that is, right? We all know that it's not going to be a situation of he's just doing stuff randomly, or he's doing it because he doesn't care. But what tripped me out, I'm going to ask y'all too, DQ and Logic, while I look this up. Why is it that we care so much about things like that? Like, him throwing a Roman sign, Heil Hitler sign, whatever it is that they saying that he did. And I'm just speaking specifically about Black people right now. Why do we care so much about stuff like that and pay so little attention to the actual executive orders that affect us every day? Like I remember Chef, I'm gonna name Chef. Chef put it in the chat, he was going crazy. And the thing that struck me was, at the same time that us as a community were upset at what Elon Musk did, or whatever anybody wants to call it, there were executive orders coming out back to back, and people were so upset with them, but they weren't reading them. They weren't actually looking at them. They weren't actually paying attention to them. So my question to you and Logic, DQ, is, and Logic go first, DQ you go first. Am I wrong to say, why are we so upset if it's not something that has nothing to do, not saying nothing to do with us, but the Anti-Defamation League came out and said they weren't bothered by it. Why is the Black community so bothered by what this man did or didn't do with his hands a couple days ago? I'm gonna go pull this up. Go ahead, Logic, or DQ. It doesn't matter to me. You're on mute, Logic.
You hear me?
I can go.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
go ahead, DQ.
You go first.
Yeah, I was gonna say a real quick one that I know me and Braz had said earlier. Because Braz made me think. Whenever there's an outrage that the Jews do not like, you will see them congregate. They will congregate and they will mobilize. I have not seen an outcry from Jews mad about this. I definitely seen us, as I would say, the black community, totally angered about it. But I definitely haven't seen any like real deal backlash. But we gonna see.
Good logic.
I think it comes from a few things. I don't know if we do collectively as well as we do independently. I think that I use this analogy because I think it fits. And I say people tend to gravitate towards the weapons they're more accustomed to, right? My example is always if if you were challenged to a duel and there was a table full of weapons, you would pick the one you're most familiar with, right? In a fight to the death, it's only natural for you to pick the one that you feel the most skilled with, the most comfortable with. And in this case, we're talking about a conversation. So you're probably going to go with the conversation that you have the most amount of information on, the most talking points that you can be able to bring up and talk about intelligently with anybody that you're talking to. And then there's like a little bit level of comfort there. And that's where you find people kind of stuck. Right? I don't think that they're necessarily not as interested in the policies, but they're not as interested, or at least to have a conversation about the policies is going to force you to have to do some sort of preliminary research, reading to get familiar with those things. Whereas if I just saw him doing the Heil Hitler in the middle of auditorium, I can draw my own conclusions and say whatever it is I want to. It didn't take any energy. I didn't have to spend any of my body budget to have this conversation. And that's a bad habit that we have, right? And I would say like the second part of that is I don't believe that most people are accustomed to compartmentalizing their issues in the context of power. And hopefully I'm putting that together right. But what I mean by that is I think it's a very simple question of asking yourself, what power can I gain as an individual? What power can I gain as a family unit? What power can I gain as a neighborhood, a community by addressing this issue? And the same with the Fat Joe, right? Explain to me what power do Black people gain from either enforcing or allowing Fat Joe to use or not use the N-word. In context of power, it's meaningless. It doesn't move the needle at all, right? And it should be it should at least give you a benchmark of how important this particular argument is if what you're concerned about is actually obtaining power. Now, if you just want to make conversation talking points, well, then it's small talk and it's meaningless. Then it has absolutely nothing to do with Black power, right? In that case, it's just a conversation. You might as well be at the barbershop or the beauty shop, right? But since you put this this Black power kind of aura around what you're saying, well, it should be fair for me to then ask for the relevance, right? What does that have to do with Black power?
I think
good. Yeah, I'm done, but it's that simple to me.
I think my main point with Elon Musk is this. Because I consider him autistic or not autistic, somebody in the chat could confirm that for me if he's autistic or not. That's just something that I've heard. I haven't looked it up per se.
I've heard that from a couple different sources. Right. And what they try to be careful and say he might be on the spectrum, and they use the word might. And I think most people are more comfortable just describing him as socially awkward.
Okay. Where I land on it is that public figures now in the age of social media, they pay a lot of, I say as Asperger's. Okay, we'll look it up. Thank you. Anathema. I look at things as distractions. In politics, one of the best ways to get in and out of an issue is to do a calculated distraction. And public figures like Elon Musk, they thrive on controversy. They thrive on publicity. So when you do something provocative like that, what happens is it distracts you. You know, it'll dominate the news cycle. It distracts you from the substantive issues, and to keep like your name trending. You know what I mean? And it's not that I'm trying to get past what he did. It's just there are such bigger systemic issues that we should be paying attention to. You know, while it's symbolic what he did, and I chalk it up to not being in defense of Elon Musk, but I chalk it up to I've seen him do crazy stuff when he gets in front of a crowd. He loves crowds, he loves to be, oh yeah, look at me and this, that, and the other. You know, I get it. But when you're that powerful, if he wanted to be divisive, he just would have been. You know, if he wanted to he wouldn't have done it twice and then said, well, I'm throwing my heart out to you. He knew what he was doing. It seemed calculated to me. And another thing I don't like to do is I don't like to empower stunts. Now, I understand that that's not good for content, right? I understand people want to talk about it. I get that. And I have no issue with people that want to do that. I'm just saying what I won't do. I'm not going to empower no stunts. And then also, this goes to what you kind of say all the time, Logic. I pay attention to historical versus immediate impact. That's why I don't really like having a lot of conversations. I think we can be very aware of history. I think that we can respect history, but I don't like to be so focused on the history that we don't pay attention to things that have immediate impact. And then also, and this goes out to my brother Chef, I also understand performative outrage. It may be sincere that you are upset as a black man or just as a human being that Elon Musk threw up 2 hand signs. It may be sincere and you may be upset about it. Cool. But obsessing over it, what happens is it becomes more of a show versus something that you can use as productive in a conversation. And I get a little, these internet activists, the YouTube activists, it's gotten to the point where I can't even watch shows at this point because everybody's just doing everything for attention. People that I would have never ever thought. I thought it was, you got to be scientifically on point and correct, and you got to be, you don't want to fray away from the fluff. You don't want to pay attention to the fluff. But now everybody's just turning into journalists, right? There's no, you're not searching for facts. You're just talking and giving opinions and stuff like that. And that's cool. But then say that that's what you are. Don't sit up there and just be upset at everything. Oh, I'm just furious that Elon Musk did that. Okay, cool. What happened in this executive order? What does this mean? What is happening right now that's bothering you? Nothing. And then you just move on from that. So I think a lot of times, I think if you're going to truly be an activist or truly be a scientist or truly be whatever the hell you want to call yourself, I think that it requires, you got to pick your battles. Some things you just need to brush off and pay attention to the thing that's going to affect you. Do y'all understand what I'm saying when I say that? Like, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool to be upset. It's cool to be all, I'm furious. But while you're furious, I don't think that that's activism, just being upset, right? I think that's something. Now, I'm going to get into the Anti-Defamation League. Drop the link in the chat. This is going to be a free show. I want people to come up and crash out, as long as you watch your language. If you want to cuss me out, cuss me out. By the way, we got the Discord link in the chat. Now, just to be clear, there's been a bit of a different Discord movement as far as Tribe Media. Our Discord is open now to everyone. I fall victim a lot of times to kind of being a hypocrite. I am conservative in my views. I believe in free speech. And a lot of times when I see something that's so inflammatory or it becomes too personal, I'll remove somebody, right? I don't need to get into who directly or what group directly, but our Discord is now open. And the main reason is because one of the things that I don't want things to become is I don't want things to become an echo chamber. So if you've been banned from the Tribe Media Discord, you're welcome. If you're somebody that doesn't like us, you're really welcome. I want to see if we can do a bit of a social experiment in our Discord, and bring some people together that wouldn't normally talk, have some conversations that we wouldn't normally have. I know I'm not always available. I mean, this is just a fact of life for me. I'm adjusting to the internet life. But in our Discord, a lot of times, like right now, I'm gonna throw his name out. Shouts to Chief X. Chief X is in the Discord, and for as crazy as everybody has told me that he was, I don't see it. I don't see it. Or you know, whatever. From what I understand, he stands on this square, whether you agree with it or you don't agree with it, and it stays at that. Somehow I got Chef Isonic and Chief X in our Discord. American Dream, you are welcome. Anybody that wants to join the Discord, because I want to have more conversations. I want to see what the tenor of the content is. And then also, we're going to start advertising our Discord on bigger platforms. Our goal is to get to 1,000 members, so we can get real crazy in there, right? So that's a little rant on the Discord. So if I kicked you out before, I don't apologize. You probably deserved it, but you're welcome back. What did I want to get into? How did we get to 48 comments that fast? Are y'all paying attention to the comments? Put the comments up.
Yeah, I'm
Was I talking that long? Damn.
Yeah, I'm responding.
Chef, you got the link in your phone, bro. Yes. I'll never understand why Chef asked for the link to his channel when he has it in his phone. Hold on. The link is in the chat, and the Discord link is pinned. So everybody join. Everybody join. Let's go through some of these comments when I'm done. But I want to read this Anti-Defamation League. So for those who don't know what the Anti-Defamation League is, it's essentially, you know, you can look it up yourself. I don't explain things to people things you can Google. The Anti-Defamation League, when something happens to the Jewish community, this is the league that steps up for them on a national and global stage, and kind of is like the voice per se for that group. When Elon Musk did the hand signals, they didn't care. I'll give you exactly what they said, but they didn't care specifically. A detente lasted until just after President Donald Trump's second inauguration this month. Even when Musk faced outrage for making a gesture at the event that white nationalists recognized and celebrated as a salute, the ADL urged people to give the billionaire who has allowed pro-Nazi accounts to flourish on his platform a pass. They said, and I quote, "This is a delicate moment." Read a post on Monday from the group's official X account. It seems that Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. Now, they did have issues after, because as someone who's rich and feels like they have no consequence, he doubled down. He started making what I would call not funny, not Nazi jokes and rhetoric and content. And then they came back in a reply to some of the jokes that he said, is they call it the World War II wordplay, was evidently a bridge too far for Greenblatt after the ADL had gone to bat for Musk in a statement on the inauguration salute that was widely seen as an abdication of the nonprofit's exact purpose. We've said it hundreds of times before, and we will say it again, and I quote, "The Holocaust was a singularly evil event, and it is inappropriate and offensive to make light of it," he wrote in a post that quoted Musk's telling the world's richest man that the Holocaust is not a joke. The ADL quote itself quote Greenblatt's post and added, "Making inappropriate and highly offensive jokes that trivialize the Holocaust only serve to minimize the evil and inhumanity of Nazi crimes, denigrate the suffering of both victims and survivors, and insult the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered in the Shoah." Now, the ADL declined to comment after this, but even I found it hypocritical, right? I can call out my own hypocrisy, but even I found it hypocritical. Somebody made a comment. The ADL will condemn Elon Musk's awful, tasteless Holocaust puns, but thinks his Nazi salute celebrating Trump's inaugurations are fine, that they're missing the bigger picture here. The salute is fine, just don't make jokes. So that's why when Chef told me that he was upset about it, I completely understood. But two things can be true. And I also understand that this is a guy who publicly, he thrives on publicity to spur his business. He thrives on content. He has to be in the news cycle. And I'll stand on that it was a calculated distraction by someone. Can we confirm whether or not he's autistic or not? Has anybody been able to do that? When y'all get a chance, do that for me. Let me know, because I still say that he's autistic. And we go forward with that. But go ahead. Who's somebody came into the building? I dropped the link in the chat, Chef. You're more than welcome to join. And it's open to everyone. I see DQ is in the building. Go ahead.
I see Chef. Chef was in here. Then I guess he dropped off. I definitely did.
Yeah, his connection is terrible. But go ahead.
Yeah,
y'all can speak on it. Then I'm gonna move on to something else. And it's looking like we're gonna be able to get out of here quickly. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, Hits, on this. That's part of the reason why I didn't tell Chef he was wrong for being offended. You can't tell people when to be offended or not. I agree. I completely agree. Cube, peace to you, Cube. Peace to you, Dr. Banu. He says, what's the Jewish Defense League? I don't know. Google it. You tell us. You know, I just said what the ADL was. He's talking about the Jews. I don't know. Hits, you in here. Just talk. I don't know what that means. But go ahead. I'm gonna move on to another subject, the next subject.
What up, Hits?
Go ahead, man, and close that out. Y'all go ahead and talk about that. By the way, Ohio State University won the national championship on Monday. They beat the crap out of them Irishmen in Indiana. Shouts to Corey. What's up, Hits? What's going on, brother?
What up? What up, Logic? What up, DQ?
What's
what
up?
up, everybody in the chat? How y'all doing? Hope all is well.
Ohio,
I was talking about the Jews. You can't tell them when to be offended or not.
Oh yeah, I agree.
They're not offended. They're not offended.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. That's not. I just fall on the man is too rich to be that stupid.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
That's what we listen. Until you do
that makes
the
you more
billionaire
stupid.
problem.
I think it makes you more stupid.
Until you do the billionaire problem, I'm challenging you.
I can do it right now.
Until you do the billionaire problem show, I swear you, I'm gonna sit there and I'm not going to say a word. No. I want it to have its own platform. I'm not going to say a word. I want to hear this. In social media age, it's so much microwave information. You just don't know. You don't know. I mean, people can be stupid, but like I always say, are they crazy or crazy like a fox? Is it a calculated distraction? Does he have a team of people, or is he just silly? Does he have the ability to just be over enthusiastic, doing all kinds of signs? There was one point during the inauguration, if you looked, he was standing next to Barron Trump. And Barron Trump had the dead, crazy, calm face. And then, what's the name? He's sitting there rolling his head and dancing and all this other kind of stuff. Just weird. But y'all go ahead. Y'all talk. I want to move on to another topic in a second. Hold on. He had to have black people. He got beat almost to death. I don't know that much about Elon Musk. Y'all would be educating me. Not only is he rich, he's highly educated, well-traveled, and has teams of advisors. Me and IM is on the same page. I definitely agree. Sweeto says, if he's not autistic, then it's because of what happened in high school to him. Y'all don't know. No, I don't know what happened, Sweeto. Let me know what happened. Some guy named Nubian Muhammad is in the building. I have no idea who that is. It looks like he is on the set of a Hype Williams Diddy video right now. Exactly. All right, so that's Chef. Go ahead, talk, bro.
Oh no, what's up, Logic? Logic, you gonna hit me 11 o'clock something last night talking about is you going live.
It was 9 o'clock my time. My bad. Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought.
I'm like, bro.
I thought the rant show was yesterday. But
Hell yeah. What's up?
It was like I heard about it at a reasonable time. Started getting busy, time slipped away, and I looked back at my phone, and I was just thinking of X. So it wasn't. That's all it really was. But
I wanted you to hit the button. I would have came on for a minute. So, but you didn't. So what's going on here?
What up? What up? Back to what y'all was saying real quick. I'm sure we could pull up a list of rich people that has done stupid shit, right? Said stupid shit, and one of them is the president right now.
So we
let's
crash
not-
real
hey,
quick.
let-
So we
let's-
crashing out because you just
Yeah,
said shit.
yeah.
So
Let's
we
not
crashing
act
out?
like
All right, so
yeah.
let's crash out.
That's the name of the show. So
there we go. There we go.
let's
We
not
can crash out.
act like there ain't one in the White House right now, rich, that said a whole lot of stupid shit, done a whole lot of stupid shit, been convicted of a whole lot of stupid shit. So I don't even think that's, those two things are relative. How smart you are with how rich you are. There's other elements that go into being wealthy, other than your intelligence. So I don't think that's.
yeah, I'm in the call with hits on this one. Like if you talking about you paying advisors to keep public relations good, I have a hard time believing that you paying people to tell you to go out and throw up the Heil Hitler. That sounds ridiculous, right there.
Yeah, it
right?
does. Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I don't think he's that smart to do something that crazy that could potentially be devastating to actually do it and get away. I don't think he's that smart. I think he's literally just that awkward. I'm not a huge Elon Musk fan. I've seen one or two documentaries on him, and it's repeated that he's very socially awkward. If you listen to people who talk about working with him and that kind of thing, like when he came in and took over TikTok, and he moved all the people who were working there out. Man, it was horror story after horror story of working around him.
You're talking about Twitter.
You were talking about Twitter.
Yeah,
You're talking about Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter. Yeah,
Mhm.
and people were just completely describe him as completely detached, right? Like not necessarily socially aware of these type of things, and how they say it is if there was a person who has trouble reading the room, it's Elon Musk. So.
And is it actually a Nazi salute again? Like, how do we get all the way there? I'm sure there's some form of, just putting your hand up. I've done that outside, put my hand up. My neighbor lives right across the street. Hand up.
You're Nazi, bro.
I'm sure
You're
the Nazis
you're a Nazi, bro.
Listen,
That's what
I'm
it is.
sure the Nazis would be upset.
He went from here.
There you go. Now, if he
Could y'all-
did that,
Hey,
Hey,
there you
could y'all
go.
stop doing that live?
He was wild.
Y'all crashing out.
I ain't do the other part, but I had to at least.
I mean, we can crash out. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
you-
It was Nazi
You
salute.
I need to see the video.
Ain't
I
nothing
need to
right
see
there.
the video. I don't
Y'all
even like the
bugging the
dude,
hell
but I
out.
still need to see the video. I don't care
Okay,
for
all
the
right.
video.
Hey, I'm gonna
so-
crash out. Now, when I crash out, don't get mad because y'all do. Listen, if y'all do a Nazi salute, you'd be surprised at what I do.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I want to give you you got a light from your background shining in your face to look wild.
I know. It's like I'm in heaven.
Yeah, it look crazy. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, paradise.
It's God.
That nigga
shining down on
paradise.
him.
Paradise like
Yo,
an Apple stove.
So y'all trying to figure for me, for one thing first, the socially awkward thing. Everything that Logic just explained, so now we're calling being an asshole socially awkward. You dig what I'm saying? Not being able to read the room, doing whatever you want to do. You dig what I'm saying? Yo, in my line of work and where I'm from, we call that an asshole. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so now being an asshole is right. Is you got Asperger's. Right? So now we can start diagnosing assholes in our community as having Asperger's syndrome.
All right, hold on. I want to be very clear, Chef. I am not diagnosing no asshole. I'm gonna say pause as if y'all don't need to hear it. If you want to diagnose assholes, go ahead and do it. Or be a rectal examiner. Believe me, out of that shit.
Oh, here you go. Hey, watch him. Watch him.
Yeah, I just showed it. I'm gonna show it again because I don't know how y'all ain't see this. Well, go ahead.
I've seen it. I've seen it. Here we go. And he gritted his.
My heart goes out to you.
Come on.
Yes! This is what victory feels like. Yeah!
Man, he's so socially awkward.
And this was no ordinary victory.
Yes,
This was a
socially
fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. This you know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
My heart goes out to you.
I think he explained. I think he explained himself. His heart goes out to you, bro.
He a Nazi.
listen. I know y'all. Listen, y'all
He a
can kill
Nazi.
me for it. Y'all
He a
can
straight Nazi.
You say that nigga
No,
not.
hold on. Let's go online and find the actual. Nah, we ain't gonna do that.
No, I'm not doing it. Y'all listen. We can crash
I want to
out,
find
bro.
one
Wake up
doing it.
tomorrow
Nah.
when you
We're gonna
start the
compare.
My nigga said
Nah, I
he
ain't
not.
pulling that up. He a
All right,
Nazi.
so let me
listen.
finish. Hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead. No,
So-
cook up.
All right, so y'all said that the goddamn man is socially awkward, right?
Mhm.
And he don't know how to read the room. He take over companies. He come in there, make everybody uncomfortable. You dig what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, it's called being. It's no word I can say in our vernacular without y'all having to make me say pause. You dig what I'm saying?
No, go ahead.
With
We
this-
in a pause
with
free
this-
zone. Just speak.
with
We in
this
a pause
guy,
free zone.
like I said, he's an asshole, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but then on the flip side of that, right? To do mental gymnastics to try to figure out, you dig what I'm saying? But when who goes around making that gesture? I'm just trying to figure out, do we ever mistakenly do the Nazi motherfucker? And then he is of Dutch extraction, right? He is of Dutch extraction. So I'm trying to get like, he even looked like his haircut. He got a Nazi haircut. You know what I'm saying? And then how do a person, because he's the richest man in the world, we make excuses for him? You dig what I'm saying? Not only that, y'all said the Jews don't have a problem with it. No, the ADL tried to explain it away. That don't mean that Jews in their house don't find that offensive. That's like when Jesse Jackson and them get up there and say something. Are they speaking for all black people? No, they not. You know how many of us disagree when a black leader or a black organization say something? Can they actually say that's how black people feel in general? So the AD for us, for you, Brad, to act like the ADL is the end all be all to Jewish people is to minimize Jewish people and to put them in a one category. If they tried to get rid of Kyrie Irving for saying he watched a movie, you dig what I'm saying? Everybody was up in arms, but the richest man in the world can do a Hitler symbol, and we making all kind of excuses for him.
Listen, for some reason, the phone call wasn't made. The phone call wasn't made. It's obviously money. Come on now. The phone call wasn't made. You know, the ADL done, you know, they didn't pick up the phone that day, or they had the outgoing message already set up. Don't worry. He going to donate heavily to our cause. We got it. You know they don't play that shit. Come on, bro. They don't play that.
Hits, I got a question.
I'm saying the phone call wasn't made. That's all I'm saying.
I got a question. Where's the where? Go ahead. Hold on, Chef. Let me say one thing. Where is the FBA when we need them?
I'm the FBA. I'm representing the FBA.
You gotta put the hashtag in the show description.
Where are the foundations? They in there. They in the hashtag. They in the because I have another premise after we done with this. I want to get into some of the executive orders. I want to give y'all an idea of how rich Elon Musk actually is when y'all keep saying that he cares about what the fuck we think. But that's next. I'm gonna do that. Hold on.
He does.
I'm gonna do that next. But where foundational, because it's in the title. Pardon me, no pun intended, because he just pardoned 1,500 January 6th hostages.
Terrorists.
Well, he called them hostages.
Terrorists.
I'm telling you what he said.
I don't want to forget this thing.
Don't forget it. Don't forget it, Chef. Go ahead, Chef.
All right, so look. And you say, yo, where do the outrage come from, right?
Mm-hmm.
For a person who's not Jewish, right?
Great question.
You say, where? So, Chef, why is you upset about it? Because last I checked, I was an American.
Right.
The last I checked, I was an American. So to watch a presidential inauguration and a dude get up there and do the Nazi salute in front of the goddamn United States presidential seal, what American shouldn't feel some type of way about that? I mean, because this is a Republican talking point. Wokeism, fake outrage, DEI shit. I mean, anytime somebody has a legitimate claim or gripe, some hashtag get thrown out there to minimize. If Joe Biden had somebody on stage do a Nazi salute, what would y'all say then? You feel me? What would be the? I'm done. Let's move on because y'all ridiculous.
So I didn't say, just so we clear, I understand why you're offended. I get it. And I would never tell you not to be. And I'm an American too, African American, but American also. All I'm saying to you is when I recognize a distraction, or as soon as I think something is a distraction, as soon as I see it as, oh yeah, this is a publicity stunt, I start looking through the news to see what I should be paying attention to. And it's funny that right around that time they were talking about the birthright citizenship. I was paying attention to the executive orders, the things that affect us. I just look at some things as publicity stunts, and I think that that's what it was. And y'all go ahead. I want to prepare this video. What's up, Cube? Cube in the building. I want to prepare this video to give you an idea of exactly how rich this man actually is. Go ahead, Cube. Take a few minutes and talk to the people.
Yeah, peace. What's going on, man? Shouts out to everybody on the panel, man. I've been listening in. I don't need a few minutes. I just need a few moments.
Okay.
But I'll say this, I'm with Chef on this, you know what I'm saying? And I kind of get where you coming from, but I don't agree with it because what you're saying is like, oh, okay, well, this may be a stunt, something to distract us. But see, I think that's kind of part of the problem with the Negro is we play too goddamn much. You know what I'm saying? And we don't take stuff serious because instead of looking at it, saying like, could this be something serious that we need to look at? What you kind of saying is, oh, this is just a stunt. This is to distract us when it's like, no, this could be what the next 4 years is going to be about. You see what I'm saying? And instead of actually taking this thing. So if you look at one of the executive orders that Trump signed on day one, it was to get rid of birthright citizenship when that's something that's in the Constitution that you can't get rid of within our executive order. You see what I'm saying? So like there's things that we have to take serious, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think we should play around with everything being a distraction. I think we should pay attention because when it comes to black people, I think our politics are horrible. Because if me personally, and I'll end off with this, if you didn't vote for Jill Stein in this past election, I look at you as an enemy of black people, especially with what she was offering and things that we could have accomplished by breaking up the duopoly, meaning the Democrats and the Republicans. But I'll end there.
Okay. I just want to give a quick, before anybody jumps in, I just want to show this real quick so we can move on because I want to start talking about these executive orders. And you are 100% right. It's against the Constitution. I want to go back into addressing checks and balances like I was doing earlier.
Can I say one last thing about Elon Musk right quick before we go into that?
Go ahead.
Because I think what Q what you said right there, I think that was really important, right? You know, if you're concerned about what the next 4 years look like, I certainly wouldn't base it on a gesture made at inauguration speech, and I'd be far more. I'd be looking a lot closer at those executive orders that he signed. Right, that's going to give me a much clearer look at what I can expect for the next 4 years to come, and not this particular gesture. And then, like, lastly, I just don't think it's important enough for us to give it the kind of shine that we give it. Right, like. Let's look at the worst case scenario, just momentarily, to really see what we're talking about, right? Let's hypothetically say that Elon Musk has the ability, has the freedom, has the power to make a gesture that could be mistaken for a Nazi gesture at the presidential inauguration, and Jewish people not be collectively, at least publicly, offended. I mean, what does that do for us? Like, it don't mean nothing. It would literally be allocating your resources in the wrong direction.
Americans should be offended. So we have to sit around and wait for a Jewish person to be offended about rape. The Nazis wasn't just against the Jews. You think what I'm saying? Nazism wasn't, the Third Reich wasn't just against the Jewish people, right? They took the greatest brunt because they was there in Germany with them. But Hitler and them regime was against the non-Aryan people of the earth. That's what it was about. You
hey, Chef.
So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You are privy to Project Paperclip, correct?
No.
Okay,
What's
that's basically what created NASA. That's basically what created NASA when the United States accepted German scientists, Nazi scientists. We made deals with the top and smartest minds who were Nazis. The United States is not just totally against Nazis. We use them to build some of our top administrations. So I understand on surface level the outrage, but deeper wise, we in bed with them.
No, that's not true.
It wasn't.
Nah, that was in the 40s, bro. That's not
We
today.
took them.
That was in the 40s. That's not today.
Nah, we took them.
No,
we made a deal with Russia to split everybody up. That's all. That's simple.
No. Hold on. Let's get back to what DQ said. All right, to take their scientists, right, to use their intellectual property. One thing. Yeah. Whatever. Well, I got your point. You know what I mean? To use them for their intellectual property or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Is one thing, right? But to use their politics and how they viewed the world, America was against that. That's the thing that they are opposed to. They wasn't opposed to Jewish to German technology, right? Science belongs to the whole world. So they was against fascism. This is a fascist symbol. This is the Italians, right? Who were the fascists, and these were the Germans. That's what they was against, not the technology. But I see what you're saying, but that's apples and oranges. Go ahead.
I got you. That's a bit.
All right, hold on real quick. Let me show this stupid ass video.
In the United States actually looks like. This grain of rice represents $200,000. That's about the median net worth of a citizen in the United States, which means if you took our population and drew a line split down the middle, about half of us have this much or less. Half of us have this much or less. Just going to put that down right there. 1 grain of rice. This is $1 million. 5 grains of rice. When most of us think rich, we think of $1 million. This is $100 million. This is about the net worth of CEOs who delay and deny care for sick Americans. This is also about the net worth of CEOs who tell Americans to eat cereal if they can't afford food for their hungry kids. This is $277 million. This is Elon Musk's personal investment in the 2024 elections. This is what he spent to buy the presidency. This is $1 billion. This is the approximate net worth of Vivek Ramaswamy. Only 800 people in the United States have this much money or more. And this is Elon Musk. He's worth $400 billion. He spent $277 million on the 2024 election cycle, while we have homeless veterans on our streets and hungry kids in our schools. This is what actual wealth disparity looks like in America. Each grain of rice is worth $200,000. And Elon Musk also.
So there was a reason why I wanted to show that video. And this is not in defense. It's kind of hard to not sound like I'm not in defense, but this is not in defense. I think when somebody has that many goddamn grains of rice, I think one of two things can happen shortly thereafter. Since we are crashing out, I think they give a flying fuck what everybody else thinks, or they can afford to be as stupid as he was to throw up them stupid ass hand signs that he did. So while I don't blame people for being offended, I want to be clear on that. And if people are offended, you know, my heart goes out to you. But the one thing I do want to understand is that while they're doing this stuff, he is a media mogul. He owns X. He wanted to buy MSNBC and was interested in buying TikTok. The man knows how to use publicity. I fall under the line of he knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He's silly as hell. He's definitely awkward, Chef. If you don't see that he's socially awkward, then you don't know what socially awkward is. I mean, I think he thinks he's Tony Stark at times. But that's where I land my plane on that. When you're that rich, I don't think they give a flying damn about nothing that we think. But y'all go ahead while we move on to the next topic.
So socially awkward means you get a pass for doing the Nazi symbol. I'm trying to figure out. No matter what.
That's my answer.
So that's what I'm saying. Why even say stuff like that after a dude do a Nazi symbol? What the socially awkward? How you confused?
Well, hold on, Chef. Ask him this question. What does
you
a
ask
white?
Me the question.
Okay, well, I'll ask you the question then. Yeah. So, what does it take for a white person to be able to say the N-word and you would be okay with it? Like, that's really what it boils down to. It's because you're giving him a pass. What you're doing is you're giving him a pass, bro, and you're trying to mask it with layers of Asperger's and autistic, and he wants to be Tony Stark and other stuff. But why though? Like, what would it take for a white person to be able to say the N-word and you would be comfortable with it? Like, that's really the whole crux of it.
I think I know where you're going. I am one of those people that Q. I'm a little weird in this. I'm socially awkward in some things where it takes a while for me to convict somebody of anything, because I don't like the court of the. I understand the court of public opinion, but I don't ascribe to it. So, for example, if after he said that, right, if he would have said the words that people say, I ain't crashing out that far. If he'd have said what you say when you throw up the Sieg Heil, then I would have said, all right, cool. He's trying to be a Nazi and he don't give a damn. But if at the end of him doing it, either he realized it was stupid, or at the end of him doing it, the man literally said the words, I'm throwing my heart out to you. So I don't know if he made a mistake. I don't know if what he was trying to do, but if he's that arrogant to do it, but then at the very end, not arrogant enough to own it and just go the full ride, then I have to kind of have an open mind to some of it. Now, you said white person saying nigger. If a white person calls me hard ER nigger, it would be akin to me saying, all right, that's very clear. If you call me a nigger and then say, I was trying to invite you out to dinner, then that's something completely different. Like, I don't believe you. I know what you was trying to do. So I listen. I get it. It's good for
So he
conversation.
can throw
It's
up the
good for content.
sign. He can throw up the sig high, but you don't see what he was clearly trying to do.
I don't
But
think
but a
I know.
person
I
can,
don't.
but
No, I don't.
a white person can call you the N word, and you can clearly see what they were trying to say and what they were
Yeah,
doing.
because I don't
But
think the two things are the
okay,
same.
that's
I
fair,
just
brother.
no, I just don't think
That's what
I don't think the two things are the same. Somebody's saying something because there was another
where's
hand
the
signal. Hold
passes
on, no,
for
no.
the
I'm gonna give you an example. There was another hand signal. Donald Trump's son, he came onto the stage, walked onto the stage, and I'm gonna pull it up. He puts up another sign, some kind of sign I think means white supremacy, whatever. They got 1,000 signs in Illuminati and white supremacy. He puts up a sign. His wife nudges him and just says, "Move over." But they're saying that he was throwing up a white supremacy sign. I'm gonna look it up. Somebody else can look it up too. That he was throwing up some kind of signs. While all I'm saying is, while we're so focused on these hand signs, like you said, there are some of these executive orders that are going against the Constitution that I think we should pay more attention to because it's more prevalent right now today than this historical gaffe that I'm calling it, this historical gaffe that Elon Musk made live. And it's just my opinion. I don't know if he was, if he comes out and says I was throwing it, or if 6 months from now, all of a sudden we find out that we're now back in the Third Reich and that was just the beginning. I will say I was wrong. I'm just saying right now, if he's that gangster, then he should have owned it, and he didn't. He did. He immediately after he threw it, he said, "I'm throwing my heart out to you."
So how do you
that's
protect
just how it
yourself?
is.
So hold on. So how do a society or groups of people protect themselves against people who won't come straight out and say certain things or do certain things? You watch.
I don't think you can, sure.
No, you watch what they do, right? So if they show you, right, you don't have to twist your brain to. I'm trying. Yeah, let's move on.
No, I think we're in a good spot right now, right? Because what he literally just said was something that I've been saying for at least 2 years. There is no weapon that you can create to eliminate discrimination. You can't do it. You can't wean it out of people's genetics. You can't wean it completely out of society. So if that's your goal, I think that you're starting your goal off by trying to accomplish what I'm gonna consider impossible, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that at a presidential inauguration, and now if he did it at a cookout at his house, we can say he's just an asshole, right? That's and that's something personal. But when you do it at the presidential inauguration for the United States, and he's a goddamn South African, he's supposed to be ostracized. I don't see why if I was to say something crazy, bro, if you did that at your job, you probably would be fired. Nobody wouldn't play with you, Logic, over that. So why are we gonna play with Joe over it? You feel me?
Because if you work at a job, you're probably not worth $400 billion.
So that means give him a pass?
No, I'm not saying he's gonna. No, I'm not saying we should give him a pass because he has that kind of money. I'm saying is he's powerful enough. He's in a powerful enough position. He didn't do it at his job, and it wasn't at the inauguration. It was at an inaugural ball with all Trumps or whatever on camera. But he's not the same. You make these analogies like Nazis. He is just some. you make these analogies
in front of the U.S. presidential seal at the U.S. presidential podium. The optics of that is so wild for y'all not to acknowledge.
I think you can be rich enough to not care about the optics.
I think going back to what
as an American.
Hold on, Chef. I think I think going back to what Logic said, right? Is there is no weapon. Well, there are steps you can take, right? One is understanding how you fit into a puzzle. It's a myth that these people with all of this money actually earn that money any more than you go to work every day and earn your living, right? Their money is your money. Their money is government money. Their money is tax subsidies. They didn't wake up one day, and their kids may wake up with money, but that's your money, and they do need us. If we're not on these devices, if we're not in a super consumerist society, they need every nickel you got. They want every nickel you got. If you think Zuckerberg and Elon and them up there ain't cutting each other's throat to get you on their app, to get their advertisers to sell you more shit, if they didn't need you, they wouldn't be up there fighting for you. They're fighting for you. The whole TikTok shit, they want you. TikTok needs you. You don't need TikTok. You don't need Instagram. You don't need Facebook. All of them companies need you, your money, your attention, and everything else. And it ain't just them. People advertise on them platforms. So that's one. You need to understand where we're at in this. So boo to the billionaires, first of all, and whoever the soon-to-be trillionaires are. They need us more than we need them.
But you got to finish. But you got to be complete with that statement, brother. Even while I agree
why don't
with
you complete it? Go ahead, you complete it.
Yeah, I was about to. So when you say that they need us to be poor. They need us to be destitute. They need to keep us in a particular place that we are now. They need to constantly hit us with deluge of garbage and nonsense.
They need your
Things
rice.
like this.
They need your rice.
Right, exactly. So they can have more rice. So I'm 100%. Everything you said was right and exact, but we just have to add that other part to it. So then I would ask, well, why not consider communism? But that's a whole nother thing that I know y'all ain't ready for yet, you know. But check out my screen share real quick. I just want y'all to see this. It ain't nothing much. It ain't nothing too much crazy. I just want y'all to see this real quick.
Yeah, that's not too much crazy.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that real quick. I just wanted y'all to see it. To see the white Nazis do it, and to see him do it. And it wasn't a Nazi salute. But yeah, there it is. It wasn't.
I don't think I still say it was
he should be on an apology tour, but because the ADL didn't hold him, because the ADL didn't hold him responsible, I'm sure their phones were ringing off the hook.
Oh yeah,
you had Kyrie running around, you had Kanye running around, and anybody else they deem offensive. You got Nick Cannon. Your ass got to go to classes. You got to go on an apology tour. You got to sit with the rabbis. I'm sure you got to donate some money and some charity and do some shit like that, just so they don't make the phone call. And when I was saying before about the phone call, I don't mean the phone call from the people. I mean the phone call from businesses saying, we ain't messing with you no more if you don't check that fool. Those phone calls wasn't made.
But he got FU.
Preach.
He got FU money. He doesn't businesses or anything like that. But let me say this though, to what you're saying. This dude, number one, he's in bed with him. We already know that. All of these billionaires, they're in bed with each other. We know how that goes. But another thing is that when we look at Elon Musk, this dude is an idiot, bro. Like, I don't know where this dude gets this. He's smart, intelligent. The dude came from money. It's like these people that come from money, they fail up, bro. Like, this is what they do. There had to be some. And let me say this last thing too. I know I'm mentioning a lot of things, but when you talk about his wealth, this 450, $500 billion of wealth, that's based off of a nonsensical valuation that was given to him based off of Tesla. And then when you add in him being getting subsidies from the government off of his SpaceX programs and his SpaceX business, like this dude doesn't really have this much money. Like, he really doesn't. But we'll continue and go to the next topic or point if you guys want to deal with that.
Last point I want to bring up about the Nazism, right? I think it poses a fair question to me of who is the target. We've already identified that people who are alive pay taxes, they buy goods, so on and so forth. You kind of, there's only but so much rice you can extract from people who aren't alive. So with that being said, wouldn't you have to be saying that Elon Musk holds the same sentiments about Jewish people that the Nazis did? Like, is that really what we're saying? I don't think that's what we're saying. I don't think that's what he's saying, right? And I'm not sure. I don't see him using it that particular way. He's using a symbol and an iconic symbol. But I don't think he's using it the same way. That's just me personally.
No, and I would say no. I don't think that anything that we constructed or were doing 100 years ago, or ideas specifically, that we would be doing them the same way today. So a Nazi from the 30s and 40s would not be the same today as the Nazis from the 30s and 40s. So even when I look at communism or socialism from that time frame, it wouldn't be the same that we would practice it today. There would be other ingenuity that would be involved to change it a little bit to fit it to where it can makes sense today. So yes, the dude is a Nazi in my opinion, but no, he's not going to practice it like the 30s and 40s Nazis did in Germany.
That actually would be a bad strategy, right? Because their white supremacy or systemic racism is rolling around just fine. Probably, moving a little stronger now than it probably has in the last couple of years, the last 50, 40 years or whatever, right? So what I'm saying is to drastically make changes on the exterior just to look like it's never needed the symbol before, right? So why add it now? Like it doesn't.
But what I'm saying is, like, even when you talk about white supremacy has had a facelift because there was once upon a time that white supremacy was, you could just go out and say the N word or kike or whatever out in the street. You will be able to say it in the street. Now you don't say it in the street. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Even white people don't want to see the dudes in the middle of the street throwing up the thing. Like, even they don't.
But it doesn't. I think you got to mute, Chef. But it doesn't mean that he isn't.
I got you.
Nazi
I got you.
still,
Chef. I got you.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that he isn't a Nazi still, though.
Chef doing a wash and set.
Wild.
To an invisible person.
All right, so we're gonna move, and for this to be crash out, this is awful calm. Hopefully, if you're in the chat,
try to get y'all riled up.
Somebody on the panel,
y'all don't want that smoke.
No, it's gonna get there. I'm sure it's gonna get there.
I think we respect each other. Is really what it is.
But there's people in the chat that got issues. I want y'all to come up here and talk and give y'all opinions. If we sound crazy, this is your time to crash out. This is your time to let us know how you feel.
Damn them. They can come up whenever they want. Here's some more context. That Elon and SpaceX, a lot of that technology was NASA technology prior. And those are contracted. Again, that's tax dollars. All of this infrastructure we use now for internet and satellites, that was military technology. Tax dollars, your money. So first we got to understand where these people get their money from. They're not getting it because they're smart. And most of them use other people's money, right? Ain't that what good business people do?
That is
you use other people's money. That's what they're using our money. And two, this all and we and us are sitting around doing this, and we're too easily distracted. Most African Americans I know, black people, work every day, try to take care of their family. They ain't sitting on the news crying about Elon Musk and all that other shit.
I agree.
They out here taking care of business. You got younger people, probably way too much into TikTok. They go to school. They go to college. You got older people, my age, looking for retirement. Kids is grown, waiting on grandkids, shit like that. Everybody, we all in us, that's not true either. Most of us ain't doing all that. Most of us ain't distracted.
But that's part of the problem, my brother.
Most of us don't have Jordans. I don't have Jordans. I got one pair that I bought 5 years ago in my whole life.
But see, that's part of.
But we spend money on Jordans. We spend money getting dressed up. We spend money on frivolous shit. We don't. Most of us don't. So that's not true. Go ahead.
We actually do, but let me just.
No, you got to put that in numbers then. You just can't say that.
You just can't say.
Let's pull up some. You pull up some numbers.
You just can't say we don't. You're the one that.
Everybody I know don't own 100 pair of Jordans. How about you?
You made the assertion. Brother.
Everybody I know don't own 100. I'm an average person. I'm average.
Survivor bias. That's called survivor bias.
I'm average. Are you average?
Brother, listen. We cannot do that. We're gonna need the numbers.
Don't tell me
from
what
you
we
made
can't
the assertion.
do.
You made the assertion.
I never said what we cannot do. Let's bore the hell out of everybody then.
You made the assertion. So
Okay,
come
I
with the
got
numbers.
you.
Please, let's not find out how many niggas is buying
Okay, go ahead.
Jordans, man.
Yeah, that's like
Nobody did.
ridiculous.
I hate to
But
say
no,
this, but
hold on.
don't
I
say
didn't start off the
nobody
show
do that.
saying we get caught up in this. We get caught up in that.
Right,
What
right,
we
right,
need,
right.
I didn't start off the show saying that. So Cube, you might want to run the show back a little bit more. I'm responding to that. We and all and us don't do that. That's some of us.
I agree.
It ain't the
Some of
majority, and it ain't damn sure ain't all. That's what I'm saying. So I actually was responding to something, but you came in a little bit later. So
No,
go
I
ahead,
agree.
I was
I
responding to
agree.
what you said.
I generalized that statement. Go ahead, Cube. Then I
Yeah,
want to
you
get
did.
into these executive disorders. And I hope, Chef, you get
Nah, go
just
ahead
as
with those.
angry about these executive disorders as you are about some damn hand signs from Tony Stark. So,
Oh, I'm disgusted. Did you see me in the Discord? I was
no, I
sending
saw
some
you.
of them to you.
I know. We're going to talk about them now. All right. So, ending birthright citizenship. Okay. So, does anybody on the panel want to explain what that particular order means, or what do you want? You know, do y'all
Why
want
don't
to
we start
explain
where
what
it
that
came
means?
from? Why don't we do some history on it first before we
Yeah,
just go
that's where
Well, we got a lot
what
of
is
we
it?
got a lot of disorders to get through. So if y'all want to be
Well-
thorough, let's some of this stuff we
what
got
is
to
birthright
abridge.
citizenship and where did it come from? We can start with that and then
it
zoom
came
right
from the
between
emancipation. It came
For
from
who?
the emancipated slaves and how to
13th and
bring
14th
them
Amendments.
right
Yep.
and how to
Yeah, go
bring
ahead.
them into the union. Go.
All right, so let's do this right. So what is birthright citizenship and where did it come from? That's where you want to go. And speaking of that,
Brass
shout
Joyce.
out to Corey. I ain't seen or heard. I hope you well, brother. I ain't seen or heard from Corey in a while. Shouts to you. What is birthright citizenship and where did it come
Brass.
from? What?
Yeah, I was
What's up?
saying we at 121. Let's hit a commercial soon. Also,
Go ahead, y'all. Hey, whoa. Now I know
Good
these
look.
other owners of
Y'all
Tribe
still,
Media.
y'all really don't know what birthright
you ain't
citizenship
got to
is?
do that. You ain't got to do that.
We know, Gullah,
Chill
don't
out.
come in here going crazy. We know what it means. We talking to the chat, my nigga. We trying to I'm sure the chat though. Everybody in the chat don't know what birthright citizenship is. So we just being over thorough just to have the conversation. That's all.
Oh yeah, I forgot. A lot of people flunk social studies.
A lot of people ain't even go to school apparently at all. So because I had a conversation about birthright citizenship and they was asking me like, well, why wouldn't you be mad at that? I said, okay, yeah, that's the end of that conversation. But before we get into it, I'm gonna do a little bit of background because some of this y'all got to Google and go to school yourself. I'm not here to replace your social studies teacher for whatever. But hold on, let me just pick some. Hey, welcome to the platform, Gullah. Shouts to you. DQ EP commercial. Let's do that.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Trimedia Records.
This is my story. Get the story.
On your ID, you see me calling nigga. Out of his league, a workaholic nigga. Nickname, Big Game, big thing. Handle his business, he never switched lanes. Had some brain surgeries in high school. Still came out that bitch a top dude. Moved to the city of the Mavericks. Came out this bitch dropping classics.
All right, so I'm gonna share my screen.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's gonna be official. We're gonna have a nice time. It's gonna be real fun soon.
All right. So now that we know where it comes from, and you know where it was enacted, do we move to should we keep it? Is that where we at now?
No. Let me I'm gonna do a rough draft real quick. What is birthright citizenship? Somebody mute Chef. Cleaning his brushes and shit. Birthright citizenship is the legal principle that grants citizenship to individuals based on their place of birth. In the United States, it means that anyone, this is the gist of it. In the United States, it means that anyone born on U.S. soil, regardless of their parents' citizenship or immigration status, is automatically a U.S. citizen. The origins, the concept of birthright citizenship comes from the 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868 during Reconstruction. The clause in the 14th Amendment is this: all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Historical context, you got the Dred Scott decision, Reconstruction era, subject to jurisdiction. Y'all can look these things up. We're not going to school right now. But birthright citizenship is a cornerstone of U.S. civil rights, ensuring equality by preventing discrimination based on ancestry, race, or immigration status. It reflects America's identity as a nation of immigrants and upholds the 14th Amendment's principle of inclusion and fairness. So that's what birthright citizenship is. Donald Trump is moving to remove that. It's I'm gonna just say real quick, it's anti-constitutional. Even being a conservative, it's anti-constitutional. I do not think that the states are going to go for it. I don't think that Congress is going to go for it. I think some things are symbolic, whether they be symbolic of hatred or symbolic of arrogance to try to think that they can get it across. If he truly thinks that can be passed, then his arrogance knows no bounds. I think it's symbolic. I don't truly think that he's trying to get this passed. Y'all go ahead.
Well,
whoever wants to go.
Yeah, well, I'll start off by saying that I think we, need to try to get rid of birthright citizenship, because I don't think that citizenship should be granted based on where you were born, but it should be based on who you were born to, and the status of those people in said country at the time that you were born. So that's my just early stance on that.
Okay, so now let me ask you a question. Not you, the rest of the panel. Are any of y'all outraged by what he said?
Okay. That's how he feels. This is the paint.
Ain't the president and the vice president wife not born here, or?
Nah, they was born here. They was born here.
No.
Oh, the
Donald
president's
Trump's
wife, no, but the vice president, yes.
Okay, so that should tell you something about that. His wife wasn't born here, right? So you can nitpick on how and who and all of that, and then shoot right for the Constitution. Meanwhile, his wife wasn't born here. Right. I don't even think his ex-wife was born here. Was her? I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't even think it matters. It just matters if you got pregnant.
No, I'm just saying. Sometimes we got to look at the people.
I know that. I know
that. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like
I know that. But I think.
What you think about that, Gullah?
Hold on. I think the real issue with Trump talking about, is people coming over here pregnant from different countries, and the baby being born over here, and then the baby get rights. That's what they really talking about. You know what I'm saying?
So are you for or against that?
But I don't really care. As long as you come over here and you come over here legitimately, and you legal, you got all your documents, your paper, I don't see nothing wrong with that. My girl got a green card, so she good. You know what I'm saying?
So you see what I'm saying. So you saying that the people, so it shouldn't matter that you just came over here and you just had an anchor baby. It should matter if you're legitimate, meaning it should go towards the status of the parents that had the child. That's what you're saying? Because that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. You just can come over here like the main issue is people coming over here illegal and then having a baby, and then the baby being, having the birthright. Yeah, you're right. So it should be the status of the parent.
It's an anchor baby. So I agree with you on this one. So it's basically.
So you agree with Trump?
Yeah. But it's unconstitutional. So I'll say that. But the sentiment of it is that, if these parents are illegal and they cross the border and have a baby, right now the baby is a citizen. And now the baby anchors the parents in the country because you don't want to break the family up. So you came here illegally and did some illegal shit. And the reason why I talk about illegal stuff so much is because African Americans get hammered by the law. We are supposed to follow the law. Don't nobody get held to the law like African Americans. So I hate when African Americans start holding other people's hand when it comes to something that's illegal. You think what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Who gives up?
Hold your own nuts. Yeah, tell them niggas to hold their own nuts.
Hold your own nuts because y'all don't help us. You feel me? Now I understand as a get over, is a loophole. You dig what I'm saying? But as an American, no, I don't think that's necessarily right. Now, when it has to do with African Americans, all right, let's get to that. Do you force citizenship on African Americans, right? After slavery, do we have a right to decide whether we was going to be? How did we ever have a chance to decide what our status was going to be? You dig what I'm saying? So, can you unilaterally force citizenship on a whole group of people? Right? Did you even have that? What other options did you give these people after you ended slavery? What other options did they have other than to be able to either not be a citizen or unilaterally give citizenship to them, if that makes sense? Like, I don't think it was too many options for us. So yeah,
that was the only thing on the plate was for us to be American. So during that time, we didn't have anything else. So it was being American or nothing else. Now we did have, I think it was Abraham Lincoln tried to send niggas back. What was the name of the country in West Africa that he sent niggas back to? Come on, y'all help me out.
Liberia,
Liberia, yeah. So we did have some black people go back there, but when slavery ended, it was really nothing else on the plate. It was just be American. So we didn't have the ability to say we were, we didn't have an ability to choose where we would go. And on top of that, there was no nations opening their doors to say former enslaved Africans come here. Nobody opened their door. Even today, no one's opening their doors. Yeah, you may have Ghana that's doing some kind of BS right of return stuff, but that's really like a brain drain scam tactic to get black people to come over there to help build their country, in my opinion. But
Logic,
I think
Logic,
Haiti
what you
did
got on it?
at the time of revolution, but you know what I'm saying. But ain't nobody they was being ignored.
no, that was during slavery when they allowed that, when the Haitians were saying that. That was during American slavery.
Logic, what you
Oh,
got
you
on
talking about
it? I
Africa?
want to take 2 minutes in a second because the fact that y'all are actually, see, I'm about to crash out. I'm trying to calm down and because the fact that y'all give a flying fuck about a man throwing up a fucking hand signal, y'all are fucking fired up about that. And the fact that y'all just want to just casually pass the fucking Constitution of the United States is fucking hilarious to me. It is. So go ahead, Logic. Go ahead, Logic. I just go ahead. This shit is hilarious. Go ahead, Logic. I want to speak, and then hits, but I want to close on this, and then we move on to the next one. This is fucking funny.
Well, I want to speak on that after the brother finishes. So
No. Let me get my point after the brother finished. Then you can speak on that. Yeah, I got you, Q.
I don't have like a lot of sentiments towards it, right? For me, it's as simple as if he goes out there and hurts somebody, how do we hold him accountable? And if those questions are answered, I don't really care how you categorize them. Legal, illegal, immigrant, citizen, I don't care. I really don't. As long as he, as long as he can be taxed, right? As long as he's putting into the big pool like I am, and of course, if he goes out there and does something, he can be traced. He can be traced by all the regular stuff, facial recognition, ID, or what have you. But those are my concerns. Him being protected by the law, I would, I think unfortunately that's more of his problem than mine. But my problem would be, of course, if he goes out there and does something, how do we, hold him accountable? Is he just free to flee the country now because he's, there's no paperwork or documentation that he's ever there? Those type of things are more of my concern rather than, all the other stuff. So,
hits DQ. Anything? Okay, good. All right. So, birthright citizenship. I am completely against ending birthright citizenship. One, because, and I'm gonna try to do this in subtitles, I guess. Birthright citizenship is very important. I mean, just off of I know I keep saying the Constitution, but it was created to ensure is formerly enslaved Black Americans had full citizenship rights. So when you do that, we fought for that in Reconstruction. It sets, to me, what you're doing is you're setting a precedent. Like y'all keep saying down the line based off hand signals, but if you start fucking with the Constitution and letting these things go through or being in support of some of these things, then what you're doing is you're also setting a precedent for stripping rights from other marginalized groups, not just them. And when we keep birthright citizenship, it's an immigrant conversation, but it protects all Americans. It's not just immigrants. I think when you do stuff like this, now you're looking at, and it's funny because the same people that tell me that I'm completely separated from minority groups and disassociated, the amount of harm that it'll come, this doesn't only apply to them. And sometimes when things are done and you try to skirt the Constitution, I don't even think you could do it with an executive order. You'd almost have to do an amendment to the Constitution in order to get this to pass. Okay, I got two more points on this, and then Q, you could take it. I think besides the fact that it'll spill over, also you have the fact that, do you understand that immigrants pay taxes?
Yeah,
Immigrants
they do. They do.
Immigrants have like a very strong, like through labor, they're entrepreneurs. When you start removing that and you're punishing children who grow up to do the same damn thing. So a lot of people that say in birthright citizenship, they have this picture of illegal immigrants as some kind of drain on the resources, but they pay billions in the taxes and they receive fewer benefits in return. So when they're born here, you're talking about, now you're looking at Social Security, you're talking about further down the line and all these kinds of things. I think you have to pay attention to that. And then on top of that, once you start fucking with the Constitution, there's a slippery slope. Because today, this will target undocumented immigrants. And then next, it'll just target anybody that is deemed undesirable. So no, I don't believe you should end birthright citizenship. Some countries, they don't do it. They do it by the blood. I forgot there's a term for it. Y'all can look it up, but there's a term. Is we use birthright citizenship. They use something else. It's a term. I'll look it up myself. But you think that this is only about controlling immigrants. Once you start, if you put something like this out and it gets passed, then you could just prepare. One of the reasons why I'm not so concerned about Trump and his administration, and I land my plane, is because I lean on checks and balances, is because I lean on due process, and because I lean on the Constitution. Once you start fucking with the Constitution, you might as well throw the whole thing out. You might as well just say whatever is in the Constitution, just get rid. Like, oh, we could just fuck the Constitution. You know, we ended that. We took that out of the 14th Amendment, and I don't like this shit now. So let's get rid of this shit too. No, I don't. I think you're setting a dangerous precedent for that.
Yeah, you really can't do that. You gotta dig up Thomas Jefferson and all them and shit.
Let me just read this because again,
I like that.
Algorithms have people triggered and buzzwords and all of that. Executive orders and amendments and Constitution, you know, all of these buzzwords in the news and Trump and all of that. Let's just read what it would take to change the Constitution. 2/3.
Yeah, 2/3.
Hold on. Let me just read it, and then y'all can bang out. This for the audience, you know. 2/3 of both houses of Congress can vote to propose the amendment. Alternatively, 2/3 of the state legislators can ask Congress to call a convention to propose. These are propositions. You still have to do the proposition before you can amend it. Then 3/4 of state legislators or ratifying conventions in 3/4 of the states must approve of the amendment. I don't think there's 3/4 on either end, on the state legislators or in Congress. So exactly. It's a pretty high bar to change the Constitution. So even though we know why he does it, and like any president would do, sign a bunch of it's just bread for his followers. That's all.
It's a symbol.
Anybody would do.
I don't even think he fully understand how the government works.
No, not at all.
I don't think you do, and I don't think most of them don't.
He understand what the last person that talked to him said.
He only the executive branch, yo. It's three branches.
Yes.
He ain't the legislature. He ain't the judicial. You got to get past him.
Yeah, and executive orders, you can't supersede the Constitution of the United States. And that's why already you have federal judges already.
Yeah, they already
federal judges already telling them, shut the fuck up, stay in your lane.
My bad if y'all couldn't see that. It was too small. I could
already. But
so you're telling me you voted for a guy that you believe don't understand how the government works.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Man, I didn't vote for that nigga. That nigga don't even know war tactics. That nigga don't even understand war. That nigga ain't never been to war.
But see, Chef, that point only rings clear when Donald Trump got elected as the 47th president of the United States. When he goes to the White House, it ain't nobody else there. Like, it's just him. Like, we gotta make sure, because if that's the case, since we talking about voting, what about that sleepy motherfucker that's been asleep for the past 2 years? No matter what the fuck that he knew, you supported him, and he can't fucking eat a bowl of Rice Krispies clear.
Bro, but it's nothing in my brain
but you still
that tells me that he don't understand how the
I don't think he
government
understands.
works.
No, I don't.
No,
I don't think he does.
Yeah, so to say that I will vote for a person that you don't even believe understand how the government works is crazy.
Because I also understand, bro. I don't think
the gymnastics you gotta go. You see the gymnastics you gotta do to support this motherfucker. As smart as you is, you just gonna sit here and tell so you won't look crazy. You're gonna say that you don't even believe that he knows how the government works.
I don't think he understands it. No, because
why would you vote?
Listen. Because I'm gonna say it again, for the fucking intellectually impaired. When Donald Trump is president of the United States, he's not. There's Congress. There's a whole bunch of other people down there in Washington, D.C. It ain't just him. So if you think that if that's the case, y'all think he's a fucking king. That when he wakes up in the morning, he just says, fuck this. We're gonna do listen, whether he wants to be king or not. Whether he wants to be king or not. I'm just saying y'all think that somehow when he writes these executive orders, I think that there are a lot of people that are so fucking arrogant, right? Because Gullah makes a great point. I think that there are some people right now that cannot pass the citizenship test on this panel and in this chat.
And Trump couldn't do it according to what you're saying.
No, I agree.
Right.
I don't think you could.
But I wouldn't vote for you.
But I'm not president, and you didn't vote for me. Listen to what you're saying, bro.
Okay.
Like, do you
Listen. I don't.
Bro.
No, I did not vote. Okay, when I clicked the thing with Donald Trump, I have been very clear. And you know what's funny, Chef? You keep playing this game, and I'm glad we're doing it live. I'm going to say this again. I've said 1,000 fucking times, I don't like Donald Trump. I don't like what he stands for. I don't like what he does, but I'm a conservative by nature, and there was no way in fucking hell I was going to vote for Kamala Harris who only basically ran. What'd you say?
So you're a lemming?
I don't know what the fuck. You ask the silliest fucking questions sometimes. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you're just gonna vote party lines because this is what you believe in and think?
No, I voted for no. That's not the case. When I think somebody is qualified, when I think somebody is better than the candidate. Let me finish. When I voted for Barack Obama twice. So it's not. I don't vote just along party lines. I think that the Republican Party and a conservative, and based on where we are right now, more of a conservative policy was needed than fucking Kamala Harris and Sleepy Joe and whatever the fuck they was about to do. So yes, I voted party lines because I'm conservative, but I do not like Donald Trump. I want to be very clear on that. I'm not no MAGA. I don't like that. That is completely divisive. And Chef, you know this, that part of the reason why I had no issues voting for Donald Trump is because I lean on the Constitution, checks and balances, and due process. I say this all the time, but because y'all want to fucking have this fake ass out, yeah, I know, because y'all got this because common sense doesn't beat y'all outrage. Common sense don't beat y'all outrage.
So do you believe that Donald Trump was qualified?
A person that clearly wasn't going to win, so you just threw your vote in the fucking garbage.
Okay, that's fine. Do you think Donald Trump is qualified?
I think him and his. I think him.
No, brother, that wasn't my question.
I think he's qualified.
Stay on task. Do you think?
Don't fucking tell me to stay on task. Just say the conversation. Go ahead,
brother. I asked the question, but you're not staying.
I know, but you listen. Okay, well, Cube. Let's stay on this since we crashing the fuck out. Let me tell you something. Since we're talking about the fucking. No, not on my goddamn platform.
So you don't want to answer the question?
No, I'll answer it in my time. And if you keep cutting me off, I'm gonna mute you. So listen to what I'm saying to you. I know how you. I know. No, I'm not gonna kick you off because I think you're valuable.
So answer the question.
But if you keep cutting me off, cutting me off is not valuable. So give me 1 second. Shut the fuck up while I'm talking. So here we go.
Answer the question. Is he qualified?
So as I was fucking saying, the simple point of see, now you made me fuck up my thought. That's exactly why I wanted to get out what I wanted to say.
Too busy trying to lie instead of keeping
all right, hold on.
Now I'm gonna kick you out the fucking studio. So moving forward, no.
You got it.
Hold on. Yeah, get the fuck out. So now I want to say this. We're talking conscious community. That's what it is. I know how the conscious community. I know that little fucking fighting style that y'all have. Right, Chef, you know it. I watch y'all do it. Y'all do this shit all the time, and I'm trying to have a civilized conversation. So what you do is, because you understand, somebody told you in 3rd grade that whoever asks all the questions controls the conversation. You think that the fuck I'm going to allow you to do that to me? You out of your goddamn mind. So I want you to understand, you're not just going to keep killing me with question after question after question to somehow make me the target of this conversation. That ain't the fact. And who I voted for is my fucking business. I chose to share it with you. You just showed no respect with it. Now, back to what I was saying. I said I am a conservative, right? But I'm not a MAGA Republican. I'm not a Donald Trump supporter. In no way, shape, or form. No way, shape, or form. I admonish 90% of the things that he does, and I say it again, Chef. It's not just a quote. I lean on the Constitution, due process, and checks and balances. Because when you try to do shit like end birthright citizenship, shout out to SOSA who's in the chat for us crashing out, it's SOSA's fault. When you try to do things like change the Constitution through ending birthright citizenship, what happens is now I can't support that shit. Now, if it was Biden that did it, if it was Kamala Harris that did it, there was some executive orders that Obama put across. There's some executive orders that Biden put across that went against the Constitution. I didn't support that shit either. So move along. So
right, can we shout out some people in the chat real quick? Dr. Banu, Sosa, Anathema, Q back in the chat. Omar Fierro, DJ Too Fast, Ben, we see you, Ben. Who else we got? Our partner, I am.
The conscious community.
Cuban, what's up, Cuban? Come up, talk your shit, man.
Yeah, the conscious community. I don't know how Gullah. I know you're not in the conscious community, Chef. I know you're not in the conscious community, but I don't know how y'all. Okay, so you're in the conscious community. These fucking fighting styles is primitive shit.
I ain't it.
It's primitive shit. I've watched it, Gullah. I've watched on Pseudo Killers channels. I've watched on Community Skeptics, Garfield, Sonetta. This little fighting style of just asking question after question after question to somehow change whatever the fuck I'm saying to fit your narrative, that shit don't work on me. And it makes me not want to talk to you. So whether you think I'm lying or not, it doesn't matter. Who the fuck is anybody in here for me to lie to?
Yeah, that's what they be thinking. I be crazy when I be banging on them. Like,
all right, what's the second
order? You niggas I wouldn't talk to if you were standing in front of a fucking quick check. I wouldn't give you a fucking dollar. I have to be on these panels because I'm in media, but I don't have to lie to anybody in here. Fuck that.
All right. Do we have another executive order to discuss to keep the?
Yeah, but how did y'all feel? No, but I said I was against it. So y'all are for ending birthright citizenship. That's wild as hell to me. But go ahead, Logic, and I'm gonna bring up the next executive order. And Cube could definitely come back up. Y'all know I'm crashing out because it's crash out whatever. But in a
When are
normal
you gonna
setting, I
get
would
to the
never
answer
actually.
of my question, brother?
There you go. You just itching to get kicked the fuck off again. See, there you go. See, this is what y'all don't understand, bro. This is a tri-media carnivorous podcast. If I say I'm
They
moving the
call
fuck
you,
on, we moving
they
on.
call you brother to calm you down.
Go ahead, Logic.
Yeah, go ahead, Logic.
Oh,
Appreciate it,
Logic.
Gullah.
Just
Hey,
bounced
let's
out.
talk
There it
about
is.
the I got another banner. I'll bring it up. Go ahead, Logic. Talk your shit.
No, I mean I like the context you added to it, right? I understand how important it is to keep the Constitution together, and you're really right about what you said about once you kind of open the door for groups of people at a time to have their rights under I don't know, possibility of having them changed, you leave that same door open for it to happen to you, right?
Mm.
I kind of like the first time I heard it said was on the Roland Martin show, and they were talking about LGBT community people, and the way it came up is like you can't really be about human rights and then figure out ways to leave out people, right? So I'm not so sure if there's this direct correlation between those two things, right? As far as you requiring the two parents to be, American citizens in order for you to become a naturalized citizen like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that. I don't know if that completely dissolves, what we actually have in place. I mean, to me, it kind of makes sense, but from the standpoint of if other people's rights become endangered, it could very well affect us. That's a good point to bring up. I didn't think about it quite like that because remember my answer was indifferent, right? I'm not really.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like it affects me enough for me to have some emotional concern about it. Just be and even some logical concern. Like it seems that distant from me for me to be like I just don't really care. So
No, for me, it's just the basis, and then we'll get into the MLK and JFK. To me, it's just the basis of it was literally started to protect formerly enslaved Africans. It was started for us essentially. So when you start doing that, I think what you do is you open it up to, well, okay, damn, we got that through. You ever done something and you're like, oh shit, I got away with that? All right, well, fuck it. Let me try this again or try this again. And then what'll happen is now you'll just start doing just every marginalized group that you don't like or marginalized group you want to get rid of, being that you was able to amend the Constitution, which will never happen. 2/3 of states are not going to agree on that. And I don't think an executive order, I truly think that it was a symbol. I think he does things out of arrogance, right? I'm not I'm not in the mind of the man. This is just my opinion and what I think. The next executive order we want to discuss is MLK and JFK
Hold on, really
filed to
quick.
stop Q.
No, you said you
Come
was
on,
coming
Q.
back to me. Remember?
No, I know, but I don't want to come back to this conversation. I'm
I'm
trying
not.
to
I'm not talking
respect your
about you.
mind, Q. Good.
You said you was gonna come back to me, so I want to just talk about the topic. I'm good off for
Okay.
you, bro. Like we ain't got to do the kickoff stuff, bro. Just say you don't want to
Okay, and
answer.
don't call me no fucking sassy brat. Like, come on, bro. You big in the
Bro,
name,
calm
BG.
down. I thought this was a crash
I
out
know
joint.
it's a crash out, but
And
don't
you
call me
like
the
extra
sassy brat. It's
sensitive.
some gay shit. Don't call me that.
All
That's
right,
gay
bro.
as fuck. Don't
Bro,
call me that shit.
I said it in the chat, but I'll
I know,
apologize.
but you ain't gotta apologize. You said it already. I ain't gonna believe you, but don't bring no
Okay,
gay
cool.
shit
So I
into it.
didn't mean it. Okay, let me just finish
Okay.
what I'm saying.
All right.
Okay, so on the birthright citizenship,
Yeah.
Trump is right about getting rid of birthright citizenship because I believe Trump is right because
Mm-hmm.
having illegals, these people are coming here taking jobs for cheap labor, and it allows the rich to get richer. I'm a billionaire abolitionist. I don't think that billionaires should exist. birthright citizenship isn't important. Like what you were saying is, oh, birthright citizenship is so important. I don't know. I don't think that it's important. It's only important to the
Okay.
people who come to America wanting to take a chip off of the block and a piece of the system that the people who descend from the people that were here originally have paid into.
Hmm.
And when we talk about Trump doing this, 22 state judges have already said and filed suits saying it was unconstitutional. So when the
Hmm.
brother Hitz brought that up and he said, oh, you need 2/3 and 3/4, he's never going to be able to get to 2/3 because 22 judges out of the 50 states have already raised suits saying it's unconstitutional, so it's never gonna happen. So the reason why he did that was just to throw bait and food to his base. That's the
I
only
agree.
reason he did it. That's the
I
only
agree with
reason he
that.
did it.
Yeah,
So
I
when you
agree
were
with that.
talking about earlier, when you were saying, "Oh man, people are doing things and these are distractions," this is a true distraction because we can actually look at it and we can actually see the 22 judges that came out today and said, "Hey man, this is unconstitutional and we're not going forward."
I can
So
agree with you there.
this
I agree
this
with
is
you
this
there.
is this
Yeah.
is why I said to you, I said some things we have to take serious, but other things we have to look into. But the judges, they are already on top of that. So we
I can
got
agree
that
with
point.
that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
we
agree with
got
that.
yeah,
Yeah, I can
facts.
agree with you on that.
So
Yeah.
now you also said another thing. You said,
Don't do
well,
it, Cube. I know where you're going. Don't,
I, I
let's
don't I
move
don't I don't
on.
think you do. I don't
Okay,
think
go
you do.
ahead,
But
bro.
it's
Go
cool.
ahead. Go ahead.
You're a great prognosticator if you do. So you said illegals pay into taxes. So
They
what?
do.
They also suck on the teeth of the rich by getting paid lower wages that can be paid to Americans that keep these people rich. It keeps these people rich, but had they been paying Americans these actual wages that they should have been having, these people wouldn't be rich and or billionaires. They would just be just regular working people. But the people that own these farms and these other places that house and not house but employ these
Mm-hmm.
illegals,
How's
they would
also? How's also?
they do
How's
that too.
also?
They do
Yeah.
have these places where they house them. They would
Mm-hmm.
not be able to be as rich as they are. But the only reason that they're allowed to be rich is because of A, capitalism, and because B, that these lower wages that they're paying them. But if they were actually paying Americans, because they love to say Americans don't want to do these jobs, Americans don't want to do these jobs. But the real reason is that these people that own these farms, they want to keep the millions of dollars and they want to make sure that they can continue to see those profits. Whereas if they were paying the Americans 15, 16, $17 to do these jobs, niggas would be out there picking apples and oranges tomorrow. So that's garbage. That's not true. So last thing you said was you said well, birthright citizenship is important because if we don't have it, then we can start to lock up our undesirables. That's also not true because with our undesirables, what we do is we lock up our undesirables.
No, I didn't say
We
lock up. I didn't say lock
No,
up.
my bad. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Okay, okay, yeah, I
you're
didn't say
saying
lock up.
that
I'm saying,
America
just to be
can,
clear, I'll say that it could target.
right,
If
and
today just
America can pick
targets
and choose.
undocumented
Yes,
immigrants,
yes.
tomorrow it'll target anyone deemed
Right.
undesirable. That's
And what you're saying is that America can now pick and choose who they want to keep and who they don't want to keep. But in actuality, we already do that today because we lock up our undesirables and force them to work in camps and labor camps. And we lock these people up with nonsensical laws that don't hurt anyone. Niggas is selling weed to somebody, they'll lock you up for that. So these nonsensical laws that don't hurt anybody. So no, it doesn't have to be birth. We don't need birthright citizenship. We do not need it. But that was my case against what you were saying in the
okay.
overall topic.
Okay, I can dig that. So I just want to give some stats on economic contributions of immigrants. Well, we'll do that another time. That's another show because that could be a whole show. All right.
Yeah, I would love to
How
have
do
that
y'all
show
feel?
with you,
I,
bro.
Yeah, let's
I
have
just
that
want
show.
to, hey, can I just end that first
DJ
order,
too
and then we
fast.
can go over to the next one. I just want to read one sentence. Birthright citizenship is a fundamental aspect of U.S. law that applies universally to all individuals born in the country, not solely to those immigrants or illegal immigrants or non-citizens or undocumented immigrants. That's everyone. It's everyone. If you have a child, that child is what? Has birthright citizenship. So like Brass is saying, and obviously I don't think they would approve something, that would just take away that law. without replacing it something maybe more specific, but technically it applies to everyone that's born here.
Exactly.
Not just
Exactly.
not just
Good
undocumented,
point.
not just
Good
illegal,
point.
Exactly.
It's
like
for
just basic.
all Americans.
And
Thank
that's
you.
Because
what
everybody,
I
because
think.
everybody here are immigrant.
I think
Yes.
no,
Thank
no.
This
you.
country,
I think
this
I
country
think
was
that's
built
what we're
off
talking
immigration.
about. The distraction is when just common sense would say that's everybody right now. So if you get rid of it, obviously you would have to replace it, but it actually applies to all of us.
Exactly. Because ain't
Children
nobody,
that were
ain't
born here.
nobody on this panel a Native American. So
I agree.
fully a Native American.
No, I agree. Hey, so how do y'all feel? I mean, we could just discuss this really quickly. Chef, starting with you. Y'all niggas eat dinner and shit. I wish I could eat dinner. The fact of Logic done ate, y'all bugging out. So how y'all feel about him signing today the opening up of the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and the Robert F. Kennedy files? How do y'all feel about that? Or is that just a distraction also?
And can I just say one thing? I'm sorry to bring it back. I do apologize, but I gotta say this. So the brother hits, and I think Gullah agreed with it. He was saying that birthright citizenship affects like people today. That's not true. Birthright citizenship is not only for us. You know what? Never mind. Let's just move forward. I don't even want to do it. I apologize.
Well, go ahead and start right there.
Nah,
How do you feel?
nah,
No, no, no,
nah.
no.
I
Listen,
don't,
no. I'm talking about
because
the
it's gonna
topic we're doing
spawn
now.
something else. I
No,
don't
that's
want to do it.
fine. No, that's fine. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about MLK and JFK, RFK files being open. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I think that's wonderful. I think it's wonderful, but I don't think it really means anything in the grand scheme. But I think it's great that it's something we can have niggas and make movies about it, and I'll go see it. But I don't think it really means anything because we know how corrupt our government is, has
Mm-hmm.
been, is, and will be in the future as long as the imperialistic America exists. So yeah, I think it's a cool thing.
What do you think is the all right, and real quick, put on your conspiracy hat. What do you think we're going to, in your opinion, what do you think we're going to find out?
I think we're gonna find out what we always knew is that the government has been corrupt, is corrupt, and will be corrupt in the future. I'm just gonna be honest. Like I think it'll be a
Mm-hmm.
dope thing that we can actually find out a lot of the intricacies and details that actually went on. That and
Mm-hmm.
like I say, niggas will make movies about it, and it'll be dope. I'll be first in line to get my ticket to watch one of these movies, and we can actually then look back at some of the movies and conspiracy theory movies that was made back in the past that actually got a lot of things right without having these documents. I think that'd be dope. But in the grand scheme, I don't think it's gonna mean anything because the American people, we're just so sleep, we're so just ridiculous with it. We don't want to change anything. We'll look at it and see this stuff and see that the CIA and all of these people were involved in doing this and killing American people that were trying to make America great, but we won't do anything. So I think it'll be dope to just watch because it'll just be a show like everything else.
Gullah, what you think on it?
I think there's already movies and stuff about that. I mean, it's not no big secret. I mean,
But
we
I
already
mean,
know
having the
CIA.
actual files, I'm saying. What do you think about
Oh,
him signing the fact that he's opening up the actual case, whatever's on record?
oh yeah. Sure. I mean, sure. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, you see what it is. You want like open to the public?
Yeah. He's declassifying. He's declassifying the files on MLK, RFK, and JFK.
Oh yeah. I think it should. I think it should be open. I mean, sure. We all know like the CIA and for JFK, we all know the CIA and probably most likely the mafia had something to do with that for sure. For sure. I mean, it's not a big secret about it anyway. But it'd be pretty cool to see. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Hits.
All right,
Logic.
I'm gonna pull a cube on everyone. I'm gonna
Oh,
go
we
back
going
to
back
a
to this?
previous
Oh my
conversation
God.
because I just can't not say it right. Well, unlike the MLK and JFK files, the 14th Amendment is not blacked out like those files are going to be. All of that shit is going to be redacted.
Oh
Number
yeah,
one.
I
Not
think
number
so too.
two. I think Misery loves company because he's a criminal, super convicted. He wants to try to show the American people, because he's so basic and just readable. He wants to show the American people how possibly corrupt the government was and that they had their hand in it, just so he's not sitting on that side of the law by himself. I think that's why he's doing it. I don't think it's to shed light on nothing. I think it's okay. I'm caught, we caught. That's what I think it is. And
Well, hold on, let me pull a hit.
hold on. I didn't even get to
Pull a
read.
hit.
No, hold on.
Say,
Let me read
I'm
it.
caught, we
Now,
caught.
We caught. I
I'm
love
caught,
that.
we caught.
I love that. I love that.
The 14th Amendment applies to anyone born in the U.S., regardless of whether their parents are citizens, legal immigrants, or undocumented immigrants. So you said that wasn't true. It is true.
Well,
It
let me
applies
pull a
to
hit real
everyone
quick.
born here. Go ahead, brother.
Nah, I'm just joking with you, bro. Because you said you gonna pull a cube. You can't pull a cube, nigga. Nah, I'm messing with you. No, but who said that wasn't true though? Who said that?
You said that's not true, that it applies to all of us.
No.
Okay,
See,
go ahead.
No, that's not what he
I didn't
meant.
want to
No, I
delve
got what he
into
meant.
it
Yeah,
because I knew
he
where it
didn't
was
want to go
gonna
into
go.
it.
I
know
was
what he
just
meant,
getting
brother.
ready to say, don't get
Yeah.
nervous, because our brother Chief X is in the back. And look at that. I thought him right up. I was just getting ready to say, don't get nervous up here now.
Y'all be
Hold
still
on,
Nah,
let me
I didn't
stop
want to
sharing.
delve
Nah,
into
go ahead,
it
bro.
because
You got it. There you go.
I didn't want to delve into it because I know it was gonna go back, and we had moved, and I was like, you know what? Let me just stop. I don't want to move back, but
I'm proud
you got
of
it, brother. Yeah, hey, you got it, brother. I'm learning how to just move on.
All right, we got Cuban Crisis and Chief X in the building. Cuban, you came up first. What you got to say on the topic? Or what you got to say, period? All right, good talk. Go ahead, Chief X. Why is it two Cubans up here?
Chief X, you muted, bro. Chief X, you muted.
So I got skipped. Me and Logic.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
No,
go.
I was allowing them to introduce themselves. But go ahead.
Oh,
Sean.
they introduced it. Okay.
Y'all
No,
just
go
let them
ahead.
introduce themselves.
Yes, I've been listening to the show as I drive around. I'm doing some hustling and working, so I really couldn't get on earlier. But I've been listening, and I only want to say something for a minute because you guys are on a new topic, and I don't want to change the topic. It's been a great show so far, right? But I do want to defend one thing, right?
Go ahead, brother.
Remind me of this corruption after I finish and get on this other deal. So
Okay.
I've been telling people for the last, let's see, 4 years, right, that I vote my principles, not personalities. And we lose as black folk as a voting bloc, and a lot of times people don't vote their values and principles. They vote for personalities, right? So it's not that, cause I seen them kind of attacking my brother Brass on why he voted the way he voted, right? So sometimes people vote their principles instead of the personalities, right? It's never really about Trump per se. He just happens to be the Republican candidate. And overall, some people feel the conservative ideology is their ideology and how they feel and think, right? So I'm in California, which is a blue state and will always be blue. It's like a damn cult out here, California and New York, right? So no matter what I do, I vote or not, California will
Doesn't
never
matter.
turn red, right?
Yep.
So, but I vote in my vote, and I market and I promote my values and ideology and how I would like the world to be, right? So I'm a gun guy. I believe in self-defense and things like that. But the Democrats are so against us being able to conceal and carry like southern states do and red states. So I have certain values. I vote my values. That's not has nothing to do with Trump. He is just the candidate running, and sometimes we do marketing and promoting, and we want him to win over another candidate, right? So I say, like my daddy and my grandpa are from the Bible Belt, and I know Bible Belt papas and grandpas are conservative by nature. So sometimes, and then sometimes when I feel the group, because I was with Obama, I voted for him. I helped in his campaign, and I'll change depending on who's running, right? But I felt the Democrat Party went too far left. Now, if they maybe were centered still today, like a Bill Clinton Democrat, I might have voted for a Democrat. But they went too far left, and they was talking about stuff in the world that wasn't. I just don't agree with. I just don't agree with all that. You know, it's a lot of shit. I want to get into it, but that's why I just want to say that. Now I'm gonna end with this because Cube said one thing talking about corrupt America. If you haven't traveled, if you travel, you will know there's not too many countries that are just not corrupt. I know when I went to Ghana and Western Central Africa got corrupt government. I'm talking about their orphanage. They got orphanages and their kids not even taken care of. The only way they survive is off of philanthropy and tourists coming there, because the government is taking all this money meant for kids. It's a lot. Everybody's corrupt. So I mean, you got to pick your poison. And y'all go ahead.
Okay.
So because
we
Ghana is corrupt, then America should be corrupt too. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, every
No,
government,
I'm just saying.
every
See,
government
there
been
go that
corrupt.
question thing, that
Every government
continuity
been
thing. You
corrupt
doing
since
it
the
again.
beginning of human history. Though, so you like it's nothing around, no way around it. Like, all governments have some type of corruption, yo. Like it ain't no fairy tale government nowhere, yo.
So what we're saying is that all governments are corrupt, but I think the question is, should we try to mitigate the corruption? I think we would all agree with that, right?
But you know what I'm saying. If you say that, you gotta single out. You can't single out one people. Like it's like you giving the thing, the white man's the devil and America's corrupt, as if nobody else is doing dirt. But I mean, if you include everybody else, then we can understand your point.
That wasn't his point.
Saying is
I think he was talking mainly about, if we're talking about America, he was talking about America's corruption. You the one who brought other countries into it. So for a person who's an American,
they've had some corruption in the past, but
hold on. So if we're talking about America, then we're having a conversation about America. We're talking about America's corruption. It ain't a thing where we was comparing America to other countries. American issues are American issues. It's like saying that the Americans shouldn't excoriate their own problems because other countries have more problems than America. That means that we shouldn't try to fix America because America is better than a lot of countries in a lot of things. So we always throw those type of things out to juxtapose America, a first world country to a third world country, and try to make it seem like we need to be quiet, or you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying, G?
He's basically saying because everybody else is doing it.
But that's not my point. I don't know how you guys went left and took that way. That's not my point.
I didn't say that last part.
They playing Twister. Go ahead.
Yeah, come on now. Let's just have a good conversation.
No. So Trump is corrupt. So if we're talking about Trump, we can point out that Trump is corrupt, not the whole American system, right? We can point.
I wouldn't even say that.
So when they
Trump has never been known to be a corrupt human being.
So when they raided Mar-a-Lago, right, what did they raid Mar-a-Lago for? If you take government,
you tell me.
Hold on. So if you take government files and documents, and then you destroy them, is that a form of corruption?
What kind of files and documents?
What?
I don't know. They didn't tell us. But obviously,
I'm asking. Inform us. What kind of files and documents that he took?
They didn't tell us. They didn't tell us. But obviously,
okay.
In his personal residence, and then he paid people to destroy government documents. Is that a form of corruption?
I hear you. Fake? No, it's not. It's fake outrage, and it's a Democrat propaganda talking point.
Let me ask you a question.
They want you to. Hold on. Let me just excuse me. No. Let me just say that. Let me respond to this thing. If you can't sit here and tell us what kind of documents was destroyed, like I've had documents from my works from my job. That might throw in the trash.
You don't have top
Just,
secret
no.
documents.
I'm just making a simple point. Listen to what I'm saying. If
It
you're
is
talking,
apples and oranges.
if I'm gonna be no. Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying something real simple. If I'm gonna be labeled corrupt, like I'm just some evil, corrupt person, you have to explain what was corrupt specifically, so I can say, yeah, that was some corrupt stuff. Because people can say, but in lawfare, and what they call within lawfare, they say, no documents and stuff. You said, I'm with you. I'm your exact words. No, listen what I'm saying. People can have documents and paperwork for a whole bunch of stuff. My girlfriend. Let me make my point. I'm gonna be done real quick. Trust me. My girlfriend is an assistant principal at a high school out here in Los Angeles County. Do you know how much stuff she got from LA staplers and all kind of stuff she got from work, and some paperwork she carried around? And if she knew somebody was raiding her house and she thought about that, that doesn't mean she's corrupt. I mean, his intent is everything. What's his intent? What is he hiding?
Okay, well,
you can't even explain that. So if you can't explain that, that means you're running with a democratic narrative.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that.
No, hold on, Q. I just explained to him what it was, and he went to his girlfriend.
Okay, one more time. What kind of documents were there? What kind of documents were there?
They were government documents that he wasn't supposed to have.
He worked for the feds. My dad's a post office. He had government documents. He's worked for the post office. So what kind of government documents? What was some crucial stuff he was hiding that makes him corrupt?
I don't know, but if you hide
that's
him,
what I'm
and
saying.
Then you try to destroy him. You know what? You got it, Chief.
No,
he don't got it. He don't got it. Hold on, let me share my screen.
Hold on. Y'all can read the law. You can read the legal actions. It answers Chief X's questions, and it pretty much is saying what Chef is trying to say without all of the big legal mumbo jumbo, statute number, and all of that. Corruptly, not just concealing a document. What's the first word? Corruptly. What documents? Several classified records. That should be the end of that.
So hold on.
Okay,
cool.
So hold on. How y'all law and order, but screw law and order, right? Screw the law, screw the accusation, screw the legal process.
People can be,
I think that answers the question.
When people in law and in warfare and enemies and frenemies, people can be very petty and make all kind of claims and try to get you caught up. Look at him now; he's the president. It wasn't that serious.
Okay, good. Hey, can you share my screen really quick? Because we about to get Chief X up out of here. All right, so...
No, you don't have to. I asked the question. If you can't show me, it's fine. Chef said he didn't know. If you don't know, you don't know. And we can move on.
I'm about to tell you
okay, because Hitch just said government documents also. He said the same thing Chef said. So are you going to repeat what they're saying?
No, I'm gonna give you what you were asking for, and I don't think you're gonna.
Okay,
like it.
And then also, let's not forget. Hold on. And also,
Classified.
hold on. Wait. Also, let's not forget. We got Cuban is here. Cuban's here too, so you gotta let him speak his speech. We've been talking a long time. Let's close out on this and move to the next one after that. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So when we look at the federal when we look at the federal prosecution of Donald Trump, the United States of America versus Donald Trump. It says in a federal criminal case against Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States, his personal aide, valet, and Mar-a-Lago maintenance chief, Carlos Oliveira, the grand jury indictment brought 40 felony counts against Trump related to his alleged mishandling of classified documents after his first presidency, to which he pleaded not guilty. The case marks the first federal indictment of the U.S. president. So that's number one. So he mishandled classified documents. That's number one. So number two, what I want to ask you directly, Brother Chief X, if Donald Trump did not say that the election was stolen, this is a two-part question. I hope that you can answer the first question in good faith. If Donald Trump did not say that the election was stolen, would we have January 6th? Would that ever have happened?
First off, Just to be
You
honest,
doing that
we
question
keeping it
thing
real.
again?
No.
Yeah,
I'm
sneaky
keeping it
nigga.
real. I don't answer the question.
You're not gonna
Just
answer the
treat that.
question?
No, I didn't say that. Calm down. I'm getting ready to answer your question, but somebody interrupted. I don't know who it
No,
is.
I was saying Cube has
First,
this fighting style where he asks you questions and throw you the fuck off. And
oh,
that's what
okay,
he's doing.
I got you. Okay, I didn't understand. Okay, yeah, he do that.
That's what he's doing.
A question throws y'all off?
Right. That's crazy.
Nah, hell no. You know what you're doing because you do this shit too.
Let me repeat the answer. Let me repeat the answer for you because you might have forgot it.
No.
Let me just repeat it because you might have forgot it. If Donald Trump on January 6th had not said that the election was stolen, would January 6th have ever happened? Yes or no? Let's hear it. And I have another question coming behind that.
I knew it.
He said it was 2 parts to it.
Stop defending them. You don't need no fucking defense.
All right.
I just need niggas to answer the question.
Come on. He chilling. Cuban, go ahead, jump in there, man. Cause if you sit there,
Chief, that's
open
not gonna
mouth,
answer the question?
closed mouth don't get fed. Come on, man, get in there.
No, I am, but let Cuban go. I was just trying to make my turn so I won't get on the wrong freeway.
Go ahead and think of your lie. Think of your lie and come back.
Safety first.
I didn't want to get on the wrong freeway.
Safety
that
first.
No, we can talk now, and I can answer the question if you like.
Let's let Cuban.
Unless you want Cuban to go.
No.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal.
Go ahead, Cuban.
No, we got 2 communists on the panel.
Damn right.
Go ahead, Cuban.
We got Cuban and we got Cuba on here. This
Cuban ain't no communist.
Dude, this is gonna be devastating.
He's
Go
against
ahead.
capitalism. There's 2 dudes against capitalism
Literally.
on the panel. Let's go. You got backup today, Cuban. You got
So you
backup
got backup today.
No.
Damn right.
Yes. No, I don't.
Peace, comrade.
I'm yes.
Jesus.
I don't
Christ.
have anything to add. I'm just listening. I mean, I would like honestly to hear Chief X's reply to that.
Right. This is gonna be good.
Uh-oh, you on the stand now. You can't kick me off either, nigga.
You said what the... Okay, now repeat the question so I can answer properly. I don't want to misanswer because I was kind of driving. I did miss a few words. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, brother. We understand. So if Donald Trump had never said that the election was stolen, would January 6th have ever happened?
Well, I'll say this because it's difficult, right? Donald Trump did say, and people keep ignoring the video, in his words, primary evidence, he said, protest peacefully. He said these words peacefully and made sure everybody heard peacefully. Now, people get out of hand and they protested because, yes, they thought the election was rigged.
Wow.
So if Donald Trump, if Donald Trump, I'm answering the question. I don't have to lie. It's common sense. If Donald Trump didn't stir up that it was this rigged thing and stuff, the protest probably wouldn't happen. But what does that got to do with anything?
So what you're saying is, you said all of that to say that if Donald Trump would have never said that the election was stolen, January 6th would have never happened, right?
No. What I'm saying is, I missed my turn. Excuse me.
Yes. Sorry.
What I'm saying is, President Clinton, when Donald Trump kicked President Hillary Clinton's ass, all she did for a whole year was say that the election was rigged. He's a fake president, and he didn't win legitimately. The whole Democratic Party went on a rant for a year saying that. But the Democratic Party didn't protest. It wasn't no people in no rally at all up in Washington. It happened what Trump did when he said it was rigged. It happened. This is fucking part of history. So if he wasn't yelling it was rigged, which it was some shenanigans going on, no, they probably wouldn't have protested that hard.
Okay, so he went back to Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That
Now,
what
well,
let me just finish,
no,
brother.
what I'm saying is both sides getting upset at an election loss. Both sides claim that the election was rigged. Republicans and Democrats did that. This is called being real and keeping the people informed on reality.
This is called getting on the wrong ramp. You don't know what you're talking about. Let me go. Let
Well,
me
I
say
do
this.
know what I'm talking about. I have this documented it, and they all seen. These people on this panel seen it. You may not be in the group. I showed a video of the entire Democratic Party for a whole year claiming that the election was rigged when Hillary Clinton got beat. I'm just being real. I don't have to judge you. If you didn't see it, just say that.
Brother, I'm talking about January 6th, and you're going 4 years before
Okay,
that.
well,
Let me get to my other part.
question. No, I answered your question. Okay, so it is okay. But just be honest. I answered your question. I said, yes, they probably wouldn't have rioted if he hadn't been touting that it's rigged. Like,
Okay,
how
good.
more
Thank
honest
you.
can I be?
Thank you.
I've been said this all the time. But so now you're being an adult and acknowledging that. Okay, good.
Thank you. Thank you for
Now
saying
go ahead,
that.
Brad.
Because
Go ahead, Brad.
Hold on. I want to move
no,
on.
not.
I want
Well, hold
to
on.
move
I got my
on.
other part of my question.
I know, but
it's not another question.
You're doing that question thing, Q. We just talked about this, bro. Your questions cause anarchy.
I thought this
like,
was Crash Out
no, it's
Thursday.
crash out, but it's not question. It's not interrogation.
I'm
Thursday.
causing this nigga to literally crash. What are you talking about?
You're not causing me to crash. You're causing me to. You're just asking me a question, and I'm answering the question. I don't know
Please
why
let me
you're making it more
All right,
than what
fuck
it
it. Let's
is.
move
It's not.
on. Let's move
It's
on.
not no win or
Yeah,
lose
let's
thing.
move on.
You're
Let's
asking
move
a
on.
question, I'm
Yeah,
answering.
let's move on. Let's move on. This is
He was
crazy.
asking for the corruption, and I was gonna give him the
No,
corruption.
In January,
no, it's not a
6th
competition.
a riot. I
No,
wouldn't describe it as that.
but I was trying to get him to answer that. I was trying to get him to answer that so he could.
But before you move on, let's just make this clear. The real riot, which was the biggest riot in United States history, was the riot before the Trump elections, and the Democrats when George Floyd and all that old stuff. When all the Democrats and all the Democrat politicians was everybody to push out and get out there and raise hell, they had the biggest riot in U.S. history, if we're being honest. The Democrats and liberals did.
Thank you for your.
The most expensive riot in U.S. history, and they were all liberals out there acting a fool, tearing up America.
I was out there tearing shit up, and I'm not a liberal. But let's move on.
All right, moving on. All right,
Okay.
so anybody want to say anything before we move forward? Matter of fact, before y'all say anything, give me 2 seconds.
Gotta hit it like tap it in the zone. Share it with the world, make the vibe known. Subscribe to the beat, feel it in your phone. Catch the waves we throw, you ain't alone. Like, share, and subscribe. Keep the rhythm alive, we thrive. Hop on this digital ride. Let's multiply the vibe worldwide.
All right, so back at it. Also, the link to the Discord is pinned. If you were ever removed, banned, or anything like that, I said it at the beginning of the show. The link to the Discord is pinned. I want to have it's going to be an open Discord, and I won't have the ability to remove people. So the link is there. If you want to join, it is what it is.
Thank God.
Whatever. But no, I want to have a better discourse. So, and I want to have open discourse. And sometimes you got to sort through the chaos to get to some good information. All right, one or the other. Does anybody want to say anything before we get into the next disorder that was signed this week?
I never got to.
Go ahead, Chef. Go ahead, Chef.
On the
Bro, you don't have to
on
ask
the
on your platform, my nigga. Knock it out.
No, you running the show and you're doing a good job on the declassification of the MLK,
JFK, RFK.
And the JFK and the RFK. Wow.
Yep.
Assassinations. I think MLK and MLK has been done to the maximum. I think there'll be very little new information that we learn about those two. Now since you mentioned RFK, I would love to find out more about his joint, but definitely MLK and JFK is that I am a big JFK assassination buff. Like I watch hours of documentaries on JFK and MLK's assassination, more JFK, because the fact that he was the president and there was so many moving parts, and it's amazing, right? So I don't think we're going. They didn't did that to the point where they even documented everything from the wife clothing down to everybody in the building where the shooter shot from, just to the person that called the police on him in the movie theater, to the shoe store, the bus driver. I mean, oh man, it's just amazing. Y'all can get lost in that. So to see the government's take on it will be good, but I'm definitely looking forward to the RFK. That's my piece on it.
Okay, cool. All right, so back at it. And Chief, let me know before you go. I want to put something up before you go. And Logic, bro, you know what's funny, Logic?
What's up?
When you live on your show, can't nobody get you to stop talking. When we get all of these people up here, you won't talk at all. You just sit there.
It ain't got nothing to do with scared. Like I feel weird.
I didn't say scared, bro.
Yeah, that was Chef. That was Chef trying to be funny. I feel weird attempting to like fight back and forth for the mic. So I'm cool in like in
it's
my
your show though.
This is your channel, my nigga. This is your channel. Fuck all that. Somebody gotta be
It don't have
arrogant.
nothing
It's
to do
your
with
channel.
nobody else, and it's certainly not me
Real
being scared.
quick though.
Right now, I gotta talk louder, and like I talk faster, just so I don't like that. I don't like that.
No, real quick. I'm just letting you know that I gotta step away for a second.
I gotta talk louder. I gotta talk faster. So I don't like
Okay, go ahead, Chief, and come back. Go ahead, Chief, and come back.
I don't mean to be rude. Apologies. Apologies, bro.
You say it's my show. I'm still trying to get it out.
Go ahead, Logic.
No, I got you, bro. It's
go ahead,
personal.
get it
Relax, bro. You're having a
Logic.
nervous breakdown for no reason.
I don't be liking that.
Go ahead, Logic, get it.
So what I'm saying is,
No, that's personal. Some personal shit.
So what I'm saying is I unfortunately feel like it's a bit of a distraction, right?
What's a distraction?
The release of those sensitive documents.
Okay.
And I say that because in my head, I like to run through the scenarios, right? In my head, if I run through the absolute worst possible scenario, we're gonna forget about it in a year, if not less. Right? It's not like someone's going to jail, right?
Everybody did.
Yeah, there's literally nothing there for you to uncover. Now, while people are watching the new special or whatever the series that comes out in the back end of all of that, we won't be concerned, or we won't be digging through some of these executive orders that could potentially affect us far longer than we will wind up caring about whatever is released from these documents. Not to mention, we already got the government Contra. You know what I'm saying? The Freeway Ricky Ross story. How much worse can it really get? It won't surprise me at this point, right? At this point, there won't be any new surprises about how crazy the government is or what lengths they're willing to go to do whatever. I won't be surprised by any of that. So, whatever it winds up saying, it certainly won't be as, important to our everyday life as you're talking about something like those executive orders.
Executive orders.
Hey,
Okay.
Logic, let me tell you this, brother. From me to you, I
Mm-mm.
think you're a good dude, bro, and I appreciate your commentary. And I don't know your channel, but if you put it down, I'm gonna subscribe because I like how you just said that. How he was like, "Damn, why you don't talk more?" And like what you was trying to say is that you're more calculated, and I respect that, bro. Coming from a nigga that's not calculated, I just kind of go off. I just go off of the cuff for real. You know what I'm saying? So I respect niggas like you that's more calculated and listen to shit. I hear the first thing and I'm like a pit bull. But nah, I respect you for real, my nigga. Like G shit, bro. Honest.
This is his channel. You don't gotta join it. This is his channel.
Yeah,
Tribe Media.
this my house over here.
Yeah, this is
No, I'm
his.
on Chef's channel. I thought he had a different
No,
channel.
we're
My
it's a
bad.
dual.
It's
It's a
both.
no. It's a dual.
Mhm.
It's a dual stream. We on Carnivorous and Tribe Media at the same time.
Oh yeah, so put the link to Tri Media because I'm not subscribed to Tri Media. That's
Okay,
what I'm trying
appreciate
to
it.
say. Yeah,
Definitely,
that's what I'm
I
trying to
most
say.
certainly will. That's fine.
Yeah, because put the
Um,
link out because there's probably niggas out there that ain't subscribed to Tri Media.
I'm doing something else. Hits, y'all gotta hits or Logic. One of y'all do that for me, please. Go ahead, Hits.
I got it.
No, I don't know if you was about to talk, Hits. Okay, all right. So let's get into, and this is Chef's favorite subject. I'm gonna let you, and Chef, I ain't gonna let you do anything. You can definitely speak first. Revoking diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI programs. For all intents and purposes, Donald Trump, and I guess we could be specific. We go to ChatGPT if you can help us out with that, Hits. Um, he essentially said in his order, today's Thursday, so this would be yesterday, that as of yesterday at 5 p.m.,
Fire them niggas.
all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, that's the end of it. That's it. No more. He also, there's other orders that kind of fall underneath that. There will be no LGBTQ or Black Lives Matter flags flown. It's just the American flag globally. And he effectively said we're no longer recognizing that. On top of, I guess we could lump this into that too. There's no more they, them, no more pronouns. It's just male and female as far as government documents. And now we can go further into it, Hits. You can give us the specifics. But how do you feel about that? And then after this, I want to go into the Equal Employment Opportunity Act, what he did with that. But as far as revoking DEI, how do you feel about that, Chef?
Oh man, a lot of these things be having a lot of moving parts to them, right? So you might agree with one thing and agree and disagree with two other things that's in it.
Be factual.
Yeah, so the issue with me would be to that the whole thing that he's doing is bad, right? With the DEI. And I know we talked about DEI, but DEI is a code word to me for how do we get rid of other things that's been standing for over 60 years, right? We look at the inconsistencies of DEI, we attack that, and in the same breath, we get to tear down, you know what I mean, things that was put into place during the civil rights movement to include all Americans. And then when I say talk about all Americans, I'm talking about specifically African Americans, right? And then every other minority group kind of falls under, you dig what I'm saying, our situation. So the DEI joint, why can't we be more inclusive, right? But why I was having this conversation with Chief X in the Discord, and I was talking about how the world don't supposed to look the way it looked 40 years ago when you was a child. That means there's no progress, right? That means there's no progress. Groups that was marginalized and wasn't even looked at is now coming to the fold and are being recognized. The same way back in the 60s, blacks was marginalized and wasn't looked at until we started to open up certain provisions that gave them the same opportunities as everybody else. And affirmative action and government programs gave blacks those type of that type of access. So now when we're talking about another marginalized community, right, it's hard for people to wrap their minds around it, right? Now think about this Cuban and Brass and X and Q, right? Think about this. I know we don't try to put our heads in the minds of racists from the 1950s, right? We say, man, they so backwards, fuck them. We ain't even going to try to envision what they could possibly be thinking in their head, right? But I always do that mental exercise, right? I try to think, what would my mind be like in a country that told me that I was the only one that mattered? And I was the only, my view on things and how I was raised is the only view that should be in the equation, right? I don't even have to consider other people, right? So if we can say that, if you would do the mental experiment, you can say, and you can listen to racists from the 50s, and you can say, damn, that's how they feel. And I can remember in the 90s, right, when we felt the same way about the gay and lesbian community, right? Back in the 90s, there was sprinkles of them, and we didn't care how they felt. Having a bathroom for them and how they felt about their gender or sexuality, we didn't give a fuck. So now moving 30 years later, we're including them. So the world don't supposed to look the same way that it looked when I was a kid. I have to accept that the world moves on and we start including other people and their sentiments into the equation. So I think DEI and all of the gender stuff, like I teach, and I have a couple, and this is a recent revelation for me having to deal with a few of these people, right? I have a few students that are gender neutral, right? And I really had to sit down with them and let them explain it to me. And then I had to look at them like a human being, right? I had to say they have the same right to express themselves how they want to express them. And I have no right imposing my belief on top of them because they wasn't hurting me. Once I realized that they're not hurting me, they're trying to live their best life. You can say they confused, you can say whatever. It's them. It wasn't. So me being a teacher, having to deal with that, having to deal with these students, I got a dude named, I shouldn't even be calling him a dude. A person, there we go, a person named Gavin, right? Gavin was born a white man, a white male. Gavin is gender neutral. Now, when you see this guy, he wears a muscle shirt and he cotton diesel, long hair with it shaved off on the sides. One of my students, fingernails painted, right? He might have a blouse on, right, with the sleeves cut off, with some army fatigue pants on, right? Then one day he'll come in, he'll have a dress on, right, with a regular Ed Hardy shirt or what's that, Harley Davidson shirt with the sleeves cut off of it, right? Completely different. And he's married to a woman, right? He's gender neutral. He don't go in the male bathroom, right? He goes into a private bathroom. He don't use none of the gender pronouns. Don't call him him. I got a female student that's like that. And over my last semesters, I then had a couple of them. And I just had to listen to them. And I had to accept what they were saying. The world ain't what it was when I was young. My daughter go to school. When I see my daughter, you always got to look at the kids. when she's comfortable with it. When my daughter told me, Daddy, you's a bigot, I had to think about, I said, damn, you feel me? I said, damn, that was kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Because I'm so locked in to it's only male, it's only female. I'm not listening to none of that other shit. I said that, and my daughter, I remember she was like in the 8th grade. She's in college now. She told me, Daddy, you's a bigot. I said, damn, I never want to be that dude, old dude that can't move forward. You dig what I'm saying? So I'll leave it there. My bad, y'all. Go ahead.
Hey, and I applaud you for that. That's with anything there's growth. So I applaud you for that. Anybody else want to get in on this conversation about revoking
Yeah, I want to jump in on
basically
that.
DEI completely? And I think that that's fire that you because that shows a level of maturity. It shows a level of just understanding, especially in the situation. I'm gonna say this real quick, Q, because you said something in the chat that was, I agree with you. The thing that I realized when he said he was removing basically making United States 2 genders, male and female, it was just crazy to me to be in the position, if I was in that position, that you literally on Sunday you went to bed as you were being your I don't want to say the wrong words, but basically the world was one way on Sunday night, and then when you woke up in the morning, you no longer existed as far as the United States felt. And and it was like I tried to put myself in that position. And I mean, if you think about it, for all intents and purposes, I mean, when you woke up the next morning, there was legislation being put forward that, no matter how I feel about it, my personal feelings, whatever, that was kind of wild to me. But go ahead, Cube. And then anybody else who wants to get on it, why isn't okay? Cuban's up here. And if y'all want to talk, y'all jump in. I mean, I can moderate, but I'm here to moderate the crazy panels. This is a panel of owners and bosses. Y'all could jump in when everybody on this panel has a channel. So y'all can moderate yourselves.
No doubt.
Also, go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say this, as I stated in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you get rid of genders? You can't. It's like 8 sideways. It's infinite. You can't get rid of gender. So when Trump says that it's male and female, those are sexes. Those aren't genders.
Right.
So Trump doesn't understand what a gender is versus what a sex is. So when now moving on to the next part about DEI, which what you actually asked. So when Trump is trying to get rid of DEI, he's basically added more provisions for bottom shelf Brad to get access to what he shouldn't have access to and submit the white people to get jobs based off their whiteness, which they've already been getting, which is crazy to me. They've already been getting jobs off of their whiteness. You see what I'm saying? Which is crazy. So what he wants to do, so he's saying is he wants to get rid of DEI, which is basically just affirmative action for white people. Was he what he wants to put into? So hereby Trump is throwing more useless culture war food to his base. See, Trump is trying to change. See, Trump isn't trying to change the life of Americans by bringing down rents, by bringing down grocery prices. Trump isn't trying to do that. His base is concerned with culture war nonsense. If Trump decided to bring down rents and he never even touched the gender nonsense, which he doesn't understand, his base would lose their mind because they're more concerned with the culture war nonsense. They would be upset that Trump didn't attack this gender war that so-called kids are being taught in school. They wouldn't be happy that he brought rents down, that he brought grocery down, gas prices down. They wouldn't be happy with that. They would still be upset that there's this culture war, because when you look on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, all of that, it's all a culture war. So when he does these things, when he tries to say no birthright citizenship, he's just throwing these things to his base that got him in there. When he signs these joints to get these people out of prison who actually assaulted police officers on J6, when he get these people out of prison, This is what he's doing. He's throwing trash and poison to his base, and they're eating it up like, oh man, look at Donald Trump. He's doing a great thing. No, he's not doing a great thing. Why is the sitting president engaged into culture war nonsense? And he's so effing ignorant, he doesn't understand the difference between a gender and a sex. How is he going to say, well, there's only two sexes? Well, science has told us there's only two sexes. What is he talking about? This is nonsense. And if you voted for Trump, you're a goddamn enemy of the people because this dude is an idiot and he doesn't even understand. Next person.
I had this same conversation with Chief X in the Discord, and you are 100% correct. I had to go through an hour of him not knowing the difference between gender and sex.
It's
He
crazy. Like
Yeah.
genders
I'm right
are
here.
infinite, bruh. Genders are infinite. Sex is there's two sexes, but genders are infinite, bruh. You cannot argue with these
No, no,
people.
no one disagrees with that. I don't even think Trump disagrees with that. But I just think
He said
people
he's
know what he.
ending the
No, no, no,
gender.
no. I get it. I agree. Just slow down. I get it.
Be
I'm not.
relaxed.
So if you
Don't
Nobody.
be
agree with me,
nervous.
Nobody.
then you disagree with
That's
Trump.
now
Don't be
listen.
a cube.
Yeah,
Don't be
can I
nervous.
get a?
Bro. Don't be nervous.
Don't get nervous. Don't get nervous.
I'm about to have a nervous
So,
breakdown.
Bro, I
so
love that.
what I'm saying, I'm the people. I'm saying people know what he's speaking about. People know what the Democrats has been pushing regarding so many LGBTQTD rights and pronouns and things like that. Hey, little Timmy, what do you want to be? You want to be a little girl or a boy? Giving kids choices and certain things they introducing in school. We know that this is the whole issue. This is the context. So we know what he means by no, there's male and female. No, you little child, we're not going to give you hormone shots. You're a boy. Wait till you turn 18 and get your own hormone shots. The government's not paying for your hormone shots, and we're not pushing this stuff on kids. This is the main point that conservatives is talking about. We don't want that kind of lifestyle in America. This is the main point. So we know what he means, whether he says gender with sex is. He's just saying, well, these are boys, this is a male, and this is a female. This is all he's trying to say.
I'm so inclined to ask you this question, brother, because you said something earlier, and they pulled me up off of you, so I had to let go. But I have to ask it to you now,
Hold
because
on. Let's stay. Hold on. Don't forget your question. Hold on. Don't forget your question. I just want to make sure that these other bosses up here speak, and then
I
I'll let y'all
apologize.
have a back and forth conversation.
I
I
apologize.
just want
My
to make
bad.
sure that they get something on the topic before we move to something else. Anybody else? Cuban Crisis, Hits, Logic, anybody else?
Yeah. Let me jump in here real quick, right? I think I am said it that that's mainly for government jobs, and like Cube said, it's just propaganda for the people who voted for him for those said reasons, right? You really can't change how people personally feel about themselves or what they want to consider themselves. He has this false aura of being a good businessman. So those are for government jobs. Let's just look at something real quick of how DEI works in the workplace, right? Is it beneficial in the workplace? Let's just look at some quick things right here real quick. Racial and ethnic diversity in the workplace. This is business. He's supposed to be a businessman and a good businessman. Well, the shit he says is bad for business, when in actuality he's a horrible businessman. White people are the majority of the workforce. No shit, right? 8 of the Fortune 5 companies have a black CEO. I don't know what percentage that is, but it's super low. People of color are more likely to experience workplace bias, right? This is just maybe some reasons for DI programs and things like that. 40% of black workers report experiencing discrimination at work. Candidates with distinctly black names are less likely to move forward in the interview process. That's documented. Again, these programs are put in place because people don't know how to fucking act, right? Period. Let's go down here. Diverse companies have 2.5 times higher cash flow. So if you're an investor, smart investor, do you want one times or 2 times, or you want 2.5 times higher cash flow? Diverse management outperforms less diverse managers. Do you want your managers underperforming or outperforming other managers? Come on, people. This is like basic math in finance and economics. Companies with diverse boards can see higher profits. Now y'all don't want more money because somebody told you have to respect someone's religious practices, or you have to watch your mouth in the break room, and you can't stick anything you want up on the chalkboard over there and do silly shit like that. And these people have to be considered for positions that they're equally qualified for. And we'll talk about meritocracy in a little while, but not right now. Inclusive company cultures lead to higher work engagement. Gender diverse teams are more likely to be profitable. This is money. These are all they have linked. Oh, I didn't mean to click off of there. Let's go back. Let's get out back to cookies. Let's go back. My bad, y'all. Global GDP could increase 13 trillion by making workforce equally gender diverse. Racially and ethnically diverse teams are more likely to be profitable. I'm not going to go through all of this, but you see the reasons, because you have discrimination that persists systematically, and it's not just black people. We have, maybe sometimes because most of us up here, or all of us are African American, not all of us, but we consider ourselves first. It's not just about us, it's about women. It's about people who have different cultures, backgrounds, different religions, things like that. Handicapped people, disabled people, things like that. So it's not just things that may affect us personally. But again, if you're business savvy and you want a return on your investment in these companies you buy stocks in, your 401k probably invest in some of these companies. So if your 401k is not growing because these companies aren't generating more profits, it's just something like that, obvious.
And let me say this briefly.
Go ahead, bro.
I want to say this briefly. I want to say this briefly before the next brother goes. The reason why races begin to keep their racism within themselves is because it wasn't selling anymore. You don't sell sneakers to black people by being racist. You don't sell sneakers to them by being racist. What you do is you put these people in your ads, you put mixed people in your ads, and you make it all inclusive to where you have these people working for you so you can sell more sneakers. Even though these people are still racist as hell, it makes more business sense to sell it to everybody. It makes no sense to say, I don't want a Hispanic in a Nike sneaker. They don't want to do that. You see what I'm saying? So that goes back to what the brother is saying, is that this is why DEI is so important, because it helps. But, that's how that works. So
I'm just going to mention one more thing, and then I will be done. I'm going to read a brief statement. I know we hate the nerdy shit, but we got to do this stuff sometimes.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Well, it's a crash out show. And basically, when you remove programs like that, we won't keep saying DEI, but what happens is you end up with a meritocracy, right? Where's it at? Let me read it real quick. It may be too small. While
meritocracy is not even real. It's bullshit.
Okay, let me just read. While meritocracy suggests that economic success is determined by individual merit, the reality is that various non-merit factors and structural inequalities, y'all know what that means, built in, significantly impact economic outcomes. The results in a system where existing inequalities are often reinforced and individuals' opportunities are significantly influenced by their starting point in life. Additionally, the belief in meritocracy can lead to the perception that the rich are superior and the poor are deserving of their lower status.
So what I just said, you agree with me. Thank you.
Yes, so meritocracy is what you get when you remove things like affirmative action and DEI. Let me stop sharing. And then y'all could go ahead. Let me get out of there.
Well, I'm gonna be real brief. I thought you were done. Go ahead. You not done yet?
No, I'm good.
Go ahead, Logic.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be real brief. Everything that you mentioned was all business related stuff, right? You were talking about how much more successful and profitable a business could be when there's diversity, in those higher ranks where you've got like managers being more successful, like you said, profit margins go up. And I think those are all good things for the company. But the thing, on that show that I did about DEI, I thought the thing that stood out to me the most is that DEI and affirmative action have been out since the 80s. And the wealth gap is larger now than it was then. So that tells me something about what I think it's doing versus what it's actually doing, right? And I got to combine that with another show that we did, which is a really good thing. It's it's saying that we're coming along, we're still producing good stuff. But we had a conversation about that Juneteenth outrage, right?
Mm-hmm.
About the pacifier of politics, and that actually stood out to me a lot. I'm all like, now that I've heard that term, I'm more scared of the pacifier than I am the silence. You know what I'm saying? I'm more afraid that they'll give us something just to kind of like ease the tension rather than actually solve issues. And it didn't really seem like DEI was solving a lot of issues. Just what I mean by that is it wasn't creating more CEOs, wasn't creating more entrepreneurs necessarily. It certainly wasn't allowing people to get hired at a job and move up into management any easier. It wasn't like that, right? It kind of, maybe we thought it was doing something else, but like, to me, the things that are important to me is absolutely chipping away at that wealth gap. So if it's not producing more college graduates, so on and so forth, or getting people in those higher paid positions, to me, it sounds like it's doing something, and it seems to be doing something totally different. And why that scares me is because you get the government having the ability to say we took care of that, or we put that out there for you guys, right? And that's what I'm more afraid of than anything, right? I'm definitely more afraid of the pacifier, and then you give them an opportunity to say that they did it already, right? It's like if they gave us the reparations and everybody agreed on it, and then they blew the money. Well, they could say we'll never have to revisit that again because we gave you the money. You get what I'm saying? So to me, that's the part that kind of stands out. I'm not if there was an issue that I would have kind of like held close to the vest, the same way a lot of people hold this hip hop FBA conversation close to the vest, it would be DEI, right? I definitely feel the tension of why the black community wants to scratch and claw and clamor to hold on to what's theirs. In this particular arena, I can absolutely agree with it, right? This is ours, right? This is our thing. We don't want you to take it away from us,
right?
Regardless of what we think it's doing and what it's actually doing. No, this is like our personal thing, and you're kind of like stepping in our personal space and removing that thing. I get that sensation there, but then when I dig a lot deeper, it seems as though DEI wasn't it wasn't achieving the marks that I would have been looking forward to do.
Achieving the marks. The dude just put the numbers up.
Hold on, Cube. Let me respond. One, that my comment was based on Donald Trump, businessman in chief. That was to rebut his alleged superior business acumen. So that's why I showed that it's actually bad for business, right? That was my rebut for that. Without pulling up data and information, DEI actually benefits white women more than anyone. That's who it benefit more than anyone. DEI is broken.
Correct.
But so I definitely that's in the numbers too. I was just showing a correlation to Mr. Businessman and how he doesn't understand how that's good for business, but he's Mr. Business. In actuality, DEI benefits white women. It's broken, and it's not just based on money. It's based on workplace behaviors. And you're right, we had this conversation before. It also cut down on lawsuits. Why would you have a lawsuit? Because people are getting mistreated in their workplace. So not only are is a slim chance that you're getting a good job, maybe, right? But once you get there, you're not respected. Your opinions aren't respected. We ain't even talking about generating more income for yourself by moving up the ladder. It's just your basic treatment there. And some of that treatment is actually against the law. So they put initiatives in place to what? Again, make people act like they got some goddamn sense. And that's a shame. You're right. We shouldn't have to have DEI. We shouldn't have to have affirmative action, civil rights, all of the laws that are against how people are discriminated against. But we have them. So for all the things that it doesn't do, just look at some of these things as if they were not there at all. So the financial part was just in response to Donald Trump, but the actual meat and potatoes of it goes more down to a personal level and how people are able to function in the workplace once they're there, if you can get in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is MAGA 101. Deny numbers. They're right there in front of you. We're going to deny it because of how we feel or what we think. We're just going to deny it. The numbers are there. This is MAGA 101.
What numbers are you talking about?
Bro, your whole response was you denying what he just put up.
No, actually, I clarified it when I made the statement of those are business related. That's me clarifying that I actually did understand what the numbers were. He was showing about how companies grow, how companies have bigger profit margins, how companies receive
with DEI,
better
right?
management.
With DEI,
Those
right?
are all company related. So what this, and then again, when I clarified what I was talking about, what I'm talking about, it wasn't hitting my marks. I said my marks are the wealth gap, right? My marks are producing more college graduates. My marks will be producing more entrepreneurs. My marks will be producing more CEOs. It doesn't appear to be doing that.
Well, see, unfortunately, brother, and I hear what you're saying, even though I think that's not fair. But we're
Yeah,
gonna
but is it true?
Yeah, we're gonna disagree on that because when you talk about growth and all of this other nonsense that you're talking about, you're coming from a perspective of capitalism, which I'm not coming from. But when we're talking about DEI in a capitalistic system, it's working. It's definitely working. And that's what he was trying to point out. He was just trying to point out that in these companies, DEI works. But what you wanted to do is you wanted to take those numbers, usurp them to try to put what you think about them. It doesn't work that way.
What do they work to do?
Well, we just saw it. He put it up.
All right, hold on.
What do they work to do? What do they work to do? He just literally showed you, bruh. He set back and he showed you 5 minutes of numbers and he ran through them. So when you ask a
give
question,
me one goddamn example.
hold on. If you need one example, you wasn't listening.
It's on the screen right now. What's the example?
So you didn't see it the first time. You need to see it again, is what you're telling me?
All right,
bro. He just showed you.
Okay, hold on.
Do it again for him, bro.
Hold on.
Let's do it again for him because he didn't get it.
If we're going to stick on the business part of it, right? I mentioned there's more realistic and personal, not realistic, but more personal and tangible ways that it affects the workplace, whether it's religion, disability, things like that. Women,
starting
men,
off,
gender,
it says
right?
diverse companies have 2.5 times higher cash flow.
So
What part of that don't you get? I don't get it, bro. Like, what?
Okay, no, he's saying, I think Logic is saying for the actual person that is the DEI or would be considered, which is,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The company.
Okay, hold on. Let me read it.
Go ahead.
For women, which would fall under that category. Representation on an executive team. We would agree executive make more money than warehouse workers, right? Okay, that's one. Ethnic diversity on executive teams are 27% more likely to outperform competitors. One, you're an executive, so you make more money than floor people or warehouse people. And if you outperform, we all know when companies outperform, some of that comes, it doesn't go down to the warehouse a lot of times, but it may make it at least to the executive board, right? So
Hold on, pause right there. Hold on. See, this is what you got to do, bro. You got to pause when you read these things, and you have to ask these brothers, do they understand it? Because you'll just be reading in vain. Because the first time you read this, you read it in vain because he didn't understand it. So now, brother, do you understand what he just read to you? Do you understand that portion?
All right, hold on. Let me just
No,
go ahead.
because he
No,
just said some wild
and
shit
allow logic.
after
Allow
all
It
logic.
what you
sounds
just
like I
Allow
read.
understand it
logic to
better than you
respond.
understand it. But
Allow
let me
logic to
continue
No,
respond.
then you wouldn't have said what you said if you
No,
did
I
understand it.
clearly understand. That's why I went back over both of my points, and you didn't understand what I was talking about. So the fact that you not that you want me to believe you
Why
remember
is he
something
reading it again?
5 minutes before that,
Why is he reading it again? It's because you didn't
because
understand
somebody
it.
don't understand. But I could have
Crash
sworn
out.
he agreed with me
Why is he
before he
reading
buzzed
it
me.
again?
Because you don't goddamn understand. That's why
No, he does. He's not reading it for me.
he is reading it for you.
No, he's
I
not.
said this is business related. Who are the competitors? Are the competitors are the people? Are he the people he competing with? Are they on in his neighborhood? Are they in the same industry, working in the same
It's
building? What are
starting
you
to look
talking
a
about?
lot like Kunmas. Nigga, what the fuck is you talking about, bro?
Peers. Okay. All right.
Answers the question again. It's
Okay.
fucking
Hold on.
peers.
Likely to outperform their peers. So whether it's down the street, is in the same business, in the same organization, in the same country, their
In their
peers.
quartile.
Hold
In
on.
their quartile.
Hold on. Let me just address the wealth gap. That buzzword, that trigger word, right? When people say that, they act like the wealth gap, the inequality on the wealthy side is static. So the wealth gap doesn't shrink. There's data showing that we have made strides. The problem is, so have they. So you're always going to have a gap. You can't close a wealth gap if both sides are moving forward. As we move forward, or the lower income people, or the people who are less wealthy move up, so do the wealthy.
You have
That's
to
why there's a
stagnate one
gap. There
part
is
so the
no
other part can
closing.
catch up.
Yeah, only way you can close a gap is
How
if
the
one
fuck
of
don't you
them
get this shit?
are static. The higher end wealth is not static. It's constantly growing. We can see that in numbers without pulling up all of that. The rich are getting richer. So that bar, that goalpost got roller skates on it. So as you get closer to it, they pull away from your ass. Period.
Gotta be quicker
So
than
so
that.
that's why that gap, like Logic was saying, doesn't seem to change. Even with more executives that are African American or women, even with more CEOs, even with more people understanding finance and things of that nature. The higher end is always moving too. So the gap is going to be a gap because the higher end is not a static position.
Well, hold
If
on.
that makes sense. Go ahead,
If
bro.
we're gonna be honest, we live in a capitalistic system, so the higher end of that so-called gap is always going to move because we live in a capitalistic system. So the people that are on the top, it's always going to move. But
It's
what
a
you
great
don't,
system.
we don't look at the wealth gap by Elon Musk, who's the richest person in the world. That's not what we look at the wealth gap as. Oh, there's a wealth gap between black people and Elon Musk. That's not what we look at the wealth gap as. We don't measure our wealth gap by Elon Musk. What the fuck? Are you paying attention to what the brother just brought out? This is crazy.
Good
Who's
logic.
the
I made a simple statement about
ridiculous
my
point? Yes, you did.
Hold
Yes,
on,
you did.
AQ. Let him talk. You've been
my,
talking. Let
my
him talk.
point was what's important to me, not what's important to Cube or anybody else on the panel. I would want to see movement in the wealth gap. I understand that both of the numbers are moving. I also understand that black people are on the bottom of whatever you'd want to put that scale, and they've also been the quote unquote beneficiaries of affirmative action and DEI, and it has not moved that right. So I won't want to see those numbers, the numbers that you count outside of the business world, be affected by something that's supposed to be particular for a minority, small group of people. I would like to see those numbers move. That's what
And just for some clarity, hold on, just for some clarity, then I want to let Chief X talk and Cuban if you want to speak on it, and then Chef. Limited impact beyond the federal level anyway. So removing these federal DEI programs, it doesn't prohibit state-led or private sector people. So there'll still be efforts that'll depend on the states, but I don't know. I reserve the right, but I understand exactly what you're saying, Logic. And we've already had the show on DEI. Y'all can most certainly go check that out. Chef, you got anything you want to say on it?
Hey, can I ask a really quick question? Just really
No,
quick, and I'll let it go.
nope.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Chef. You got anything you want to say on the Cuban chief? Because I know Chief X, you did a show in and around this topic,
Yeah, I
and I
do.
think Gulla's in here too. No, Gullah
I,
just left.
I would say that it's for me. I don't know how black people could argue against affirmative action when even if the numbers is showing that they're still pulling away from us. Imagine a world where they didn't have to consider us, right? We already seen how that world looked, right? Our grandparents lived in that world where they didn't even have to consider us. So the thing is not to get rid of it, right? To get rid of those programs is to improve upon them because we already know how the world look when they don't have to consider us, right? When there's not measures in place to make sure that we are included. We know what that world look like. So for anybody arguing now for logic, I think logic's argument is based on more of the outcome or what the thing is producing. But I think it starts to get into we should get rid of it. And we already I feel as though we should already know that because the thing is not operating correctly, it don't mean throw it away. It means fix it. You dig
Now,
what I'm
hold up.
saying?
You was on the show, Chef. You heard me say reform more than a
Yeah,
dozen
yeah,
times.
definitely, definitely. You did say that. You know what I mean? But that's mainly what it is. So Trump and them getting rid of it, that's the no.
Federally.
Now, if you want to put more oversight and fix it so you can see better gains for those communities, do that. But never get rid of it because we already done lived in that world. And I'll stop right there.
Cuban
I
or
actually like what you said right there, Chef. Other than the part where you
If
misheard me.
yeah,
if if
Cuban or
Cuban
Chief X.
if Cuban don't have nothing to say, I'm ready to
Hold on,
say.
Cuban. Do you have anything to say on the topic?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Are we shocked? So I would just that's the question I pose. Are we really shocked? So I think that something like this is why looking at things from the past is relevant to today. And I don't think people should be shocked. And if you're shocked, then I would say you're a naive person. That's all.
Okay, go ahead, Chief.
Okay. So first, I wanted to address something that Hits had said on two different occasions on this stream. He kind of stressed on it, and what Hits has said and just keeps stressing on it. Donald Trump's a bad businessman. Donald Trump's a bad businessman. Now, I just want to just say this. Just let me just give you some food for thought, and I'm gonna move on to the topic. Donald Trump is worth, and you can look it up, $6 to $7 billion. Now, when I say somebody's worth a $900 million, people be like, "Wow, damn, you have to be a great businessman to amass 900 million." Scratch that. Donald Trump is worth $6 to $7 billion. He runs Trump Towers that houses many offices and other businesses under him, and all that is managed to a T. And he's had it for years. And Trump Towers is worth some crazy amount of money. Mar-a-Lago, where he lives, is also a business that he's managed, and Mar-a-Lago is worth so much money. No one can amass 1 billion, let alone 6 to 7 billion, and not be a good businessman. Now you may dislike him, but sometimes we gotta just keep it real. Even though we dislike somebody, we gotta tell the truth. Sometimes He has to be a good businessman to amass $7 billion. He's done something right, business wise and decision making wise, to amass that amount of money. Now I just want to move on to the topic. Okay. So
Oh, God.
like
No, I'm only
see,
laughing. I'm only laughing because I know it's taking the patience and the strength of Hercules and Job
that's why I
for
paused.
hits for hits not to
That's why I
jump in.
paused.
But
'Cause I
go
know
ahead.
his wanted to respond, so I just paused before I
Go
moved
ahead.
on.
Go
Okay, so this is the
ahead.
last thing. The last thing. See, DEI to me, I may think different than someone else. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means I have another perspective. I may have a conservative perspective, or may have my own perspective. Analogy I give is sports. My son just finished playing his last year of college football, NCAA football, and he has his degree. You're not getting on that football field, and he played wide receiver, unless you're the best wide receiver. They starting you. They don't want just somebody. Oh, we're gonna play him because all this old soft because you know what I mean. No, no, no. You're not winning a title in boxing unless you him. You're not gonna win and rise to those levels just because. So this is just the way I look at things. I don't think it's wrong. I just look at it differently than other people, right? So like I also feel, which is a conservative, we talk about smaller government. Like liberals is big government. We saw smaller government. If I had a company, I would not want personally someone to tell me who to hire. I may have an idea how I want to run my company, and I don't want nobody, especially the government, telling me who I can and cannot hire. I want to be in. Hey, that's just how I think. So if you work for somebody's running a nuclear power plant, they want to employ the best people and the best experts to make that nuclear power plant run tip top. So no accidents and deaths happen. They should have that right. That's just how I look at it. So a lot of people see things a lot of different ways, right? So also I think it's a mindset. If I'm on the mindset where I think my people need a crutch, they're a little less lame. They need some extra initiative. As if you can't sell yourself. Like I told my son, I used to take jobs. When I go on an interview, I'm taking that job and it's going to be mine. I just thought confidence like that. And I'm not going to go on 2, 3, 4, 5 interviews. About 2 interviews and I'm getting hired. I'm taking that job because I'm selling myself. My son goes on an interview, just graduated college, works at the most prestigious high school for sports, and right now is an academic advisor. He took that job. This is a classic.
It's DEI.
No, it's not DEI. My son is qualified. He was a perfect person to work with these youth kids because he had NCAA football experience, and he has a degree in that field that made him perfect. Hold on, let me finish my spiel. Whatever, you can hate if you want, but just let me. It's not DEI because the football players are black, so they wanted the black staff to relate to them.
Definitely
Too.
DEI.
Now maybe they didn't, but my son sells himself. He's never had to go on but 1 or 2 interviews, and he's won it. Fresno State is thinking about hiring my son as an assistant AD. This ain't because he's qualified. They like him, and he has connections, and he's met people, and he's presented himself as a professional person. So it's also a mindset. I don't think we should always be thinking we need some crutch or we need some special thing so we can get this job. Nope. If you don't qualify or sell yourself, you're not gonna get it. Period. That's just how I think. No, I'm just saying how I think. It's not. But let me. The last sentence. Last sentence. Last sentence. Last sentence.
Chef, let him
Last
go.
sentence. Last sentence. Last
Let him
sentence.
Let him finish.
I want to remind people that I said my mindset is the best person is starting at wide receiver and defensive back, and the best quarterback is playing. because they want that ship to run as best as possible. And that's how I think about the workforce, because it's the same thing, competition. If you're not competitive enough, you're going to lose. I don't need a crutch. My son don't need a crutch. I just started thinking different, and I hope it's not offensive to nobody.
All right, let's show who
Don't
did need
leave.
a crutch.
Don't leave yet. Don't
Hold on,
leave.
let me
Just
jump
No, I'm not
in.
going nowhere.
Hold on, let's show who did need a crutch and who is a bad businessman.
Here we go.
And why he is. His business model is based on deception, lying, not paying vendors, filing bankruptcy 6 times, cooking the books, and putting fake gold veneer over failure, right? Initial financial advantage. Ooh, talk about a crutch. $413 million from his father through loans, gifts, and grants. Poor investment choices. Trump Shuttle, Trump Stakes, Trump University, New Jersey Generals, Trump Taj Mahal Casino, which led to business failures from 91 to 2009. Poor decisions and wild over leveraging, right? How's that good business? Missed potential. If he'd invested in the stock market, he'd be worth almost $7.5 billion.
Before you finish,
He's not done that.
No, I just want to say that.
Negative impact. His business practices have resulted on him going bankrupt 6 times. How many times have you gone bankrupt, Chief X?
I'm just saying, I'm not here to debate you on it. You can continue.
Okay, but no,
I'm not here to debate you on this. I'm just letting a person know with any common sense. Anybody with 6 or 7 million is not a bad businessman. They done something right to amass that. So you can talk that away if you want to.
Right? I wouldn't call it right.
But I know so many businessmen filing bankruptcy is a businessman decision.
You assume it's right.
No, you can look it up. They'll tell you most rich businessman has filed bankruptcy several times, and look at the reason why.
Jay-Z did.
I didn't say everybody in the world. I'm just saying businessmen file bankruptcy for business purposes. So you can't hate on him for that and try to knock him just because you hate the person.
Would you want him running your nuclear plant?
Hell yeah! I just told you he's running Trump Towers.
We all have 3 arms.
Do you know what people don't understand what Trump Towers entails?
No, you like him.
This is why I know people have no.
You talking about people dislike him? You like him.
It's not about that.
Everybody else.
No, it's not about that. I'm just even if I just.
Hold on.
I can't talk over you. Go ahead.
One mic. Go ahead.
So your perception is just as bad as everybody who dislikes him, because you just like him.
No,
because he talks some shit that he don't.
I'm telling you, it's not that. So ask me what it is, so I can.
You like him. Just say you like him.
Okay. Well, let me. Can I clarify now?
You like him.
Okay. It's not about Trump. I tell people this all the time.
It's always about Trump.
Listen, no. Listen, I just said. I can hate someone, but what I won't do is just lie on them because I hate them. I'm just gonna just demonize them.
Who told a lie?
Hold on.
No, you gotta say.
No, I'm gonna. Let me finish. I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna demonize someone.
I just want to know.
Okay. Don't get nervous.
Oh, man. Make sure you answer that. I'm on my cube.
I know. I got you. Can I go now?
Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I wouldn't demonize someone erroneously because I dislike him, and because everybody's emotional about who won or who didn't win a presidential race. At a certain point, we gotta calm down and be real. I'm telling you, with everything I know as a 55-year-old man who'd worked with millionaires as my brokers when I did real estate, if you get $900 million, you done some good business. You done something right.
Yo,
so I said, hold on, let me finish. Let me say scratch. So I said, scratch that. He got 6 to 8 billion and runs Trump Tower, which is a business. No one can dispute that he's not running a business tip top for years.
Ivanka
forget the bankruptcy. Mar-a-Lago. No one can say Trump Towers is not running these 2 businesses to the up T. And winning if he got 6 or 7 billion. That's all I'm saying. Just tell the truth.
Did you want to answer his question when he asked you
about... Oh my God. Brash, do you get what I'm saying with that?
No, I understand what you're saying. I think that hold on real quick. And the only thing I want to correct, one thing. Trump is actually worth around 63 billion.
Damn.
We're forgetting about that coin that just dropped last week. So it's not just So it's not so good or
Remarkable
bad
point.
business is all relative. My opinion on this whole, I just give my opinion and then y'all could just kill me later. But as far as good or bad business, it's all it's relative to what you. I mean, if you support him as a good businessman, you'll say he has significant wealth, a great portfolio. He can navigate setbacks and transition through politics, whatever. And if you think he's a bad businessman, you talk about debt reliance, his controversies, discrepancies, and net worth. But in the end game, I won't say good or bad, but I think it's impressive that he has navigated to 60 plus billion. If he's as with how I actually think of him personally. So I mean, I don't know. I don't look at things everything is good or bad or otherwise. If he's that much of a crook, then he needs to be or should have been put away a long time ago.
He ran for president and won. That's the only reason.
And
why
he don't owe nobody a penny.
Y'all know
Well,
that.
hold on. He said he does nobody. He doesn't owe anybody a penny.
He doesn't owe anybody a penny.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, he has all victimless so-called crimes.
Hold on, you're a Republican. You're a Republican, so you believe in this.
I'm not a Republican.
Hold on, so you believe in this free market stuff?
I'm not a Republican. I'm trying to just correct you.
Hold on.
Just ask me what I am. I'm conservative.
Do you believe in a free market that Trump likes to operate under? Do you believe in that?
The free market. I heard you guys.
Whenever you want to get in.
I heard you guys.
So you
mention,
don't want to answer.
Hold on,
question.
I'm answering. Hold on.
That was nasty, bro.
Yeah, I know that was nasty work. I just told Logic whenever you want to get in. That's just freaky as hell. Go ahead, Chief.
Okay. You guys mentioned earlier.
Do you believe in the free
oh
market?
my God! You can't tell people. You can't make people answer
Let
how
them
you want
answer
them
the
to answer.
question, bro.
I hear
Let them
you.
answer the question.
Okay. Politics is not. I'm not no big political head. I didn't major in political science, okay? But I heard you guys mention capitalism. Hold on, I'm about to answer this question right now. It's gonna go. I'm about to answer it. You have to just slow down. I could have been done. You guys really don't. No, you guys really want to nitpick. I could have been done. So you guys want to waste the time. So free market. I want to be free to do what I want to do. I'm for capitalism. I'm not with socialism. Most socialist countries are failing. Okay, if you guys got $1 million, you don't want to share it with everybody. You're not that damn social. Stop fronting. You're gonna start business and you ain't giving nobody a dime, you stingy suckers.
So
okay,
you don't want to
stop acting like you some socialist and shit. Stop it.
Well, actually, I'm a communist.
Socialist, you ain't becoming no millionaire if you're a socialist. You're hampered. So to answer your question, what do you mean by free market? So I won't answer wrong.
All right. So when we talk about the free market, because what the market in capitalism is supposed to do is decide who wins and who fails. So I'm asking you, do you believe in that? Because this is what Donald Trump supposedly believes in. So do you believe in what Donald Trump believes in?
I believe I make money for what I'm worth. And how good I hustle.
So you don't want to answer the question.
No, I'm going to answer. This is just give you the example and a clear answer. Whatever I make from my hustle and from my expertise and from my skill or my gift of gab, that's my motherfucking shit.
So you don't care about
that's
the market.
What I mean. I want it to be free.
Understand the question.
Okay, so maybe I'm not understanding the question then.
All right, so you don't understand markets. That's
okay.
Fine.
Maybe I don't. Cool. That's why I'm asking you. Re-ask the question and reword it so I can get it and answer so I can get it.
And no disrespect to you, brother, but you can't fix stupid. So I can't keep.
Okay,
asking
well, we'll just go
but
to insults. We'll just go to insults and fuck up the goddamn.
No, I'm not.
Show
It's not
and
an
act the goddamn
it's not
fool.
An insult.
You know what I mean? And I just sit here and call you bitch niggas, and we can ruin every goddamn thing. Okay, so I'm trying to be respectful. I'm trying to tell you maybe I didn't understand your question then. Since Chevron feel I don't understand it, well, I'm asking you to re-ask me. If you don't want to re-ask me, forget it.
I've done that.
Okay, well, I'm giving you the answer best as possible. You're known for asking 6 questions after you ask 1 anyway. So that's why we're here.
Well, I've only asked you 1, but let me ask you this question. So you believe in the
another
market?
question, bro. You
believe in the markets. You believe in the markets, which you've just evidence that you don't even understand what the market is, which is
I'm not an
understandable.
economist. I'm just why I'm prepping myself.
I
So I
know.
won't.
This
I don't.
is
I'm
yeah.
not like everybody who
I
sit
know.
here in front like there's some economist and shit. They
I
know
know.
about virology,
I know.
They know about every damn thing, and
I
they're
know.
multi-genius. I don't front like these niggas. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, let me ask you this because you believe in Donald
Oh
Trump's
shit.
free market idea, even though you
I,
don't understand
He
what the
don't
free
know what
market
it
is.
is. He
okay,
No,
just
it's
so
cool.
if
No,
I
I'm
don't,
not asking him that question. I'm just
Thank you,
saying.
Sosa. I
So
appreciate
he
you, sir.
doesn't understand that. So what I want to understand is how can a person be a good businessman if they filed for bankruptcy 4 times? But I may be asking the wrong person because if you don't understand the market, then you don't understand bankruptcy.
I tried to tell you guys why businessmen file for bankruptcy is why he fucking filed for
So
bankruptcy.
now
Yeah,
you're an economist, but before you weren't.
hold on. No, hold on. You addressed me and said a few specific things. I'm specifically addressing the specific things you said. I told you when we spoke on that subject, rich men, super rich men, file bankruptcy for certain reasons and purposes that are personal to them. For court reasons, there's lawsuits going on, there's shit going on, niggas is moving around. This is why he amassed $63 billion hiding shit from snakes in the grass around him. Okay, this is what happens. So you guys sitting here acting like you know the reason for everything and you God, just because you dislike him, you're wrong. He kicked your ass.
So you know what's weird to me is that when I asked you the first question, you proclaimed and you said I'm not an economist, so I can't answer anything about the markets. But now when I ask you about his
Oh,
4
this shit is
bankruptcies,
hilarious.
you're an economist, so you have all of these
This shit is
answers. This is
wild,
weird
bro.
to me.
This
It's
is some wild.
insane.
This is so
Now
we
you're an
finally
economist.
we
Hey,
finally crashed out at
Cube,
11:30.
Here's
We
socialism
finally
for you
crashed
right
out
here,
at
right?
11:30.
But this is not a socialist country, right? You can go to this website called Subsidy Tracker, put in any company, and it'll show you all the subsidies they got. So let's put in somebody who Chief
This
X
is a
may like.
socialist
Also,
country, my
I'm sure
brother.
he feel the same way about Elon Musk, right?
Oh, we don't want to talk
Yeah,
about the
yeah.
welfare queen. We don't want to talk about the welfare queen, Elon Musk.
Hold on, I don't even. Let's see.
I'm not even
Let's
sure
do
what's
all.
your you guys.
No. You said
Hold on.
you know, free market.
I got you. I'm not sure.
Free market. Hold
No.
on, let me
Listen
share.
here. I'm not here to debate. You asked me
No,
how I feel about
no.
it.
I'm not
I'm
debating
not here
you.
to debate
This is
you
not a
about
debate.
it.
I'm showing you
I don't give a
information.
fuck whoever doing
Okay,
what. That's
look,
what they
I'm showing
doing,
you
and that's what they
information.
got.
1 billion.
Yeah. This
2
ain't come out
billion.
their pocket.
You talk
Who
to them
pocket
about
this
it.
come out of?
50 million.
You got cry
on.
about people's money to somebody else, not
No,
me.
you gave them your money. You didn't even know it. Look at that.
Exactly.
This is why you ain't no
You want to
billionaire.
argue with me about
This
their
is why
money
you
and how
ain't
they
no
make their money,
billionaire. Hold on,
and they
millionaire.
argue with me about
Hold on,
they got
millionaire. This is why
they got
you ain't one.
$63
This
billion.
is why you're
Hold
not
on, fellas. Hold
one.
on. I thought. Hold on.
This is
Hold
not.
on, hits.
This
Hold
is
on,
why
hits.
you're
Hits.
not one.
Hold on, real
Because
quick.
here's all your money.
It's okay.
Because every dime you made,
So I
you
guess
gave
none
to
of us
them.
on the panel are one. We're
Hey, you
we're
pay
not billionaires.
taxes? You
We're
pay
not
taxes?
billionaires.
I
I've
pay.
paid
This
taxes.
is where our
I've had
money went.
jobs. I've had all kind of stuff.
There you
Hold
go.
on. Hey, hold on. Let's be honest. Let's
Look at
tone it
all
down
that.
a
Hold
bit.
on.
Yeah.
Before we go forward,
Hold
hold
on.
on.
Let's be honest.
Cube. Before we go forward, we gave everybody the latitude. Everybody on this panel has their own channel. Y'all know how this shit sounds. This shit sounds terrible, even though we crashing out. Somebody humble out and let someone finish and then jump in. Y'all all talking over each other. Crash out, but crash out where at least we could leave the show up.
I'm just going
Go
to
ahead,
show the
Hicks.
screen, and that's it. It's a website called Subsidy Tracker.
Well, let me explain the screen.
See?
What he's
This is
trying to
crazy.
say to Chief
Oh
X.
my God.
He said one person at a time.
No, and
Yeah, but Hicks was
gone.
talking.
He was
You
just
cut him
Hits was
off.
just ready to go.
Let him
He
finish.
said he's
Then
just
jump
going to
right
show
in.
the screen, and I said I'm just going to
No,
explain
Hits.
the
Did you have
screen.
something? Ask Hits. Do you have something to say?
I just wanted to describe it. It's a
Okay,
website
go ahead.
anybody can go to, Subsidy Tracker. You go back to the home page. You can put in the company, parent company, what state, and the type of subsidy. Gives you all. Make sure y'all can see what I can see, right? Can y'all see the drop downs?
Now we can see it wonderfully, brother. You ain't doing
You can see
nothing
the
wrong.
drop
Just scroll
downs.
back up.
Hold on. Can you
This
see the
is
drop
wild.
down?
The glazing in here is amazing.
Okay. That's all. I just wanted to show that. Again,
What is that site for?
This myth that these companies and these rich people get all their money from their genius and they were it's a lot of it's subsidies.
I didn't say none of that.
Tax breaks.
Yes, you
Uh,
did.
uh,
I
I'm,
didn't say nothing about everybody
Yes, you
and,
getting their
and
did.
money
hold
because
on,
they're
hold on,
genius.
but then can I
Those
finish?
are fake
And you
narratives.
want to be able to make what money you can make, but a lot of this is our tax dollars. But we don't benefit when these companies do excellent. What do you get out of it? An
Hold on.
iPhone. Hold on. Yeah, you get an iPhone and a battery powered Tesla car.
Okay,
That's what you get.
cool.
You get high speed internet so you can look up so you can watch us on YouTube. That's
Okay,
what you get
can
while $1 trillion is sitting next to Trump
okay.
in the
Let me correct
inauguration.
Chief X real
So
quick.
so so
No,
so you
but
right down here with us.
let
So
me give you the real reason. Let me give you the real reason,
okay, but this is
and
for
let you.
everybody who wants to check
Cool.
subsidies in their state for different companies.
Right.
It's just information. That's
I
all.
appreciate that. That had
Okay.
nothing to do
There
with
you
me,
go.
though. I wouldn't nothing to do with anything I said. And Q about to go once I
It
read this
wasn't
thing.
for you, bro.
Well, I got you. Cool. That's what I'm saying.
It's for the
Well,
audience.
I got you. Cool. Why? This is the reasons. This is the reason why This is the reason why billionaires file for
I
bankruptcy.
love this shit.
Listen, while it might seem counterintuitive, billionaires sometimes file for bankruptcy to, like I said, strategically restructure large debts, protect assets from creditors in a legal dispute, or take advantage of bankruptcy laws to manage complex business holdings. There are reasons for they
Same
do
reason
this.
I
This is
would
no.
do it.
So I'm just saying I'm just giving you a reason that they say billionaires
Okay,
file for
good.
bankruptcy. That's
Thank you
all.
for
That's the same
defending
Okay.
reason I
Now
billionaires
would
go
do
for
it.
the
ahead. Go
night.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for
So
defending billionaires.
my point was, it doesn't make you a bad businessman.
Okay, good. Thank you for defending billionaires. Hey, Hits, can you put that up real quick so I
Yeah.
You
can
don't want to pay your
explain it to
debt.
the
You
niggas
don't
that
want to
don't
pay your
get it?
debt.
Let me just put it back up so I
What'd
can
you say, Chef?
explain it to the niggas.
You don't want to pay your debt.
Okay.
Exactly. This
Who
is
don't
why
want
they're
to pay
moving
that?
money around.
They're
But hold
giving
up,
different reasons why
brother. Let
people
me
do.
finish.
You guys
Let me
can know
just,
think you
bro.
can
Let
know
me
why.
finish, bro. You
Trump.
said
Let
what
him
you
go. Let him
said.
go, Chef.
He
Let
go,
him go, Chief.
I'm not
Let him
trying to
go,
interrupt
Chief.
him. I'm not trying to
Let
interrupt
him
him.
go,
Yeah,
But
you
you
Chief.
said
let the
what you
person
said.
finish.
No,
So now
Chef
when
made
we
an
see,
accusation about me. I'm just responding.
I'm
Oh,
about to.
I
I'm making.
summarized what you read.
No,
oh,
that
I'm
was
okay.
not what
making
I
an
was saying at all.
accusation. I'm
No, that's
making
what you
accus.
read.
No, it's not. I
Yep.
clearly read what I meant.
No,
I'm
Let the
making an
people
accusation.
comprehend how they want to comprehend. I read what it means.
I'm making an accusation. What
Go
you
ahead.
said is what you said about approximately 15 minutes ago. What you said was, well, if Elon Musk got all this money, he must have done something right. Nigga, no. That's not how it works.
I didn't.
So if we look right
I
here,
haven't talked about
bro,
Elon Musk and his
stop.
budget.
Bro, you
Go
have to
ahead.
stop. There
But
has to
make the
come a
fake narrative.
time.
Give the
There
fake
has to
narrative.
come a time when you have
I
to
didn't say
stop.
nothing about Elon fucking Musk and how he make
No,
his money.
no, bro. I just repeated what you
Period.
said.
No,
Hold
I
on,
didn't
I
say
Chief.
just
Hold
that.
on,
repeated what you
Chief. Hold
said.
on, Chief.
But
Let
Don't
go
him
make
go.
me
ahead
go
and
get
run
it.
your narrative
Don't make
and
me
play
go
these
get it.
games.
Let me repeat verbatim what he said.
No, I'm
He
talking
said,
about Trump, mainly Trump.
no, you don't get to do that.
I am not. I have nothing to. I don't even know. I have nothing to do with
I'm
how
not
Elon made his
interested.
money.
I'm not
Okay, I'm
interested.
just clarifying that because don't
Bro,
make no fake
stop. It's
narratives here.
my
You stop
time.
it. If you're about to
Stop.
go, but I'm just clarifying that.
Bro, what happened to you being
You're
quiet and letting me finish?
you're not gonna sit here and lie on me in front of me.
This
I'm
is
about to
diabolical.
repeat what you said.
No,
Repeat
Are you
what
let's
he
ready?
move
said.
on. Just move on to your point, bro.
Oh, no, I'm
Let
trying
him
to make
repeat
my
what
I'm
he
point.
just
said.
clarifying it.
So
Whatever
what
I
Chief
said,
said.
I'm not talking about Elon Musk. I'm
Okay,
talking
good.
about Trump. God
Okay,
damn.
good. Okay, good. So
Repeat
what
what you
Chief X
said,
said,
Go
what Chief
ahead with
X
your
said,
point.
what Chief X said was, well, if Elon Musk got all these billions of
Yo,
dollars, he
I don't know
must have
nothing
done
about. I'm
something
telling
good.
you right now, I don't
Bro,
know shit about
stop.
Elon
Yeah, yeah.
Musk.
No. Stop, stop. Everybody
Stop.
stop. Everybody
Crazy.
stop. Everyone stop. Everybody stop.
Niggas trying
This
to
shit
gotcha
sound. Hold on,
moments.
hold on. For everybody in this bitch, we all got channels. This shit sound crazy, bro. You saying Elon Musk to get him to go, and then he gonna go, and all of that. Say what you saying. The man ain't discussing Elon Musk. Just state your case, gangster. Go ahead, Q.
I'm
Just stop
trying to
saying
do it.
Elon Musk because you know what you're doing, bro.
I'm trying to
You,
do it. He's
okay,
being
just don't bring
argumentative
up
on his
Elon
own
Musk because he's
volition.
what
I'm
I'm
not
talking
forcing
about.
him to do anything. He can be
Okay, so
quiet
go
and mute his
ahead. Go
mic.
ahead. Go ahead.
I
Talk
muted my
about.
mic when I was listening to him.
Go
So
ahead,
now,
bro.
what he was trying to say earlier is that, oh, Elon Musk must have been doing
Elon Musk.
something good and smart because he got billions of dollars. But when we look at this subsidy tracker, what we see is we see Tesla got $1.287 billion from who? The government. He's a welfare queen. 2015, we see all three-quarters of $1 billion. 2023, we see a quarter of $1 billion, over a quarter, over and over and over and over. We see Elon Musk getting money. So no, you're wrong. Elon Musk did not do anything smart. He did not do anything intelligent to get the wealth that he has. He's a welfare queen. So all of the money that you make, that you love Donald Trump, all of that money that you're talking about, your tax money that you don't want to give to poor people to help them to pay their rents, to help these people to pay for their groceries, you rather give it to Elon Musk. This is what I'm trying to point out. You're a hypocrite. And you don't even understand that you're a hypocrite, which is part of the problem. Let's go.
Okay, so based off of his logic that he just
Go ahead.
ran to us, all billionaires who run corporations and run companies and start companies are bad businessmen because of some welfare benefit they got. I'm not even here to debate if a corporation got welfare or not. I'm not denying that. That's nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Elon Musk for the 100th time, okay? So, by that logic, you just want to focus that to be on Trump and Elon. Every businessman, by your logic, isn't a good businessman if they're associated with some welfare.
All right, real quick. All right, I want to move forward because this is, I don't know. I know it's not that late on the West Coast, but I
Yeah,
want to
I
at
know. I
least
just
go
want to
with the
respond
last.
real quick.
No, I want to talk about this executive order, and then as soon as we start that cue, we can go right back into it. But I just want to get this out the way because we've been on this bitch for damn near 4 hours. All right, so the last executive order we're going to discuss is the Equal Employment, and I want to get your opinion on this too. Equal Opportunity Employment Order of 1965. 1 second. I'm gonna just play it. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
Has been going viral for about the past day or so, and people are understandably upset and reasonably asking questions. So let's talk about it. First and foremost, there are a few things that people need to understand. Number one, your protections against discrimination, specifically in the workplace, did not start in 1965 through an executive order by the president, nor did they stop being modified in 1965 by the same executive order. So where do they come from? Your protections against discrimination in the workplace are either constitutionally based or they come from legislation passed by Congress. Notice neither one of those two things mentioned an executive order from the president. So where's the confusion? Let me explain it. Federal discrimination acts like Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 already prohibits employers from discriminating on the basis of race, color, religion, sexuality, a number of things. And that's only been modified throughout the court system over the years to include things like age and disabilities. So if all of that came from the Constitution and federal discrimination acts passed by Congress, what did this executive order actually talk about? This executive order basically mandates that federal contractors and federal contractors only have to have affirmative action programs in place in order to keep their federal contracts. This doesn't mean that now that this is revoked, that these same companies can start going out and discriminating on who they choose to and not to hire, because that's federal law. That's part of the Constitution. That has already been decided by the courts that it's illegal. So no, this has nothing to do with that. But you can expect to see a lot more misleading headlines like this because companies and people and blogs get paid to post stuff like this in order to stoke division. Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Hold on. Let me talk. Let me talk.
Can you play it one more time?
Let me talk. So part of the reason I'll play it again. Part of the reason why I wanted to play that video was because when we was talking earlier with Stu Pease, I think a lot of times, Chef, people don't understand. That's why I kind of went back to school in a way with him. I don't think people understand the difference between, you know, federal, state, constitution, the courts, Congress, executive orders, things like that. So you have to understand that.
Please let me go after Brad.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Well, how you gonna? It's your channel. You can go whenever you want. The people don't really understand that there's such a fervor and there's so much microwave information and social media about these orders. Nobody's trying to paint Trump like he's some kind of genius, but what you do, well, not you do, but what social media and liberal media does is they'll make it seem like the whole damn sky is falling without actually reading the order and seeing what it affects actually. And then it just don't seem like it's so this, that, and the third, whatever. So I think a lot of people that are talking about executive orders that are in this political time, because we all knew that, you know, once the inauguration happened, we were going to go into a political cycle. they were gonna. The people that don't understand base social studies and history, they don't understand political process. That when you actually look at the orders and read them versus just falling for the catchphrases and stuff on social media, you'll actually get the right information. So I just wanted to play that because that was one of the best explanations I've seen as to why you shouldn't panic. You should pay attention, most certainly, but you shouldn't panic over every specific thing that the media is trying to get you to go crazy over. Go ahead, Chef.
All right. Now, executive orders. Now, I hope the video that you played, I hope your sentiments are not that executive orders do not have teeth to it.
No,
like
it's not. That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying.
Okay. The misleading part that I'm getting from y'all is these executive orders, they just publicity stunts. And
nope.
All right,
that's not what I said.
This don't have no teeth to it.
It's not what I said.
You know what I mean? This is a distraction. You feel me?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is when you splash across the headlines, they're removing the Civil Rights Act of 1965 and the Equal Employment Act. Most people that don't understand just base knowledge in social studies, political process, and history, they start going outside, buying eggs, toilet tissue, all the cans they could get because they think we're about to go back to slavery. When in actuality, if you had a base understanding, I'm not talking about a great understanding, just a base understanding of how political process actually works, and you read the executive order and what it actually affects, it just wouldn't seem as crazy to you as how liberal media and social media work. That makes sense?
Yeah, y'all can go ahead.
It doesn't make sense to me because
nothing makes
I
sense.
want to hear it. No.
No.
I'm saying it doesn't make sense because I need to hear it again. But it sounds like you're boiling all media down to liberal media.
No. I'm talking specifically about spin media. The media. I own a media company, bro. I like some of the stuff you do on your channel. You're a semi. You're like a media company. I'm talking about the specific memes, the specific things that are targeting people that aren't as educated as others. Like y'all do this in the conscious community all the time. In the conscious community, there are people all the time. The flat earth people that talk about flat earth and this, that, and the third.
But you know what I'm doing? You know what I'm doing? I'm being honest and I'm being diligent because I'm saying play it again because I didn't fully understand what the brother said. I'm being diligent because I'm like, I didn't really grasp it. So that's why I said play it again so I can fully respond to it because it went kind of fast. You heard it already. I didn't.
Now, Brass, before you play it again, because I want you to play it again, you have to specifically understand what he's saying. They're repealing federal contracts. One thing you have to understand and be in mind while you're listening to him again, federal employees is 18% African American. Federal employees. And a lot of them, and most of them, is black women.
He wants to get rid of that.
Now, we're only 13% of the population, so we're represented and overrepresented as a block of people in federal jobs. This man is talking about federal contracts, and like Brad said before he played again, people is acting like the sky is falling, like he means some harm to you. You just got brainwashed by liberal media, by these hot
what is
headlines.
Liberal
so
stuff?
Let's listen to the guy go again. He's going to break it down clearly. You don't have to be in denial of what the brother's saying.
Hold on.
Breaking it down.
Hold on. Before you play it, I just want to do this before you play it. It says Trump rolls back 1965 executive order addressing workplace discrimination. So, what is this liberal media stuff that you guys keep trying to push?
Because because what he's saying is that's the headline. What he's saying, what he's about to give you is the actual information of what happened.
No, he's not.
I'm gonna listen to
the same thing everybody else is doing. What the hell?
Go ahead. I want to give me all the outrage you got.
If we're serious, we'll go read it.
So hold on, real quick.
No, I am serious, and I have read it.
So hold on, real quick. When we look at what it's saying,
no. I don't want to skip over that. If we're serious, then we're discussing it, right? So if we're serious, we would have read it. I am serious, and I have read it.
Okay.
So have y'all read it?
So
Well,
the
this is what we're here
executive
to do.
order.
No. Don't start telling me what y'all think. Have you
What is
read
No,
it?
this is what we're here to do, bruh.
right?
No, I'm not talking to you, Q. I'm talking to Chef. Have you read it?
So hold on. It
No.
says
Have you read it?
Now you go.
no.
Here
I have,
he go with
Okay,
the
then you
question.
not. Then how you gonna say? That's a simple question. I'm
Here
just
he go
saying. If
with the
you haven't
question.
read it, then wait until
no.
you read it
I
and
answer
then say it.
questions simply. I answer
Yeah, I know.
questions. I
Go
don't
ahead.
get into the long. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
I
So
got you.
This guy's just trying to explain it for us if we listen
I
to it
don't
again.
need him to explain it. Everybody, so is another person on the other side of this that y'all said explained it wrong. So now y'all saying that this guy
No,
in his 30 seconds explained it right.
what I'm saying is the other people on the other side didn't explain it at all. They just
Can I,
threw out a very scary headline and a 10-second meme on social media, and now somebody else went to their job and said, they rolled back the 1960, like that's what I'm
It's
saying. I'm
fair.
saying
It's
some
called
can
people
I ask a
actually
question?
fear mongering.
paid
Can I
Political
ask a
attention.
fear
question?
mongering.
Oh,
Can
Q, you're killing.
I ask a question and we
Can I
just
just play it real quick?
no, but I want to start here though, and I promise I want to
Okay.
hear it. I really do want to hear it. So if we just subtract all of the fear mongering and we just look at what it's saying, can you tell me the positives of the 1965 executive order of addressing the workplace discrimination? Like, what are the positives of that? And when he rolled it back, like, can you just tell me what are the positives? And by him rolling it back, what are the negatives?
Because he didn't. Can we just play it? Because he's about to answer the question. Can I allow him to do it?
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay, I'm gonna allow him to do it.
That's fair.
Because that title. Let me ask you a question. When you read that title, Trump rolls back 1965 executive order addressing workplace discrimination. When you read that title, does that bother you? With no information,
No,
nothing
it
behind
doesn't
it,
because I
nothing.
don't know what it entails. It doesn't bother me
You've
because I
been
don't know
Most
what
arguing
it
people,
that
but
entails.
way.
most people, it does.
Yeah, but
Most
if I
people,
don't
it
know what
does.
it entails, it could make that order could affect me adversely. So I
But
don't know
we're
what
talking
it
about
Okay.
entails.
the people in general. This is
Just
the
people. I'm just
headline
talking
that
about
gets
people
them.
in general, bro. I'm not talking
This is the
Yeah, but
about.
you just
headline that got
asked
them.
me though. You just
Yeah,
asked
Okay,
me.
no,
we got.
you're right. You're right. You're right. I did ask you. You're right.
So this headline has been going viral for about the past day or so, and people are understandably upset and reasonably asking questions. So let's talk about it. First and foremost, there are a few things that people need to understand. Number one, your protections against discrimination, specifically in the workplace, did not start in 1965 through an executive order by the president, nor did they stop being modified in 1965 by the same executive order. So where do they come from? Your protections against discrimination in the workplace are either constitutionally based or they come from legislation passed by Congress. Notice neither one of
Can
those
we
two
stop right
things
there
mentioned
real
an
quick? Can we
executive order
pause?
from
Can
the
we pause?
president.
No.
So where's the confusion? Let me explain it. Federal discrimination acts like Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 already prohibits employers from discriminating on the basis of race, color, religion, sexuality, a number of things. And that's only been modified throughout the court system over the years to include things like age and disabilities. So if all of that came from the Constitution and federal discrimination acts passed by Congress, what did this executive order actually talk about? This executive order basically mandates that federal contractors and federal contractors only have to have affirmative action programs in place in order to keep their federal contracts. This doesn't mean that now that this is revoked, that these same companies can start going out and discriminating on who they choose to and not to hire,
Oh my
because that's
God,
federal
bro.
law. That's part of the Constitution. That has already been decided by the courts that it's illegal. So no, this has nothing to do with that. But you can expect to see a lot more misleading headlines like this because companies and people and blogs get paid to post stuff like this in order to stoke division.
That was misinformation.
Okay.
That now, and the reason why
Yo,
I
that
said,
shit is saying they can now discriminate.
yeah,
Like
that
this is
that
what
was
it says.
misinformation. Think about this. The hold on. It is the Equal Opportunity Employment Executive Order of 1965. Lyndon B. Johnson, right? That was he's right about one aspect of it, right? The executive order gave the government teeth to go after people who wasn't in compliance. It was to actually enforce what was already on the record. That's what. So when you repeal that, you taking away the government's ability to make people be to be inclusive.
and
to
they
other
can
people.
now discriminate.
Right? Like what
This
is
is literally what it said. Because if you listen to
crazy?
the brother, what he said no, this right did not make them allowed to not to discriminate. It was actually the act in 1964. So if you play it back, he said it was actually 1964. But this was something that shored it up that they could not do it. But when you repeal
Exactly.
when you repeal that, it means that they can still do it. There's just no one to go after them when they do it. Because what this act did, there was people that would go after them when they did this. So now that they can do,
Hold on, Q. So do y'all think that the civil rights movement and these executive orders and all of this legislation was passed for no reason? Do y'all think that it wasn't something that was happening that made us have to push for those type of things? Like, and do y'all think it just go away?
your chef.
Real
Listen,
quick.
bro.
Let me just
Hold on, really quick.
You,
I gotta say this, bro.
okay, God.
Chef, listen, what you said is so important because black people could always vote, but you know what we needed? We needed the 1965 Voting Act. So we could always vote, but we needed the 1965 Voting Act to allow us to do it, to go after a lot of these booths that didn't allow niggas to vote. So when you have
Good
this
point.
shit, this was just
Great
another
point.
this was just another thing to shore up to where niggas could not disagree with us that was stop that excuse
To
me.
force us away from the polls.
Yes.
And all of
So
that.
that's
Yeah,
all.
exactly.
Yes, this
Man,
was
we
just
kicking
something to
y'all
shore that
asses.
up. This was just
We
something to shore
kicking
that up.
y'all asses.
Again, you have to put this shit in place because people don't know how to act. And Chief X insinuates a lot of times that black people always looking for a handout. All of this, we act too needy and this and that. That's bullshit. Everything we got in this country, we had to fight and work hard for. So that's disrespectful to the ancestors who went through all of that hell and continue to fight and thrive. And if all of these executive orders are bullshit that he's rescinding, if it's no big deal, why is he doing it? And that would go against, hold on, what Brad said, that liberal media is making it crazy. They wouldn't have nothing to make crazy if that fool wasn't up there just doing shit just to trigger people. So they're reporting on his triggering. If he's going to be triggering, why can't they? If they're all nothing burgers, as whoever used to, I think he used to say that, right? Why is he going through all this then? It's to trigger people and to make people who voted for him think they actually getting something, which y'all just admitted. Oh, it's nothing. Oh, it ain't nothing. It ain't no big deal. Ain't nothing gonna change. It don't mean nothing. So why is he doing it then? What the hell's the point?
He already won.
If there's no discrimination,
Hold on, can I hold on real quick?
People. Hold on, I'm almost done. Hold on, I'm almost done.
Q,
And
you
I
gotta-
think
you
the
gotta
people,
chill.
hold
Other people
on.
gotta talk.
I think the people that Chief X are talking about represent a super small percentage of the African American, community.
What
I
people?
think he's trying to expand that to make his point like that's most of us or majority of us. That's bullshit. Majority and most of us ain't out here asking. We out here busting our ass, taking care of our family and taking care of business, just like you. No matter what state you live in.
Hold on, Cube. It's not your turn, man. He addressed me several times, and other person did too. Chill out, Cube. I'll let you go when you wanted to talk just now.
Chief, don't
listen,
get
listen,
nervous.
real quick.
Don't get nervous.
Never tonight.
Why you having
Did
a
I
nervous
hold
breakdown?
on, Cube? Never tonight to address anything about us being needy, black people. I said we are equipped. I didn't say there's families. I said we are equipped people. And we're not lames and need a handicap or need a crutch. I'm speaking highly of us. We're not no basket case. You gotta stop just making up stuff and lying
who
on
you
me.
talking about
I didn't say about what I said. We're talking about DEI and stuff.
So who needs it then?
Listen.
Why is it there?
Listen. You didn't hear the man talking. None of y'all have anything to do with federal contracts.
Told you, y'all. There we go with that.
No,
again.
for
How
real.
Did you know? How did
Let's
you
be
know?
real. I don't have anything to do with no federal contracts.
Okay, there you
It's
go.
not just federal contracts.
No, but you guys haven't read it.
It's
Chef
not
Red,
just federal
you
contract. I've
admitted
read
to not
more
having
than
reading
this.
it, so you guys cannot be
I've
stop.
read more
No,
than
you
this.
have not read it. You admitted
I've
that
read
a
more
minute
than
ago. A
this.
minute ago. People
I
have to
know
stop
it's
trying.
not. I
People,
know it's
people
more
have.
than federal
But let me
contract.
let me finish. People have to stop trying to debate shit they haven't read.
I know it's.
When somebody explains something to them, and it goes against what they thought, and it whoops them intellectually. Now they got a problem.
It's not just
That
federal
boy didn't make
contract.
nothing up.
It's not just federal
Nothing's
contract,
repealed that is harming you.
bro. I can't. It's not just federal contracts, bro. Do you get that?
We haven't read it. I'm not even going to debate that.
I'm telling you.
Oh, you
so
can.
what are
Okay,
you talking
fine.
about? So if you haven't read
Pull up
it,
your
It's not.
screen,
you
Chef
know,
Red.
Hold
if
on.
you
It's
haven't
not.
read it,
Listen,
I don't know.
how is you backing what he's
I'm being
saying?
honest.
No, fuck
Wait.
that.
I
Fuck
have
that.
read
You
it.
admitted you haven't read it. I haven't read it.
If you
I
haven't
have
read
read
it,
it.
how is you backing?
So
what
in
that is saying?
1965.
No, fuck that.
Okay.
Cut
Anything
his
else?
mic off. Cut
Anything
his
else?
mic off.
Yeah, the
If
truth
you
hurts.
haven't read it,
Hold on, Chief.
if
Hold on,
you
Chief.
haven't read
Hold
it,
on, Chief.
how is you backing what he's saying?
So I have read it. I have read it.
I'm talking about Chief X. If Chief X, if you haven't read it, how is you backing what he's
Because
saying?
you don't have the intuition to understand when a young brother is talking in that video, he's trying to inform you. You can't tell when someone is trying. You can't tell when someone got your back and when someone don't got your back because your belief just got destroyed.
What the fuck?
That man was telling the truth. But let Brass go ahead and tell you what he read.
Let me say something. Let me tell you something.
How do
It's
you
not.
know that when you haven't read it?
So I have. It's not just federal contracts.
Thank
It's not.
you. Thank you.
It's
I
federal.
didn't say
It's
it
federal.
was. You don't have to
Listen, no,
say
I'm not
thank you.
saying. Listen,
It's
I'm
a
not
bunch of
getting
stuff
involved in
involved.
what y'all talking about. I'm not getting involved in what y'all talking about. I just want to be specific because I have read it and I do understand executive orders. It's not just federal contracts. It's federal agencies. It's grant recipients, and it's also any program that's federally funded. Yeah, well, in fact, any program that's federally funded. But I want to say something about DEI and this order that you have to remember. Private sector organizations, state government, and independent entities remain free to implement DEI initiatives unless otherwise influenced by federal agencies, grant recipients, or federally funded programs. So in a sense, in some way, y'all both correct, but because I read all of this stuff. So when I say, I would never say that it's a nothing burger. My main point for playing the video was this, is that people get alarmed, but they haven't read it. So when you actually read it and you understand what it's specifically for, if you choose to, I mean, that's why I read it. So maybe you don't have to or you don't want to. But when you actually understand what it actually affects, you realize that it's not just the headline of repealing the Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1964, similar to what you just said, Chef. Like how you just, y'all started talking about civil rights and you started talking about the Voting Act and things like that. These are the feelings of people that, I'm not going to say less educated as you, but less informed as you when you read just a headline. And this is what I mean by liberal media, but I also say social media. And not all liberal media, just some that are just trying to make you afraid so you can make a decision, make you afraid so that it can change the narrative of what you think, believe without actually reading it. That's all I'm saying. I know what y'all arguing, this, that, and the other. And I'm not even saying take this young brother. If anything, what this should do is you listen to what this brother says and don't take the next 30 seconds, you and Q and or Chief or anybody who hasn't actually read it. Don't just assume that, oh, this is this. Take what he read, you go read it and form your own thought. It should spark good conversation, not us screaming and yelling back at each other. I'm gonna reiterate and land my plane. We all own channels. We all can do shows, right? We on 2 channels right now. So let's have a decent, we about to close out the show. It's Tuesday, it's Friday now. We started on Thursday. Just, have a higher level conversation. That's just what that young man said. I ain't say he was law. I'm just saying he's explaining it. I should have said he's explaining it from his perspective. And he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong in anything that he said, but you immediately, it's a response. So
yeah, shouts out to my big bro Chief X. He don't know it, but I look at him as my big bro. I appreciate a lot of his live
cut his
streams.
mic off.
I appreciate. Yeah, I laughed at that. I appreciate. Listen, I'm gonna
Hold on.
tell you something.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
I,
Finish what you're
I, I
saying.
really do appreciate Chief X because this dude is right about a lot of stuff. Because I'm still blocked on his channel, but I still rock with him. I still listen and it can, but it's nothing because I'm like, yo, I can sit back and listen. I don't got to comment because he's right on a lot of stuff, and I don't got no problem with a lot of stuff he says. But there's certain things that I disagree with, and I would like to say, Chief X, I'm calling you out to a debate on this two-way stuff that you on. Do you want to deal with this two-way stuff? We can hold it right here on Brass.
It's Tri Media. It ain't Brass. It's just Tri
Oh,
Media.
my bad. Tribe Media. We can hold it right here on Tribe Media. We can talk about this two-way stuff that you're talking about. You love this two-way stuff, but what you don't want to admit that there's a lot of that because you said the reason why you voted and you're a conservative is because of two-way. Well, you don't understand that there's Republicans, excuse me, Democrats
Oh,
that
okay.
are two-way also.
Were you saying 2A, not 2-way?
Yeah, I don't know. What are y'all
2A,
talking about?
meaning Second Amendment that you were talking about.
Oh, okay. So you got the audience and me confused because of the bad communication. But that's why I asked. You said 2-way talk.
Not 2A.
2A. The Second Amendment.
Second Amendment. Yeah.
Gun rights and stuff. What I was talking about.
Yeah. So there's so many Democrats that believe in 2A.
That's fine. I was specifically saying Democrats in California. I'm very specific.
You want to have a debate?
Why do you want to debate me about California Democrats and how they're against gun laws? Like
I don't want to debate you on California Democrats.
This is all I said. Now that you reminded me when you said two-way, the only time I talked about two-way is when I was giving an example of me being in California, which is a blue state like New York. California and New York have the worst gun laws because we're blue and we will never turn red. So I was talking about how I don't vote. Sometimes even if I didn't vote, it don't matter because California is going to be blue. We deep blue. And I'm just giving an example about how I think as a conservative different than Democrats in California.
And we appreciate
Republicans in California are for gun rights. Democrats in California are not. So just clarifying what I was talking about.
Right. And I want to
appreciate.
I just put the order in the chat.
So that's nothing to debate. I was just talking about California.
I appreciate your soliloquy. You're talking about two-way this and Democrats and Republicans, but I want to know if you want to have this. I want to know if you want to have this debate about two-way because there's so many Democrats that rock with 2A.
And okay, so this is another subject you're talking about. So
what are y'all talking about?
I don't know what a Cube is talking about. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, what are y'all talking about?
Cube is so emotional. He's pushing something. You're pushing something you don't need to push right now. We don't need to have a debate about 2A. I'd rather not.
Okay, well, let's
are you a gun guy? I don't even know if you're a gun guy. Do you own
not.
Guns?
That's why.
Okay,
I'm
so I don't even know nothing about you or where you're coming from. So
I'm against the Second Amendment.
Okay, so you're against people practicing self-defense.
Yes, I'm a gun abolitionist.
Okay. Well, let's have another title then.
So what are you going to?
So now I know where you stand.
Okay, well,
you're against people. You're against self-protection and protecting your family.
No.
Let me be clear. I just asked you simple question. I said, "Are you against self-protection?" And you said, "Yes, you're against self-protection." I'm just adding. Oh my God, you did, man.
I'm against.
So I'm adding layers to it now. So you're against me going out with my 2 children and wife. And some 250-pound man with a bat and a knife trying to harm me and my family. You against me shooting him?
Yes, I am. I'm against you having a gun to shoot him. Yes, I'm against that. Cool. I'm a gun abolitionist.
So you just prefer us to just get murdered?
Let me finish.
A family get murdered with no protection.
Let me finish.
See, Hips don't even agree with this, but he won't say nothing because it's Chief X.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Hips agrees with because he's not
just a go along to get along game shit going on here. Everybody glazing each other and shit.
Hold on,
come on, man. I don't care. I don't want to debate you on that. Nope.
Okay, good.
Because that's straight stupid. If you're telling me I can't protect me and my family against a mass murderer with a bat, you think that's wrong? I don't even want to debate nobody.
No, I never said you can't.
I made clear you were saying that. Chef Ron, don't clean up for Chef. Don't take sides. Don't take no. It's not.
That's worth debating.
If you think so, I'm letting you know. We don't have to keep going back and forth. I'm telling you, I don't want to do it. You're not going to
Yeah, he said
convince me to debate you
he's
about it.
very clear, bro. He don't
So
want to
he's trying to
Okay,
get out of
no,
it.
it's
Okay,
not.
so let's debate on
Just
Trump. Let's
respect
debate
that.
on Trump.
No,
Let's
you're talking
debate
about
on
something
Trump.
else now. Brass
Okay,
was
yeah,
trying to do
because you
something.
don't want to debate that. So let's debate
What-
on Trump.
What do you want to debate on? What do you want to debate on Trump?
Is Trump qualified to be president? Let's debate that.
Bro, I know damn well Kamala isn't.
I never
You know,
mentioned
let's
the
talk
word
about
Kamala.
that.
I never mentioned the word.
Okay, so
name
if
Kamala.
she's less qualified than him,
Debate
let
him
me
on it.
let me just say, give you a quick answer. Let me give you a quick answer. If Kamala's less qualified to me than Trump, I'm going for Trump. What is it a debate?
Okay, so if I never mentioned Kamala, then why the fuck are you
Because
bringing it up?
because that is some good common sense that you got to understand and why I would vote for somebody or why I wouldn't vote for somebody.
So if
because I wasn't voting for dingbat Kamala to sit in the Oval Office and be the leader of the free world. No way, Jose.
So I never
not on my watch.
Bro, I never
Are
brought
you
up,
kidding me?
I never brought up Kamala. I never talked
No,
about
I'm
her.
bringing up Kamala, nigga.
Okay, well you can bring it up in the
what are you
debate.
talking about? I'm talking,
bring it up
nigga.
in the debate.
This is my gift of gab, nigga. I'm bringing up Kamala for a
You
reason
can
to make a
bring it up
point.
in a
I
debate,
told
and
you
I'm
why I'm bringing her up. I'm not voting for that bitch Kamala. That's why.
Okay, well guess what?
Okay?
Well guess what? I'm gonna
That
do
dingy
wobbly
broad,
abolitionists. I'm gonna
that
do wobbly
giggling ass motherfucking hyena. I'm not fucking
well,
with
guess
her.
what? Well, guess
That's
what?
why.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna do wobbly abolitionists. So let's
Fine.
debate
So
on
that's
that.
what I'm saying. So why are we arguing about who we
hold
want
on,
to
hold
debate
on,
for?
wait.
This is my motherfucking choice. That's what I did. Let's move
Did
on.
you just say you said you was a Nuwapian abolitionist?
I said a duopoly. I said a duopoly abolitionist.
Oh,
Bro.
I was gonna say, what the fuck is that?
I said I'm a duopoly abolitionist.
Yeah, you
See
niggas
how
is
he
crazy.
Run?
That's what it is.
See how he's running? So he ran from the
I
gun
thought he
debate.
said
I'm running because
He ran from the be quiet. You
Diabolical.
ran already.
No, you ran.
So he ran from the gun debate. He doesn't want to debate.
I don't
guns.
want to debate you on no
Bro,
stupid
be
shit you
quiet.
came up with. You're right.
Bro, be quiet.
We've
You're
settled
done.
that already. Why you want to keep talking
quiet.
about it?
Bro,
That's why we need to move on.
Bro, I'm the captain.
I'm
now.
not
You
debating
spoke.
you on a goddamn thing, nigga.
Damn, he just did the
That's it.
movie. What movie was that?
You're not on my level. You're not on my level, bro.
Hey, Q, what movie was that?
I'm not casting pearls to swine.
Captain,
Nigga, let's move on.
What you say? I'm the captain now. That was a hell of a movie.
That's Captain. What's the name of that movie?
I forgot with Tom Hanks. That shit was amazing.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Oh, so
and I'm the
how you
captain
pulled
now.
that reference?
Yo, I
I'm the
got this
captain
nigga.
now.
This nigga, he's sliding, moving in
I'm
his
gonna bring it
seat.
home, Hicks. I got
Man,
this.
at this point, hey, at this point, I don't even want to hear what you got to say no more, Q. What kind of man say some shit like that, bro?
Like what?
What you say? What you say?
Brass, I have nothing to do tomorrow. So
Me neither. That's why I'm staying live.
go ahead. I have nothing
Yo,
to do.
we just talking. Hey, listen, hold on. Well, you know what? Let me do this. I
No,
apologize.
but let's let some other people.
Hold on.
Let me
Let me just do this real quick. I apologize. Since Chief X ran, I told y'all I'm a gun abolitionist. Anybody that want to deal with me on the gun debate, you believe in two-way, we can have that debate. He ran from the Trump debate. I asked him, was Trump fit to be president? I want to have that debate. Since he ran from that too, anybody that want to deal with it, we can talk about it. We can have that conversation.
Man, you sound like a damn communist, nigga.
I am a communist, nigga.
No,
What the fuck?
Gola, he is a communist.
You don't want to be. Hey, bro. Stop for real. Be for real, bro. My girl
he's a
just
communist
came.
for real.
My girl just came from Cuba two months ago. You don't want to be no fucking communist, bro. You don't know what no real. You don't know what that shit is in real life, nigga. You just talking, bro. You American, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Fuck.
Yeah, you do. People just what it is. People just hate rich
people. So I don't want to be a communist.
Motherfuckers
hate rich people.
Motherfuckers are starving.
So I don't want to be a communist
bro.
because you got a
Bro.
girlfriend, a
Bro.
mail ordered bride.
Bro.
That just came over
I'm just saying,
fucking,
bro. I know it ain't even just that, bro. My granddaddy Cuban, bro.
All them communist people, they trying to. Everybody in communist countries is trying to get the hell out of communist country because they starving.
Fuck Che and all them motherfuckers, man. Go on, sort with that bullshit, bro. You don't know.
Hold
what it
on,
is.
time out.
Not even my girlfriend, nigga. My granddaddy went through that shit, bro. My granddaddy fucking real Cuban, dog. Fuck all that shit, bro.
Hey, Gullah, hold on.
So
Wait.
because your granddaddy is Cuban,
you a fucking American, dog. You American, bro. You don't know the half of that shit, what that shit mean.
Hold on, Gullah. Did you just say, where's Cuban crisis where you need him? Did you just say fuck Che Guevara and all them other niggas too? Did you just say that?
Yes, he did.
Fuck all them racist motherfuckers, bro. I don't give a fuck about this.
Yeah,
Y'all
this
taking
nigga
y'all
talking about
taking
his
crash out
granddaddy is Cuban
literally.
and don't even know Cuban history. This is weird.
I
This
do
is
know
crazy.
Cuban history. Everybody, bro. My granddaddy didn't fuck with Castro, nigga. He was fucking with the Bay of Pigs shit, nigga. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You don't know the history of Cuba.
This is where you start the history at Bay of Pigs. Oh, you
But
don't want to go to
Cube,
No,
This is ridiculous.
you
nigga.
filibustering the whole
No
show
Bay of
though.
Pigs,
Go do
nigga.
more research, bro, and figure out who the fuck Castro was. Like you
Chef,
just don't know.
Yeah,
You just don't know, and
piece
it's
of shit.
okay.
He was a piece of
It's
shit.
okay.
Chef.
You just don't know, bro.
But
You're
bottom
ignorant.
line, all that come from pro-black people and Afrocentrics.
Bro, what pro-blacks are communists?
They hate rich people, so they attach
What
it to
pro-blacks
capital.
are
Hold
communists?
on, they
Castro,
attach it
bro,
they attach it to
they don't-
capitalism, and then they flip it and say, "I want to be a socialist because I hate rich people, so I want to be a
Guess what?
socialist." But you have no
Guess what,
clue.
Q?
You
Guess
do
what,
not want to
Q?
be a communist living in some socialist country. You're stagnant, and you cannot fly and do your own business and be you.
Hey, Q, you think you know some shit? You think that racist shit
I
from
don't think I know
Batista?
anything, brother.
You really don't know shit, bro. My
Yeah, I
girl,
don't know shit.
and my granddad was fucking
You
black
have a
too. They was black.
girlfriend that came
Listen,
from Cuba,
listen,
and you got
nigga.
a
Listen,
grandfather
nigga.
that came from Cuba, and we're
No,
supposed to
listen,
believe
nigga.
you
No,
that
listen,
you
nigga. Stop all
understand
that over
communism.
talking shit.
This is what we're
Listen,
supposed to believe.
Hold on, Q.
Listen,
Alright.
Hold on, Q. Let him say something real quick.
Listen, costume character. Look, listen. You don't like motherfucking
make
black
sure when
people
you
and
mute
fucking.
me, you mute
Listen,
that nigga
listen, bro. Let me talk, bro. You talk too fucking much. This ain't your show.
Nigga, it ain't your show either,
You
so what the
get.
fuck
I
are you
know,
talking
I
about?
know. But I
Quiet,
got more
Q.
class than you.
Goddamn.
Go ahead, Gullah. Say what you got, and then Q, you can go in right after that.
Black people in Cuba. My girl black, and my motherfucking grenade was a black Cuban. Under that fucking communist shit, them motherfuckers still was racist. They didn't give a fuck about your black ass. Shut the fuck up. Black people don't get shit in Cuba, nigga. That shit, all that shit for them fucking mulattoes and them motherfucking highly yellow ass Cubans. Fuck out of here.
You
That's
done,
all
Gullah?
he had to say? That's
Hold
it?
on, wait. Hold on, Q. You done,
Yeah,
Gullah?
bro. Cause you just
Go
call
ahead,
here
Q.
talking, bro,
I thought
playing,
there was
bro. Don't know
something
what the fuck
Go
you
intrinsic.
ahead,
talking about.
Q.
These niggas
Go
on
ahead,
here
Q.
character straight goofies, bro.
Go ahead,
I
Q.
thought he had something to say that was
No,
intrinsic.
go
He
ahead,
just said
Q.
fuck
Just say
me.
what you got to say. Just gotta say what you got to say.
There's nothing to
Pause.
say. He didn't say anything. Oh,
Yeah, he
fuck
don't give a
you,
fuck.
Q.
He don't give
Okay,
a
well,
fuck.
he done. So
My gal.
So here
He
it
wants the
is.
government.
So
He wants the
all right,
government. He wants the
all right.
government.
Hold on for a second.
So
He don't give a fuck about the government. He
My
want to
gal.
Hold on one second, y'all.
come in and
Nigga sound like
Hold on one
Hold
second, y'all.
on, fellas. Hold on, fellas. Let hits get in there.
Hold on one second, y'all. Let's give some people in the chat a shout out. Sonic,
Yeah, nigga, I
Psychopathia.
said my gal. Nigga, I'm from St. Louis, nigga.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
Hold on, Gullah.
Yo,
Hold on,
fuck where you
Gullah.
from,
Hold on,
bitch
Gullah.
ass nigga.
Fine Tane,
you the bitch ass nigga with your
Psycho.
non-gun
Oh my
having ass.
God, Gullah, come on, discipline
my
yourself.
nigga.
Discipline yourself.
Go on, Gullah. Go on,
504 top level. Donnie, the second best mod in the industry. I would be the first. What up, Donnie? 504. We already said that. Alexis. Who else we got? We just going through say what's up to everybody, y'all. If y'all don't mind that.
Yeah, shouts to Psychopathia. Support his channel.
Tony Apsu. Somebody called me stupid, whoever that was. Astro87.
Who called you stupid?
No, I don't mind. Come on, man. That's the chat. I just want
I know. I want to see. I just want to see. So I can call him stupid.
No. That's it. Just shout out to everybody. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. Hit the like button. Leave a comment. The link is in the chat if y'all want to come up. And just for the record, we all mostly get along and we all mostly agree as far as how we feel about our people and our goal to help us do better. You know, so don't let some of the words and some of the angst, get the chat fooled. We actually have decent conversations and we don't really dislike each other in real life, no matter what, some of the comments sound like. So.
And don't forget,
my gal.
And don't forget, at the end of the day, this is all Brass's.
You ain't
This
even
is all
real, bro.
Brass's
You
fault.
fake. You fake as fuck,
Hold on,
bro.
Gullah,
You
because
ain't
I
even
want
a
to
real
get your
nigga.
opinion on something. Gullah, I want to get your opinion on something real quick. And this is
Yeah,
the
it's your
last. This
fault.
the last
Yeah,
one.
it's your fault. Go ahead.
I know
Niggas
it's
on here be
always our fault.
cartoons.
I know
Niggas
how
on here
this
be
will be
cartoons and shit, bro. For real.
Now that I agree with, I just don't know. I agree with that shit right there. How y'all feel about the pardon of the 1,500? This is the last one, the last executive order. And I'll speak to you first, Gullah. How y'all feel about the pardon of 1,500 January 6th participants. How do y'all feel about that? Go ahead, Gold. Or are y'all even aware that he did it? Okay, he's on mute. Go ahead, anybody jump in. Hits.
Yeah, I think we should send any nigga that has a wife from anywhere else that has a green card. Send that nigga.
Come on, Cube. I want to actually get your opinion. You just trying to
Get this
fight with
goofy ass
Gold.
nigga on there. He's the one that
Oh, this
constantly
is
doing
my
that
real
continuity ass
opinion.
bullshit.
No,
that's
but
why
we
you
talking
conscious. That's why you in
about
that
the
little
Send
circle
that
you in,
January.
nigga
bro.
and
You
his
don't live in
gal
the real
back.
world. You don't
Send
live in the
him
real
and his
world, bro.
gal back.
You don't live in the real. That's why you in the conscious community. You don't live in the real world,
Send
bro.
him.
You live in a fucking bubble,
Stop,
bro.
man. You talking about that
Fucking
man's lady, bro. Stop.
fake ass goofies,
Yeah.
bro.
Hits, how you feel about January 6th? But we officially crashed out. This is
Yeah,
Niggas like
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
jokers
yeah,
and shit. It's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, we did. Again, you know, some of it may be contradictory for a party that would be pro law and order, right? You know, we knew that was going to be a problem that day on January 6th. That when you have people touting law and order, and then they go against the actual law. Somebody died. I think 2 people died, right? That day.
Yeah.
I think 2 people died. One of the protesters and one of the officers, I believe. On that side, I don't think you should let those people out. But the lower level crimes, maybe the people who were trespassing and you know, those lower level charges like menacing or whatever they were. I can see that. I don't think, and he has the power to do it. So
that's where I stand. I was waiting on you to say it. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to consider when we put, or whoever puts people in power, that they may actually, you know, take advantage and use it whether we like it or not. And every president gets that power. The outgoing president utilized his power to pardon. So we should expect the same. I just think, you know, it's some, you know, glaring contradictions there, but I don't want to piss off Chief X.
Hold on, Chief, before you go, hold on, Chief, because Chief been writing. Listen,
I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous. He picked up
I've
some
done
paper.
a few shows with
I'm nervous.
Chief. I've done a few shows with Chief at this point, and I already know when he start leaning over, writing in that motherfucking notepad or whatever the fuck
I'm looking
doing,
at him.
I
That's
just
why I
want
get
to
nervous.
go ahead and get my point across.
I'm trying to watch my tone. I'm trying to watch.
But
I
no.
mean, check, I got people on record. I'm telling you.
So my point with the whole pardon is that you know, I went back before I made any judgment or formed any kind of opinion on it, because I knew he was going to do it, even though he said that he wasn't going to. He had said later in his campaign that he was going to, and because I heard when he started referring to them as hostages versus prisoners. As far as the pardons go, if you are upset with him pardoning 1,500 January 6th participants, whatever you want to call them, then you should be just as upset if you go back down through history with the people that have been pardoned from any of your favorite president. You would be surprised at some of the people they pardoned. And also, I want to point to last week, President Biden, the former President Biden, literally the night, I think it was Sunday, pardoned his entire family.
I was just about to say that. You took my
Like
you took my line, man.
He literally. Wait, you can't make this shit up.
Did he catch hell? Hold on. Did he catch hell?
No.
Did he catch
Listen.
hell?
No. Yeah, I
answer
agree.
me.
No.
Did he
I
catch
agree.
hell? Okay.
Yeah, no. I ain't say he didn't. No. I'm just saying
there
as
go.
far as all the
He
presidents,
got nervous.
there should
He
be
got
no
nervous.
double. No. There should be no double standard for all of them because of what you said. It's basically my point. When they have the power to do it, what would you do? I didn't cut Biden any slack for pardoning his son, because I would have done it if I had the power to pardon my child. Versus trying to teach him a lesson or this, that, and the other. There's a lot of lessons I could teach my child without him going to federal prison. So my main point is that if the president has the power to pardon somebody, he'll do it. And if he ran on that and he's trying to serve his base, I can understand it. You know, I don't gotta rationalize my thought with it. I just got to say, he has the power to do it. Gullah, you got anything on that? If not, you still doing your shows on Saturday nights, bro? Or technically Sunday mornings?
I think Gullah in the chat
No,
arguing.
I'm
Yeah, I
finna.
don't
No, I
know.
got.
Yeah.
No, I'm finna. You hear me?
Okay,
You hear me?
good. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. No, I'm. No, I'm finna. I'm in. I'm finna get a new place. So when I get my new place, I'm gonna. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna kick back my shows again.
Okay, cool. Those are shows I would always, for some reason, I guess I'd be surfing in and around that time. I would always see you live and hop on. I don't be knowing everything you're talking about. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I like the way you would do it because it would just be purely information, not a lot of bullshit. Go ahead, Chief, and then we're gonna close out after that.
So
We'll give everybody a
I
chance
was
to
gonna
close out.
close out now.
Well, hold on. Before you do that, then go ahead. I want to put something on the screen. Go ahead and close out, but I'm gonna put something on the screen.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so this is what people have to just kind of eat shit and admit they were wrong. Cause the entire show, until we heard from Dude, all on social media, everywhere I've been listening to, and I'm on social media heavy, everybody's been saying that you're gonna be discriminated against getting a job, and it had to do with federal business, federal contracts, federal grants, and a few other federal things, as Brass read. Nothing to do with us, nothing to do with black folk getting jobs and holding you back and appealing some. People had it all wrong. They got brainwashed. I want to say that and close out, right? So it wasn't about being hired at just regular old jobs and being discriminated against. It wasn't about that. Everybody was fucking wrong. We're gonna be real. I don't care. Anyway, so I was
No, I
gonna
can
say,
dig it.
yeah. So I was gonna say what Biden said. Biden pardoned his family. I really don't care if Trump. You asked us this question. I really don't care if Trump pardon the people because it's so many people, and I have no idea about everybody's individual case. So I'm just not some outsider to push on some harsh punishment on people I don't know their particular case. And I'm just an outsider. I have no clue on all these thousand people, whoever. But my understanding is a lot of these people didn't even invade the building. They was just in the midst. It's a lot of people coming up, getting caught up in some major crimes when they only did something minor. So I have no clue. I don't care what he do. Let's fucking move forward. Goddamn, it happened. It's over. So if he want to pardon them, pardon their ass. But if somebody done some crime and they got some proof on somebody done something egregious, best believe that person's gonna get convicted of something. And one more thing that just disturbed me, and I didn't know Cube thought like that. He's anti-gun. I trapped him. I asked him 3 specific questions. He's anti-gun. He's anti-self-defense, and I gave him several scenarios. And he didn't care anything about self-protection. He think people shouldn't even have nothing in their hands or nothing. And I know there's a lot of people in rural areas that live around bears, as wolves, as wildlife, and people need to protect their family. For him to say this, it's like he said the population of people should have no weapons. We should be like a group of people who get their land invaded and have no way to protect their nation or their tribe because they're so spooky on some dumb stuff and anti-science. Nobody should have a gun in 2025 to protect their property and family and children and babies and from wildlife. This is crazy to me. This is some archaic thinking. This is some you fell off the cliff left field to me. It's just crazy. I kind of lost a little respect when I heard that wild thinking. And that's all I want to say. I appreciate the show and
There's something on the screen. I did confirm with Truth Savior about the show on Saturday. I sent you the flyer. That's the what's the name? Talk just 2 seconds, real quick. While announcing to the crowd, we're having a debate on the channel Saturday, 7 o'clock. Truth Savior and Chief X discussing breaking in hip hop. Chief is of the belief that it's 50-50 creation. 50-50 between Latino and Black. And Truth X vehemently disagree. I mean, I said Truth X. I do that every time. Truth Savior vehemently disagrees. You don't got to go into what you're going to talk about, but just go into a little bit about the conversation and point to any video that you have.
I like the pipe. I like the
Yeah, you see that, right?
I love it. By the way, clarity, when I was on the road earlier and Logic just kind of wigged out on me, I just wanted to say as a panelist, I was stepping out my car to go in somewhere and take care of my business. I'll be back. I didn't want to just
Okay.
be rude and disappear to the audience, but he wigged out on me. It's just some personal stuff, but I was just trying to I was just trying to let people know I'll be right back. I got to step out the car. All right. This my claim is, and people have went so far because I've been speaking on this, to act like all of a sudden now graffiti isn't a part of the four elements of hip hop. I couldn't believe this when I had said it, and nobody stopped Information Man, who I love and got love for. We've been promoting each other for the longest. He threw out graffiti because graffiti had the Puerto Rican origin locked down. There was a guy in Philly, not the Bronx, a brother who tagged. He just wrote his name, but it wasn't hip hop art and graffiti. It wasn't art per se. In the Bronx, majority Puerto Ricans jumped off graffiti art, but people are trying to throw it away now. That's why it's never been a conversation. So this is one of the four elements. The other element, which is breakdancing, I've said it's a 50-50 creation. It jumped off with Puerto Ricans and blacks simultaneously and have my reasons and sources and everything. I said MCing and DJing was an African American thing. I also said, which this is what sums it all up, hip hop in general is African American culture. I'm not saying that. I'm specific. Hip hop in general is an African American culture. No doubt about it. Because we're African American in America. If you go somewhere else, you're going to be more flooded with a Puerto Rican culture, a Cuban culture, or what other kind of country you're in, right? But over here, people come here and get influenced by us and enjoy our music with us and create with us, sometimes simultaneously, and it's okay, right? So I'm mainly speaking on graffiti and breakdancing. Although I have a lot of proof, and a lot of the originators and pioneers said a brother named DJ Smokey was DJing before Kool Herc. And I have information that DJ Smokey was half Puerto Rican and half black.
Don't give
DJ
him too much.
Smokey and the
Don't give him too
Smokatrons.
much.
But I'm
Don't give him too much. I'm telling you, don't give him too much.
Hey, that's some real shit. Hey, Chief, that's some real shit. That's why, bro. That's what I was telling. I was like, man, it's people that even Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying? If they ass came here, they had to blend in, identify as African American, yo.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? People don't even know. Won't even know.
Well, that's Saturday. I don't want you to do too much because Truth gonna be watching. I see that's how he do. He watches kind of stuff and then report back. But that's the debate Saturday night, 7:00.
That's tomorrow night. I gotta get ready for that.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, roughly tomorrow night. Yep. And but don't forget, and I don't want nobody on this panel or on this chat to forget that the Ohio State University. I'll be in Ohio at the Big House on Sunday morning.
Congrats!
Because we won the national championship. I am born and raised in Dayton, Ohio.
Congrats to Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yes, I will be in the Big House celebrating with the rest of my Scarlet family. So, and I'm an alum, so that'll always be good to go back to the school you graduated from. So, Gully, you got anything on any topic before we get out of here?
I'm just saying, man, people need to start playing, act like they really know you know what I'm saying, communists is. It's because they just like Chief X said, they with the tag along game. They don't really know what it is. They don't even know the real lifestyle on the ground. You know what I'm saying? How communists even work. You know what I'm saying? How people really living. Your black ass wouldn't be shit still in a communist society.
All right, hits. What you got?
All right. I'm gonna share my screen real quick
Go ahead, brother.
because let's do this.
Let me remove mine. Okay, go ahead.
You
All
can't
right.
be a Jay Z or Snoop Dogg in a communist country.
All right. Critical thinking is important. Information is important. There's a lot of information out there. Um, I wouldn't feel right if I didn't leave people with some websites to go to just to get different data about different things. World Population Review is a website where you can look at agricultural, crime and safety, cultural, economics. Let's look at something like economics. Make sure you see what I see. Yes, you do. You scroll down, and it will show you best countries to retire, best country to live in Europe, billionaires by country, Binance, and it has all of the categories up here. So you can go to different education levels by country. I thought we had the map up here. Continents, there we go. But let's go back. But it's called World Population Review, and it's color coded. So all of the different topics. This one's like population, but you can pick different ones, and it'll show you through a color coded legend down here the information about the different topics that we show: population, sports, tech, business, travel. Another website, Wealthometer. This should be fun for people to check their wealth status and how tax breaks and or taxing the wealthy may help you out. So it's a calculator. You put your information in here. You don't have to obviously put your personal information in there. To me, I think it's fun. It will show you your position in the U.S. distribution of wealth, like what percentage you may fall into. So you may think you're lower, you may think you're higher, but it's something fun to do. Wealthometer. And finally, let me stop sharing my screen. Turn my camera on. To find inspiration, I always look to the ancestors, and this goes with what Chief X was saying a lot of time, and a lot of us know and feel. This is a book about all the American Negro slave revolts. It's by Herbert Aptheker. It's called African Negro Slave Revolts. You know, people know the more popular ones, but not
Put it on the screen
necessarily.
one more time. Put it up one time.
American
Negro Slave Revolts.
Negro Slave Revolts. Yep,
Okay.
by Herbert Aptheker. So there's more than just the Nat Turner revolts and things like that. Denmark, VC. It's a list. And in your local colleges, you may find something like this. I live in the lower Hudson Valley, but this is a localized history of slavery and freedom in my immediate vicinity. So you can probably find these in your community colleges or any colleges in your area to get more localized information about slave trade and the fight and the struggle for freedom and a lot of things that our ancestors did. I use things like this for inspiration, you know, to get me going, keep me interested in things, and know how far that we've come. And like I said, to agree with a lot of the panel and Chief X that we've always fought and we've always been capable. So that's it for me.
That's fire.
Y'all have a
By the
good
way,
night.
Can I just say something to that real quick?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And I'm gonna jump off this thing. Put that camera on me. How you do that?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So, well, along with those books, it was many talking about American slavery revolts in America, and it's talking about I forget the title of the other book, but I just want to suggest this one. Those are good readings, right? But there's a flip side also we need to learn as a people, and we'll have a deeper understanding, and it's to get this book. This is not about American slavery. This is the history of indigenous slavery in Ghana by a professor at Ghana University named Makua Paribi. We took a tour when I went to Ghana of Ghana University. She's head of the archives of all oral traditions and talks. She's done massive research and teaches that there was indigenous slavery going on in Ghana before they even seen a white man. It's been a way of life there. And it goes into talking about how, in general, 80% of the time, black folk was captured by other black folk in tribal wars and people trying to make money and all kind of stuff, and they kidnapped, enslaved, and marched them to the shores and sold them. But this is after they've been enslaved and kidnapped. Then they walk them to the shore and sold them business to business. And when I had to tell people, the Ghanaian historians give a different story than the African American historians. They tell their involvement in the slave trade, but African Americans want to hide African chiefs and Africans' involvement in the slave trade because they don't want to seem as wicked or that they had a lot of immorality also. But I put it all on the table. This is a great book to get, and no one has disputed anything in this book yet. So on the flip side, if you need a good read,
Don't make me go to my bookshelf, Chief.
Hey Gullah, that's right in your wheelhouse, Gullah. I don't know if you're still
I'm
there.
sure Gullah got a gang of books. No,
Yeah,
that's good for the people.
How you feel about that? Or you got any books that you would recommend? Yeah,
Oh,
if
that's
you
some real
there,
shit.
I know it's me.
I would definitely recommend that, but that's a good book. So I can even go
Okay.
for you. So this shit was so deep that shoot the Ghanaians would like during the midst of the slave trade, they even buy slaves from the Portuguese from Sao Tome, the island of Sao Tome. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Get the Ghanaians to actually buy other Africans from Portuguese to mine and they gold. You know what I'm saying? They gold mine, or they you know what I'm saying? They you know what I'm saying to search for gold.
Mm-hmm.
yep, all that gold that was mined was from African
Yeah, yeah,
slavery.
yeah,
Damn.
yeah,
Nobody want to talk about that though.
yeah.
Last but not least, I appreciate that. I love, you know what, and that's why I think we're so brilliant too, because the fact that we could have all these conversations. Think of the level of conversations we've had this evening. It got contentious, I get it, but at the end of the day, you're not gonna find people on YouTube having conversations about hip hop, breaking, FBA, indigenous Ghanaian slavery. I mean, just the wealth of knowledge, and I appreciate stuff like this. And I just want to remind everybody, especially the people that was on this panel, even though we all got contentious and this, that, and the other, and y'all might feel I got, some kind of feeling toward my brother Cube. I don't. Because at the end of the day, I understand how this gets. I understand it gets a little tense. And then two, that man is a boss. He got his own channel. He can put forth his own information. Everybody that was on these panels this evening, I made sure I paid attention. Every single person that joined these panels tonight is a boss in their own right. They have their own channels. They try to disseminate. They take time away from their family. So I can never disrespect you too much or feel no way about it because he's trying to get his situation out.
But Brass, this is what I just have this burning desire to know this from you three people.
Right.
Are you? Am I don't because I don't sometimes. I'm trip. Are you guys like anti self defense and anti gun also hits?
No, I was born in the Midwest. I was born in Ohio. My father taught me at a very young age: you slap you shoot him. That was just a very simple. It's a very simple. I've been hunting since I was 5 years old. No, I enjoy guns and appreciate them.
What about you, Hits?
I am not. New York is just a different place. Everybody knows that. They don't want you to have a slingshot here, so you just got to move different.
Yeah, no. I definitely no. I agree with you. I agree with you about New York.
Yeah, I'm from. I only two states I lived in is open carry state. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, which is a red state, and I live in Texas. So damn right, I'm pro gun.
One of my favorite pieces of legislation.
I've been playing with guns since I was 10 years old.
Yeah, one of my favorite pieces of legislation that just got passed, and I hope they complete it, is allowing your concealed carry permit to basically go wherever you go. So if you have it, or say you got it from Florida, you got it from wherever you got it from, Texas, when you go to New York, it's still will be in effect. I was happy when they had that law, because I'm gonna tell you something right now. When everybody has a gun, it's less gangster talk. It's a little bit less. You're a little bit more respectful. I'll take from the wise words of chefs that's on this channel. Then I'll close the show. As confrontational as y'all be on these panels, y'all can't possibly be this confrontational in real life, or you'd be dead. And that's just a simple fact of life. A chef said it. I added it to my lexicon. As confrontational as people get on these panels and on the internet, there's no way in your real life, outside, in front of people, you're that confrontational. I doubt it. So that's why I don't take
I don't
none
think
of
it
y'all
got
serious.
that bad.
I'm gonna say this. I always say this, Brass. When you become a grandfather, you earn the right to do and say what the hell you want to say. You ain't gonna live on. I don't give a shit. I got grandkids. I earn the right to critique. Ain't too much I haven't done, heard, or seen in life. I'm trying to tell you, I done lived 2 lifestyles in one lifetime. I've been around the world. I don't give a shit. I'm a grandpa. You leave grandpas alone.
No, I could dig it. Hey, y'all have a good evening, man. I hope y'all have a great weekend. Hey, good luck to my Eagles against basically Jaden Daniels this weekend. And
shout out to Ohio Buckeyes again for winning.
Yes,
I'm a college
and I gotta
football
send
fanatic.
one shout out. I gotta
Ohio
send one
Buckeyes
shout out.
did that shit.
And I'm so glad that the Ravens got humbled this weekend by Josh Allen, and I hope that the Bills beat the Chiefs so we can get a Bills-Eagles Super Bowl and get it going. Y'all have a good one, bro. I appreciate y'all. Peace.
Trimedia Records.
This is my story. To get the story.
On your ID, you see me calling nigga. Out of his league, a workaholic nigga. Nickname, Big Game, Big Thing. Handle his business, he never switched lanes. Had some brain surgeries in high school. Still came out that bitch a top dude. Moved to the city of the Mavericks. Came out this bitch dropping classes. We got them waiting. Took a little minute, was patient, but now we take it. Anytime we want this game, my situation is entertainment intertwined with information. Alchemist soul, how we move the tassel and roll. It's amazing how we can turn something brass to gold. And we steady making hits. Architect with the prop in the scripts. It's logical that the product will flip. My boy Chef did the lineup. I'm fresh in the bitch. Carnivorous podcast and newest show on the list. DQ on the boat, so I'm rocking the ship. While the music gon' be dope and the artist legit. Hold my beard, concrete cord, then stepped in the door. See, that's my man and he reppin' for show. And true saviors, a player with flavor. Lexicon Taylor, lines on point like a laser. We need that paper, we building the vault. Cause you niggas don't listen, y'all be waiting to talk. Lack accountability and try to make it our fault. But opposing us is trying to arm wrestle the hawk. You coming up short on your re-up, nigga we up. Really wouldn't want to be up. I kick my feet up. My beef is wagyu and my truck is all speakers. Bills is all blue and my blunt is all reefer. With possible deniability, that boy eater. High quality whack juice by the liter. They like to call us ops, we got Oppenheimer features.